By 2006, the WWE's women's division was slowly feeling the effects of so many departures. The division was not half, but a quarter wrestling, and the other 75% was, hey, I'm fine as hell. Did anyone have a problem with that at the time? Not many, especially when compared to the late 2000s and early 10s. Talents such as Gail Kim and Molly Holly were gone, while others like Victoria were still around. Their impact wasn't really felt all that much. The only two that had the same standing as they did in the early 2000s were Trish Stratus and Lita. While Trish Stratus was in the very same position as she was earlier, Lita wasn't. After suffering a torn ACL, Lita was left sidelined for a long time. She did appear on TV though, but as the manager to Edge. This played into the real-life relationship of Matt Hardy and Edge. It was a very dark time for Lita, and in addition, every week someone would call her a hoe, say she had gonorrhea, and John Cena in particular laid into her like nobody else ever did. Cena's out there roasting somebody like Kurt Angle, and from out of nowhere he's like, Lita's a slut. At the same time, nobody expected Lita to play such a good heel. She was the final piece to Edge's main event journey, and sure, he would have won the title without her, but he was never going to be the rated R superstar, the guy that was probably the best wrestler of 2006. Lita's in-ring appearances were very occasional. As a matter of fact, her first match since New Year's Revolution 2005 was in January of 2006, a full year later. She didn't have her own feuds for the most part and would always get involved with Edge's matches. Of course, this being the 2000s, it always ends with her taking an angle slammer and FU. It also felt like she would easily dominate in the women's division because at one point it was literally just Trish Stratus. That would of course change. On the August 14th, 2006 episode of Raw, Lita challenged Mickie James for the Women's Championship. Lita got the jobber entrance, but that's a different story. The challenger gave the champion a whooping. Edge was playing mascot on the outside, and JR's pissed about the John Cena incident. Mickie makes a comeback, nice head scissors, and she had enough momentum, but Edge interfered. Lita blasts her with a title and goes for the cover to win it. So now Lita was the new women's champion, the first time in about 2 years that she won the title, and it was actually one of her first matches back. She had only competed in like 3 other matches prior to this. Title reign number 3. Trish Stratus, meanwhile, was on the way out. Rumors circulated in the summer of Trish's status following SummerSlam, and it was clear that she was going to go away, but nobody knew how and when. She was getting married, but information was unknown at the time. This was confirmed on WWE.com on August 28, 2006, and later that night, Carlito questioned her about this, and she wasn't fond of Lita leaking the news. Later that night, the She-Devil Wears Prada, as JR called her, defended the gold in a rematch. This one was again rushed. Lita quickly took control. She's throwing Mickie around before she makes the comeback, and it got to the point where she brought in the belt. This moment benefited Lita greatly, and she ended up dropping Mickie James with a powerbomb before using the ropes for leverage. Of course, Lita and Trish ended up crossing paths later on. Trish was about to go out there and call out Lita, but that wasn't needed. She challenged her to a match for the title at Unforgiven. Lita thought, hey, this is great. Why? Because she could beat Trish in her last match in her hometown and send her running. Stratus told her to just bring it and received a mean ass slap. Like, damn, that was meaner than it looks over here. Then a brawl ensues involving Carlito and Orton ahead of the 6-man tag later that night. That match ended up being terrible for Trish, who took an RKO from Randy Orton, who had zero regard. The match in Toronto had this special spark to it, no doubt about it. For Trish, it was a final homecoming. 6 years in the business, and for the WWE, she was easily the biggest star in the division. This match not only closed the chapter, or in this case book, of Trish's career, but also the rivalry itself. This was also, in my personal opinion, easily Lita's best match in WWE. It had the story, the action, and of course the atmosphere. Toronto was very giving on this night to Trish Stratus. Lita was less risky than Trish in the beginning and relied on basic stuff like hair pulls and headlocks. The challenger's wide array of moves were doing her no favor at this point. Now, it wasn't like Lita didn't go for high risk, it just didn't haul her momentum like he usually did for Trish. The challenger had a hard time of suppressing the damage compared to Lita, and it looked gloomy. The fans were slowly getting behind Trish to the point where she fought back. She hit the chick kick, but it wasn't enough, so she countered Lita's pin attempt into a sharpshooter, and since this was Canada, this was easily the loudest the crowd was at this point in the show. Trish looked like she was going to split Lita's back with it, and she tapped. So in her final match, Trish Stratus captured the WWE Women's Championship for the 7th time, and it was a storybook ending. Amazing moment, huge moment in the women's division in general, and for the division, let's just say it didn't get better from here on. With Trish Stratus away, the women's championship was vacant. To make matters worse for Lita, she lost to Candice Michelle with the help of Mickie James. This feud would continue to escalate over the next couple of weeks, but as for the women's title, the first round tournament match between Lita and Candice Michelle was marred in controversy. First of all, the match was in the dark. Why? There was some pyro or electrical issue at the time. Jonathan Coachman allowed Lita to choose the referee, and it ended up being Edge. Right when the bell rang, he dropped Candice with a spear and handed the victory to Lita before John Cena came on. They trashed each other in a promo. Lita in particular took the hardest burns, as Cena said that Lita had a terrible defense and she allows a lot of balls in her end zone. He's like, oh, 11 guys try to score at once. Oh, man. He's out here talking about diseases, and she's like, screw you. So Cena responds saying, I don't have $10. Lita began talking about how she's a human being and said that not only Edge is a better wrestler than Cena, she is too. He said that she is better if he was blind, had one hand tied behind his back, and caught herpes. Now, Edge was Edge. He didn't want to face Cena, but asked Lita to. You know how this ended. Marine John Cena in the ring, and not only that, but one hand tied behind his back would still beat half the roster. Yet this FU where he just flipped Lita over and sent her flying. Okay, Lita's inclusion in the Divas division was minimal until the October 30th, 2006 episode of Raw. The women's tournament was nearing its conclusion. Mickie James made it to the final, whereas Lita still had to face Maria. I don't think there was any doubt for this one. Her inexperience played a part in her losing, and Lita just hit this mean-ass DDT to win a spot at Cyber Sunday against her rival. Lita told her that she's the next champion, and about this one, the match was a lumberjill match. Each woman got a taste of a beatdown on the outside, and it was Lita who found form first. It was the usual offense, throwing her on the mat, into the corner, this and that, corner choke, and at one point she locked James in a sleeper hold, and they were trying to put in the effort, but the crowd wasn't really into it. Mickie begins her comeback, she somewhat messes up a move, and a brawl ensues. She then goes for the DDT, but it looked weird as well. Then Candice gets involved to prevent Lita from cheating, and after a distraction from the heels, Mickie took the DDT, and Lita became the women's champion. Match. There are some nice spots here and there, but in general, it's forgettable. The next night on Raw, Mickie James received a rematch for that title. With Eric Bischoff running the show, he gave Lita the right to choose any match. So she made Mickie James tie one hand behind her back. With that, James's stats were nerfed over 20 overalls, and Lita was playing on easy mode, and even then, James was doing stuff. It didn't really last long though, and Lita dropped her with a DDT to retain the title. Shortly afterwards, the match was made for Survivor Series. Lita versus Mickie James for the Women's Championship. Unfortunately for the champ, her time in Manchester wasn't pleasant. She once again had a stipulation for Mickie James, her legs tied up. The challenger told her that after she wins at Survivor Series, Lita's gonna be the one that needs her legs tied up. DX and the crowd were calling her a hoe as well and messing around. She provoked them and Triple H sprayed her with mustard before James hit her with a sausage and went for the DDT for the win. The following week, Mickie James had to wrestle blindfolded. You know how it ends. The fact that she actually took a moonsault though was a bit cringe, because, she's blindfolded. After the match, Lita said that this was an example of her being the most dominant woman. She held resentment over DX and John Cena disrespecting her, but she was angrier at the crowd. Lita reminded everyone of who she was. She was the person that changed everything in the women's division, and before, they were eye candy, but she inspired a generation of women. Without her, there would be no Mickie James, no Trish Stratus, and because she was so frustrated with the fans, she said that she's going to walk into Survivor Series, beat Mickie James, and walk away. Lita announced that Survivor Series was her last match and promised to retire the greatest women's champion of all time. Okay, this is one of the most underrated promos I've ever saw. Lita's explanation of her impact on the women's division was facts, 100%. She played a part in changing everything, and if anything, she probably had the biggest impact. Before her, no woman main evented Raw. She did it twice technically. One time was in the height of the Attitude Era, and her bitterness comes from the fans being ignorant of her time before Edge, or they just refuse to acknowledge it. And watching it now, it's kind of sad because you can see that she truly meant every word in that promo, but not many cared. At the time, things were different. The crowd gave her no respect and dignity, and ever since the Edge incident, it was downhill. Todd Grisham asked her if she changed her mind, and it was clear that she didn't, and if anything, was proud. Edge said that Mickie James was going to go down faster than Donovan McNabb. Damn. He's talking, and Crime Time decided to enter her room and steal some stuff. Todd Grisham was so damn confused at this point, and about the match, it was a bit better than Cyber Sunday. She's doing work and the crowd's like she's a crack whore. Last match, the Philadelphia crowd showed zero positivity. Damn. Lita dominated the match and isolated James, but the crowd wasn't having it. Mickie, though, had the entire crowd behind her and delivered a beautiful combo, and the match starts kicking up. Lita hits the moonsault, but it's not enough. Then she goes to the DDT unsuccessfully, and to top it all off, Mickie hits the very same move to win the title. Good stuff. It was better than I remember it being. The crowd was a bit into it. Mickie's offense was nice, and for Lita's final match, decent. Afterwards, she called for Lillian Garcia to introduce her as the greatest women's champion, and the fans booed. She got all emotional about how she does it for the fans and said that there's not a better crowd to leave to. She's trashing them. All of a sudden, Crime Time came out with a box full of her stuff and said that they're going to have a wholesale vibrator, yeast infection stuff. What the hell is going on? And this crowd was down bad, but JBL's a different story. This man was down horrendous. He said that he's the only man in America that doesn't have her panties, and he wanted to see what's up with them. Crime Time ended up hustling him, and this in itself is a prime example, a prime difference of two farewells. Trish Stratus received the most grace and heartwarming exit probably of the entire 2000s, while Lita probably had the worst. And the thing is, both women had a huge impact on the division, and it wasn't like Lita's impact was negative. I guess it came down to Lita getting her comeuppance. You know, she's out here with Edge, this and that. Fans boo her, they call her a hoe, and having her go out there in embarrassment and jokes made sense. Should that have happened? No, I don't think so. Because at the end of the day, the Edge stuff was just a part of her career, and I don't think it's right to have her career end with the final image relating to her items getting sold. Primetime is always were entertaining. It makes sense in storyline because of how things went down with her and Edge and Matt Hardy, but nah, it shouldn't have. On MySpace that week, Lita on her final match said, and I quote, "So to say I was disappointed with my final moments with WWE is quite an understatement. It was comforting to read all your comments and emails when I got home, and I appreciate that you were able to see that I did my best in the situation that was handed to me to give you guys an entertaining match and play along and be a professional with the other stuff that went along with my big farewell night." She also spoke about it in detail on the Chris Van Vliet show earlier this year, and I quote, "I mean, I was happy to work with Mickie James," Lita said, "but in my mind it was a good long match and we hug at the end of it, and here's the title. I see that it's in good hands and I'm out of here, you know? It just hurt my feelings and I was very vocal about it. I went to my producer that day, I went to the head writer, I went to Vince, and I went back to my producer. I went back to the writer, back to Vince, being like, is there any way we can not do this? Can we just do this at a pre-tape later? Like, can I just have this match?" And the answer was, "You're a heel. This is what we're doing. You're losing." And they're like, "You're looking at it wrong. It's business. You're a heel. That's what needs to happen." I remember saying, "All right, well, that's the last time you get to pull my strings. I guess you're pulling them hard. I'll go out there and I'll do business because I'm a professional, but I want you to know this hurts my feelings. I know this is business you're telling me, which doesn't involve feelings, but I want you to know as somebody who broke my neck for the business and for who has given everything, and this hurts my feelings." It's one of those things that was always so hard. I would get asked about it either by fans or in interviews, and it was hard. You're not trying to air your dirty laundry, go on these rants, or actively carry negative energy with you, right? But it wasn't a thing where I could come up with something like a way to spin it. Like, it's great, it's hilarious. I was just like, yeah, it's a bummer. And they'd keep talking about it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna pile, but I hear you. At the time, it was reported that TNA had interest in bringing in Lita, and some believed that because of the light schedule, there would be a chance. And the division at the time was heating up, but it never materialized. Having her as the face of the Knockouts division probably would have brought some attention, but it wasn't to be. Her next appearance in WWE came on the 15th anniversary Raw episode in December of 2007. Trish Stratus confronted Jillian, and when Lita came out, she received a great reception from the crowd. The tension was still there between the two, but Jillian was so annoying that they teamed up, and I guess it was all good from both sides. Okay, so that's Lita's final days in WWE. Personally, I enjoyed watching her heel character away from Edge. I think there was a lot to be explored there, but she had enough. Her departure caused a huge black hole, a huge blow to the women's division at the time. It wasn't really that interesting, and adding this to it, the departure of Lita after Trish Stratus left, was bad. It was terrible. But as I said, I liked her heel character at the time. You know, she was away from Edge, she's doing her own thing, this and that, and maybe something should have gone out of it, but it is what it is. Now, why does The Undertaker always have to feud with Green Giants? Is it written in the contract or something? He's always tasked with getting something out of them, and most of the time it doesn't work. Kane and the Big Show did have some good matches with them, so there's that. But enough talk about big guys. This is about the story between The Undertaker and the Great Khali. You guys already know, but this guy just wasn't good in the ring. I heard he was a bit better in the past due to being much faster, and his legs weren't hurting him as much as they did during this time. But when he signed with WWE, he was at his worst. In this video, I'll cover the Punjabi Playboy's first feud in the WWE against The Undertaker. You know, I was actually going to go with Kennedy Taker story or the Brian Kendrick for the next video. I guess you guys could curse me out for not going with one of those. But yeah, if you guys really want one of those videos, just please comment it down below, and I'll probably do one of them 2 videos from now. So yeah. Before this video starts, I just want to say, if you're unaware, I changed the schedule. For every video that uploads every 2 days, the next is 3, and vice versa. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. So yeah. Right now, let's get into it. On January 2nd, 2006, it was reported on the internet that WWE signed a giant by the name of Dalip Singh. Dave Meltzer called him one of the worst wrestlers in the world, and back then, WWE wasn't really focused on the in-ring stuff as much as it was with the wrestlers' looks. You know, their build, their size, strength, whatever. And due to that, we got a lot of forgettable stars such as Luther Reigns, the Dicks, and this was the Johnny Ace plan. Kind of pushed back the growth of new stars, you know, during that time period. But then again, Triple H's first signings weren't that good either. Khali, I couldn't find out if it was a Lauren Ice signing, but since Vince probably doesn't watch other companies, he could have been. You might have known him from The Longest Yard. That's one thing to know. Maybe that's why they signed him. Who knows? Dalip signing was one of the biggest WWE made due to size. You know, Khali was 7'1" and 347 pounds, 157 kilos. And his name wasn't mentioned much from here on until he officially debuted. On the April 7, 2006 episode of SmackDown, the Great Khali along with Daivari interrupted The Undertaker's match with Mark Henry. The commentary commentary team made him seem like the biggest man in the world. He no-sold 2 right hands and hit 1 head chop that knocked down the Undertaker. He sat up when Khali exposed the steel turnbuckle, throwing Taker into it, and he basically made the dead man look like a jobber. The fans were booing, Taz and Cole were at a loss of words, and nothing Taker could do was able to face the monster. It was a very impressive debut and made him seem like this unstoppable force for good or for bad, you know. Definitely memorable, that's one thing to know. The following week, Daivari addressed last week and gave us an idea of who the great Khali is. Also, does Khali look much bigger here than he does in later years, or is it just me? For some reason, the fans loudly chanted USA, and Daivari said that standing before them is a real phenomenon. You know, he's taking jabs. They gave everybody the details on Khali's height and size, and it was essentially heel manager and big guy 101 stuff. He's talking like, oh, the earth trembled at his gaze. And then it was time for Khali to speak. I don't know what he said at all, and Daivari told everyone that they will obey, worship the great Khali, something along the lines of that. So for those of you that were waiting on Khali's debut, well, you didn't have to wait long because poor Funaki was set to face him the following week. On commentary, Taz was hearing rumors that the Undertaker's spirit has been broken, and as for Funaki, he took 3 moves and was easily dismantled. It was a pure squash. Blow dry or boos were in the air, and the Undertaker was not seen or heard once again. Next week, same thing. Khali asserted his dominance. The Undertaker still not found. He's missing. Daivari spoke about how for years people have tried to destroy The Undertaker, but like a phoenix, he always rises from the ashes and bests them. Until now. Khali didn't need any help. All he did was use his bare hands to dismantle the Phenom. Undertaker chants intensified, while Daivari bragged about how he's gone for good. He continued claiming that The Undertaker was afraid of Khali, and if that wasn't enough, Khali spoke on the mic. What chants were in the air, nobody understood anything, and I think he called himself the Ring of the King. He's doing some unnecessary things such as scaring off Crystal, and I don't think anybody that knew what he was capable of anticipated the showdown between the two. I don't know, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I mean, as a kid, whenever I seen Khali, I always wanted his opponent to beat him. That's one thing to know. As a matter of fact, The Undertaker finally broke his silence by signing the contract for a Judgment Day match against Khali. Before the match went down at the pay-per-view, the Giant managed to score a clean victory against the World Heavyweight Champion Rey Mysterio. Now looking at the booking of Rey's title reign, it's honestly the most bizarre stuff. Like if it was anybody else, I doubt they would have them lose clean or nearly clean 1 month into their title reign in their own hometown. But since it was Little Rey, they took advantage. I mean, it did add to his story with JBL, but that's a whole other thing. I'll probably talk about that in another video, hopefully. Anyways, Khali bullied Rey. He no-sold his moves, and JBL decided to get involved, striking the champion. Khali dominated and beat him. That's it. Khali beat the world champion nearly clean. On the final SmackDown before Judgment Day, Khali spoke once more. He told Taker that he'll rest in peace, I believe, and those final 3 words were the only thing I understood. From Taz's perspective, he thought The Undertaker was capable of beating Khali because of the fact that he laid down the challenge first. You know, he wasn't afraid of the great Khali. Also, I was looking at internet rumors, and there was something out there about how Judgment Day might be Khali's final match in the WWE. Why? Because there was a worry that he was going to injure his opponents due to his bad in-ring skills. Take it as you like, because we all know what happened afterwards. Moving on, their match at Judgment Day, I don't think you'll like it. That's one thing to know. Was there a positive from this match? Yeah, the fact that The Undertaker sold his ass off to make Khali look legit. He tried the regular stuff, but it wasn't working, and he was quick and elusive at times, but Khali was one step ahead. Old school? Hell no. One thing to know is that the crowd was certainly rooting for him. He took a chop and managed to kick out. The fans were feeling him, but Khali didn't give a damn. Taker finally hits old school, managed to get Khali stuck to the ropes. Daivari gets involved, ref shenanigans, and eventually Khali recovers. He hits the boot, but Taker barely sets up. Chop, a boot, and that's all she wrote. Yup, he beat The Undertaker nearly clean. Might be clean to you, and neither Taz nor Michael Cole believed it. The crowd was stunned, no lie. They were completely speechless over this, and it's weird to think, like, The Undertaker losing clean, it doesn't happen very often. I think you could easily count the number of guys Taker lost to clean during the 2000s. There's not many. After this, who did The Undertaker lose to clean? Batista. And then Vladimir Kozlov, and that's within a span of 3 years. But yeah, they were trying to really push Khali hard, you know, they're trying to get into the Indian market, I believe. So yeah, for some reason, they brought out Roddy Piper the following week to interview the Giant. He made jokes about Khali and Daivari, who took offense today, and he wanted to hear the tough questions. What were the tough questions? What does this guy eat? Daivari's like, well, he eats people like you. Hot Rod was just messing around and decided to push Khali's buttons, calling The Undertaker the toughest guy in WWE history. Daivari responded saying that the great Khali is the new phenom of the WWE. Piper wanted to speak eye to eye with him, but he preferred to speak with his actions, and this humbled him if only for a moment because, well, Hot Rod wanted to kick Daivari's ass. Khali quickly grabbed him and easily dropped him down to the mat. So at this point, The Undertaker He wasn't seen, he wasn't heard from in nearly 2 weeks. Over the next couple of weeks, Khali interfered or wrestled in a couple of matches against lower card talent. He was always on the offense and always stood tall in the end. And the two, Daivari and Khali, continuously taunted The Undertaker until the July 7th, 2006 episode of SmackDown. On this night, JBL was annoyed over the lack of The Undertaker and the taunting continued. This time around, Tatanka was the victim. He took a beating so badly that they played his music, Khali's music, before the match even concluded. Afterwards, Daivari opened up the casket, but the lights flickered, smoke emerged from the casket, and all of a sudden, The Undertaker took over the speakers and accepted Khali's challenge of a Punjabi prison match. JBL was probably the most excited guy in the arena, and since Taker sort of showed himself to the great Khali, Daivari tried asking him to do it again the next week. It was clear that he was trolling, but it came true and Khali's eyes were about to pop out of his head, not out of fear, but out of anger. Daivari was very confident in the great Khali, scoffing at The Undertaker's appearance, and so he struck with lightning, and this didn't even faze the great Khali at all. As a matter of fact, he was actually looking for a fight, but Daivari begged for him not to enter the ring. So yes, The Undertaker realized he's got to fight back, he's got to destroy this monster. The next night on Saturday night's main event, he praised the hell out of him that the Big Show decides to interrupt. He was pretty impressed with the size of the great Khali and wanted to put him over verbally. But The Undertaker appeared. He wasn't backing down from this colossal pairing, and as a matter of fact, he brought the fight. Big Show made it seem like he didn't want none, but he was lying in ambush to Phenom. He managed to fight back, they exchanged blows, and Taker was winning the slugfest, but Khali comes in. Doesn't matter, why? Because it was going to be chokeslam time, but unfortunately, both men countered with a chokeslam of their own. Now at this point, nobody, and I mean nobody, knew what was the Punjabi prison match. JBL claimed he heard of it, kayfabe, but never saw for himself. Later that week on ECW, Big Show defended the title against The Undertaker. For some reason, I always forget about this run. I gotta add it to my list. Like, it's just one of those things that I always forget to make. I always think, like, wait a minute, should I make a Big Show video? I haven't made something about him in a while. Then I think of something else and I just ditch him. He was this classic heel that faces a bunch of visitors and manages to destroy them, clean or dirty, doesn't matter. At the end, he always stands tall. Also, the thought of seeing The Undertaker on ECW sounds and looks so weird. It's like seeing him on NXT or something along the lines of that. During the match, the great Khali interfered. Taker wasn't afraid of him, but the numbers got the best of him. He got extreme and blasted Khali with a chair in the head, but he didn't drop. Unfortunately, though, the two big guys overpowered him and chokeslammed him through the announce table to end the show. Why is Big Show in a partnership with Great Khali? I don't know! Now, about their match at the Bash, there was a huge, and I mean huge problem. Apparently, the great Khali had a diseased liver and thus couldn't compete. His hepatitis C test didn't come in on time, and so they didn't allow him to compete. Also, looking at the pay-per-view, it was so damn cursed. Bobby Lashley couldn't compete. A couple of other matches had to be scrapped. They had to be altered or whatever. Wellness policy, a couple of guys violated it, and yeah, it was just bad. So in order to write off the great Khali, they had him call The Undertaker before the match. He didn't want to wait for the Punjabi prison match, and Big Show comes in and ambushes The Undertaker. Teddy, a couple of minutes later, puts Big Show in the match and pulls Khali out. So that's how it went. So the guy they made the entire match for is not going to compete. It's a shame that Khali wasn't going to compete, but then again, as bad as the match was for me on last viewing, it was probably way better than it would have gone down. Show and Taker ended up having way better matches 2 years later, and that's one thing to mention. Khali obviously had to interfere, and by the time he came out, The Undertaker was well on his way out. I might have to rewatch this one and see if I find some enjoyment. I might regret it. For some reason, the ending saw the cage break. I'm not sure if that was a botch. It probably wasn't. And Khali's climbing like an idiot. Big Show was starting to get burnt out at this point. I can't blame either of them for being that bad. It was a weird match concept that the WWE didn't even know what it was going to be. And so it felt awkward, I guess. But there was going to be a rubber match between Khali and The Undertaker very soon. On the August 4th episode of SmackDown, The Undertaker faced King Booker. During the match, Khali interferes. He stood tall, but Taker fought back with a flurry of punches, and he managed to get rid of the big guy. Then, he issued a challenge for SummerSlam. Himself and Khali in a last man standing match. Opening SmackDown the following week, Daivari along with Khali gave their stance on the SummerSlam match, and for some odd reason, they declined. Michael Cole called them a bunch of cowards, and Daivari thought it was unnecessary of Khali to drop Taker once again. Then the lights went off, and he emerged. He wasn't waiting long and marched down to the ring for yet another brawl with the great Khali. This time, The Undertaker for the first time actually hit the chokeslam on him. Despite all this, the match wasn't going to happen, but a couple of minutes later, Teddy Long made the match not for SummerSlam, but for SmackDown next week. Now you might be wondering, why in the hell is this match pushed forward when the pay-per-view could have been a perfect place to settle it? Well, Khali was notorious for being the worst in-ring performer on SmackDown, and they didn't want to risk having a terrible match on SummerSlam. With SmackDown, they can edit his matches. Honestly, when I read that, I didn't think it was that bad. So it would have been a big issue had he injured himself on the pay-per-view or something like that. I don't know. JBL saying this was something right out of a Steven Spielberg movie. Well, I'm out here thinking it's something from the early 90s. Nonetheless, I thought this match was better than it had any right to be. Does that mean you should watch it? Go ahead, but don't blame me if you dislike it. You might like it though. But yeah, this might be in Khali's top 5 matches in WWE. The Undertaker really worked hard to get something out of this. He dominated in the beginning, but Daivari provided a distraction, a low blow, and Khali ends up throwing him off the stage. He almost loses the match, but manages to recover, and after the commercial break, Khali's in clear control. Taker took a hell of a lot of punishment, and at some points was even asking for it. Khali almost had the match won, count of 9, but Taker sat up and finally had some momentum on his side, but it was quickly gone though. Khali brings in the steps, but this would be his wrongdoing because the Undertaker uses them. Daivari comes in with a chair, knocked down, and the weapons really helped the Undertaker get some kind of an edge. Khali's bleeding, he swung like his life depended on it, and then he hit the choke slam. Ref counts, Taker rests, and the fans were counting along. Khali almost recovers but is unable to, and so the Undertaker was finally victorious. Yeah, that wasn't bad for me. The last man standing match really gave them freedom, especially Khali. It's not like I expect him to be Bret Hart or something, but his mobility issues really hurt him. This match, though, worked out some of those issues, The Undertaker, he really tried his best throughout this program. Khali just had his problems performing. I ain't criticizing the guy himself. He had some knee issues, and it wasn't his fault. I will say, though, that as a kid, Khali for me was like this unstoppable force. I'm talking about before the Cena thing. Even though he lost this match, I guess it protected him well. The Undertaker in the kayfabe totem pole was probably at the very top, so despite losing, he looked pretty good out there. He went on to have surgery and return in November, and that's a whole other story. What is up, guys? Wrestling Premiere is here. Now, if you know my intentions, you'll know why I uploaded this. But if you don't, well, I'm getting ready to prepare Cena's 3rd title reign video. That video in itself, by my count, would be well over an hour. It'll be a big mountain to climb, but it will be worth it once the video goes live. That's why I haven't made it yet. I want to take my time on it in order for it to be perfect. And I'll try something like this with Undertaker's streak. We'll look at WrestleMania 7 to WrestleMania 12, then WrestleMania 13. You know how it goes. I'll do that for the Undertaker streak. Ric Flair's title reigns. That one's going to be the hardest, definitely. So with that said, John Cena's 2nd title reign was pretty notable due to the fact that he became an even bigger star due to the feud with Triple H. He went through hell at the Hammerstein Ballroom. Luckily, he came back in one piece. This title reign is very memorable due to the fact that the fans really hated Cena during this time period. Not everyone, obviously. I mean, it was a mixed reaction, but it was loud and clear. Like, I was just looking at some old forum posts, the amount of stuff they said about Cena, they hated his guts. They hated him. They despised him. They despised everything that he stood for. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, if you haven't watched either of these and are interested, here they are. They give a backstory as to what John Cena was doing previously. And for context, once again, Cena slowly began ditching the rapper character in favor of more of a superhero type. Problem with this is the fans didn't like it. They slowly took away the things fans liked about Cena, and that's why he was hated. As for me, probably the biggest Cena fan at this point. It was my favorite by a country mile. Whoever came second was so far down below. Like, it's John Cena's up here, Batista's down below. That's how it was. So now let's start off right where we left off on that Edge video, Royal Rumble. Now that Cena's reclaimed his gold, Edge immediately came knocking on his door for a rematch. The Rated R Superstar status quo took a bit of a hit at this point, as many believed that he was just a transitional champion. He refused to be called that, and he seemed like a raging lunatic, as you could see here. As for how the match went, well, first of all, it ended with the most random finish, but it fits Edge's character if you think about it. During the match, the Rated R Superstar tried cheating to get the victory, and once Cena had momentum on his side, Lita realized something. She realized that if Edge wins by DQ, then he gets a second rematch by default. So she tried handing him the title, but once Cena hoisted Edge on his shoulders, she made a judgment call and blasted her boyfriend with the title, resulting in a disqualification victory for him. It was a confusing ending to the commentary team, but if you know Edge and Lita's mindset, it made sense. The following week, Mr. McMahon made the rematch, but it will feature a special referee, and that special referee will be of Cena or Edge's choosing. Edge once again tried pimping out his girlfriend for the 100th time in order to get a slight advantage in the title match. See, this is what gets me about Edge. The fact that he'd sell out his girl in order to get a small advantage for his title match. It wasn't even the fact that he's gonna win the title outright if he gives his girl out, if he pimps her out. It's just to get that one, even if it was 0.1%, he would do it. Vince admired Edge for showing he would do anything to get an advantage, so he booked Edge and Lita against John Cena and Maria. Meanwhile, Maria was nervous about that match. She already got beaten up by Lita earlier on, and she didn't want to go through it again. So Cena decided, you know what, let's silence her, and he kissed her. Later that night, the mixed tag match went on as planned. Lita accidentally went for a hurricanrana during the match on her boy. She then realized Cena's the legal person, and so she tried getting out of the sticky situation by flashing, but before she knew it, she was on the receiving end of a spear. Maria tagged herself in, and they won the match. Immediately afterwards, Cena announced a special guest referee. It was the GOAT special referee, Mick Foley. Edge was about to blow up, Mick came out casually, and it seemed like the cards were in John Cena's favor. As for how that match went, Mick Foley was an impartial official, but Edge didn't like it. Why? Well, when Foley was down, Lita interfered. She once again tried playing it casual, and Edge had the match won after blasting Cena with the title. Foley struggled to enter the ring because he was a bit dizzy, but once he did, Cena kicked out at 2. Edge then made the mistake of going for a crossbody as Cena caught him and connected with the FU to retain the title. So, he blamed Foley for the loss, and due to this, he speared him, and that's a story for another day. Meanwhile, there was an ongoing tournament to determine John Cena's opponent for WrestleMania 22. 3 men managed to make it to the final. Big Show and Triple H made it after a draw, and it was Triple H, RVD, and the Big Show. By the looks of it, the crowd was certainly rooting for RVD, and it would have been a weird main event, but his crowning moment was delayed as Triple H managed to catch him off guard with a pedigree to punch his ticket to WrestleMania. Right then, John Cena decided to pay his WrestleMania opponent a visit. Now, looking back, this match was hyped and teased for months. Other than this segment, Cena and Triple H never interacted at all, except for this backstage segment. I don't think they even mentioned each other by name beforehand, like in a promo, John Cena and Triple H. I don't think they even did that. So fans were certainly excited to see them face off. Also, for context, the story of this one, the de facto story of the main event, was old school versus new school. The guy that knows how to wrestle versus the hack who can't even structure a scientific wrestling match. That's what it seemed like in my eyes. They were trying to say, like, John Cena, he ain't good. Like, he wasn't exactly a good wrestler at this point, and he was just described as a brawler. And this match and storyline was going to be a test to see if he's a success. The following week, Triple H and John Cena went face to face. At this point, the game had gained some good faith from the fans, not all of them, but some. This segment was initially an interview, but Coach set Cena up in order for him to confront Triple H. He asked Cena sarcastically if he, the champ, thinks he could beat him the game. Cena believed it was too forward of a question, and he sort of beat around the bush. He said that Triple H probably didn't look twice in his direction 4 years earlier, but now he's going to get the chance to face him at WrestleMania 22 for the WWE Championship. Cena admitted that he didn't have his resume, like the game's resume. He doesn't have that same respect from the fans. The only thing he's got is this, the title. Triple H's response, he apologized for not being scared of a man whose one move is pumping up his Reeboks. Damn, he seriously had to go there. He also called Cena a transitional champion, and sure, Cena's tough. He's like Rocky Balboa. He's got passion, heart, desire, and dedication, and despite not being a very good wrestler, he always finds a way to win. He let Cena know that Rocky may have beat the bad guys in the movie, but here, that isn't the case. The champ then took a jab at Triple H, saying that he won a bet over what he, the game, has to say. Not because he's repetitive, although that might be the case too, because everyone that preceded Triple H said the same thing. He asked the challenger, what makes you so different? Triple H tried to get Cena to spill the truth and admit that he, Triple H, isn't like most guys. Cena did admit he isn't the company's best athlete. Triple H, yeah, sure, he's a 10-time champion, but despite this, he ain't afraid of Triple H, simply put. And on that list of guys that the game went through, there's one name that isn't on there, and that's going to remain the same, and that's John Cena, and that's a fact. All of a sudden, Vince interrupted and he booked both men in a tag team match for Saturday night's main event against the SmackDown main event. Randy Orton, Kurt Angle, and Rey Mysterio. So, it's a handicap match. This announcement caught both men off guard, and it was definitely going to be a struggle to go through with that match. Beforehand, however, both men were set to sign the contract for their impending bouts at WrestleMania. Like I said earlier, the hate for Cena was starting to increase gradually, while the hate for Triple H was slowly diminishing. It wasn't like everyone became a Triple H fan overnight. It was just a lesser evil type situation, like Cena or Triple H. The fans choose Triple H because, maybe it's because he knows how to wrestle, because Cena's basic, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit of both. Triple H praised Cena's performance the previous week and how he FU'd the Big Show. But he wasn't worried. Why? Because he believed everything was a formality, a foregone conclusion that the WWE Championship comes back home. The game then signed that contract for the match, and all that was left was John Cena's signature, but before I could finish saying those words, he already signed. The game then continued his lecture and admitted that whenever both parties signed, he brings out a sledgehammer. But this time around, he isn't doing that. Why? Because Cena was already at a big enough disadvantage. The champ finally responded. He laughed all of this off before stating that if Triple H did go through with it, he would have taken that hammer and stuck it straight up his ass. Then all of a sudden, Big Show and Kane interrupted. For context, it was because they lost their respective matches to both men. All of a sudden, Triple H brought out the sledgehammer, proving that what he said earlier was essentially a lie. Before we knew it, though, Chris Masters and Carlito attacked the tag champions, so Vince booked a 6-man tag team match. Triple H, Carlito, and Chris Masters versus John Cena, Kane, and The Big Show. As for how that went, those two bastards brought in chairs to cause a DQ. Big Show and Kane went after them, and this left John Cena alone in the ring. The game realized this was his chance to fight the champ, but before he could, freaking Randy Orton, a SmackDown star, comes from out of the crowd, RKO's John Cena, and leaves. Triple H enjoyed seeing his enemy down on the mat. The Saturday night's main event, both teams were quite reluctant to team with one another, and their egos were too big enough to allow the match to conclude in non-controversial fashion. It seemed like Orton and Triple H were kind of buddies. Angle was RKO'd by his own damn teammate, and despite receiving a pedigree from his own teammate, Cena rolled up Orton to win the match, and Triple H's reaction, well, here it is. He's like, damn it, again. Basically, story of this one, Triple H wanted Cena down, but his wishes didn't come true, and instead, Cena looked stronger than before. Heading into the event, both men went through some rigorous training in order to prepare for the match. From John Cena's perspective, it seemed like Cena's final test. Like, sure, he's the champion, but he's yet to face the game. And if he beats the game, it means he succeeded. He wasn't relying on his wrestling skills because that will get him nowhere. But he's going to rely on fighting his way to victory. He's resilient and ready to go. As for Triple H, he believed he was the standard bearer, the measuring stick of what a true main eventer was. He's been to the main event of WrestleMania before, and he's been there, done that. And while Cena's talented, he's got way more experience than him. His heart is black. He has no remorse, and he's going to take that title. That's what I took away from this feud. Now, the commentary team's perspective of this was street versus high class, I guess. Basically, Cena's never wanted to receive the highest level of education, training facilities, or any of that kind of stuff. He had to work from the bottom to get where he was, while Triple H was one to receive everything and get everything he ever wanted in life. And the match against Cena basically is going to be a walk in the park. It wasn't like he was trying to undermine Cena. He just certainly believed he was miles better than him. As for the match itself, first of all, both men had a special entrance. Triple H debuted the King of Kings song. He had this entrance that lasted for like 5 minutes. Cena, he represented the classic mobsters, gangsters of Chicago. There was this guy, which you definitely already know that. Cena brought out a Tommy gun, and the match, it relied heavily on the crowd. It felt different to other WrestleMania main events. Like, say this match happened elsewhere, I don't think it would have been as good as it was. I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. That's not to say I dislike the match. It's actually one of my favorite WrestleMania matches ever. Why? Well, this was the first DVD I ever purchased. Second, the story. Triple H was out to discipline John Cena. He was teaching them the basics of wrestling. The fans despised the champion and loved Triple H, which was funny to see. And even JR was kind of on the game side. As a result of this not-so-nice reception, Cena stepped up, but despite his efforts, Triple H managed to slow down the pace, and he somewhat embraced this newfound adulation. The fans even cheered when Triple H brought out a sledgehammer and used it against the good guy, John Cena. Both men kicked out of their respective moves, and when that wasn't enough, Cena tried a crossbody that didn't connect. Triple H tried the pedigree, but that wasn't to be, as he found himself locked in the STFU. The fans were waiting for that moment. The game escapes, but it never happened. Instead, he tapped out. The fans were freaking shocked. Cena completely silenced them, and they didn't boo. That's how shocked they were. Now, why was this so unexpected? Well, I did some digging, and it turns out Triple H was actually supposed to win the title. Rumor has it, keyword rumor has it, because Cena wasn't really connecting with the fans as well as they hoped he was. The fans were certainly clamoring for that Triple H victory. They were begging for a Cena heel turn, but it didn't happen. So when Triple H tapped out, it caught them very, and I mean very off guard. Not everyone, once again. Some people believed Cena was going to win, but that's what many thought. The next night on Raw, John Cena came out to address the events of WrestleMania 22. Most of the fans booed while he had this little grin on his face. He then shouted out that the champ is still here, taking a slight jab at the haters. He was speaking about how capturing this and defending it night in and night out means you rise to the occasion. Then Triple H interrupted. You tapped out chants intensified, and he put his hand out there for a handshake before leaving Cena hanging there. The game admitted his wrongdoing, stating that he tapped out because he underestimated the champ, but he promised that it will never happen again, and he straight up asked for another title shot. All of a sudden, Edge interrupted. He straight up told Hunter that he should hop to the back of the line, and someone else should take his spot. Someone that actually won at WrestleMania, He also said that he's undefeated at WrestleMania, to which Triple H responded asking, well, how many of those matches were main events? He then suggested Edge hang out with the other curtain jerkers while the main event guys handle their business. Edge's response, he said that he's a main eventer and he doesn't need to dress like Conan the Barbarian. He also brought up the victory against John Cena, to which Triple H responded stating that he took a nap and missed the entire thing. Edge then made fun of the game tapping out. Triple H suggested knocking down his teeth tonight, and Cena meanwhile tried booking a one-on-one number one contenders match between those two. The Rated R Superstar refused to compete, citing his injuries, but he did want to team up with Triple H though to face Cena's bling bling ass. The game liked this idea, while the champ, he teased walking out on the challengers before accepting the match. Due to the match later that night, it resulted in 2 other matches featuring 3 of those guys. Cena was the first man with a disadvantage as he lost to Triple H, and Edge on this night. After the first handicap match, it was confirmed that Cena will defend the title at Backlash against both Edge and Triple H. The second handicap match saw Edge face both Cena and Triple H, but this time around, the champ returned the favor to Triple H before forcing Edge to tap out to the SCFU. The final match saw Edge and Cena team up, and this time around, it was Edge who beat Triple H clean in the middle of the ring, and I believe this was the first time Edge ever pinned the game. So at this point, every single one of them had a victory under their belt. But before they clashed at Backlash, they were forced to face the Spear Squad. Triple H and Cena worked in unity, but then it erupted later on. Edge and Lita watched on with a smile on their faces as Raw went off the air. Now, the match at Backlash, sublime. It was as violent as expected, and I already covered the entire match in this video. But long story short, it was dramatic, bloody, entertaining. There was always some kind of action, and if you've never watched it, I certainly believe you enjoy it. Hell, if you already watched it a while ago, you'll still like it. Anyways, the game brought in a sledgehammer. He runs into a spear, and it's Edge who grabs it. Cena hoists him on the shoulders, but Triple H is there with a low blow. He attempts the pedigree, but it's not to be, and he ends up losing. Right then, Triple H, like a sore loser, destroys everyone in sight before doing the DX crotch chop. Following this, Cena didn't really have that much competition. Triple H was still there, though, but he wasn't much of a threat, and after that Texas Tornado title match, which Triple H failed to win, nobody knocked on Cena's door. That is until a certain someone knocked, scratch that, kicked his door. On the May 22nd, 2006 episode of Raw, John Cena just finished dealing with Chris Masters when Rob Van Dam interrupted. The crowd was weirdly enough quiet. I don't understand why. I believe it was because they seen RVD earlier. And Van Dam then informed the champ that he's got a title shot. It was known that RVD's got a briefcase and all that stuff, but what was unknown was when he cashes in, the date. He said that if he was to cash in here, then he'd probably be screwed over by the system. Instead, he's going to cash in at the one place where he's very comfortable. A place where the conditions work extremely well in his favor. June 11th at One Night Stand. Cena was shook, and RVD, he was right. You know why? Well, throughout the years, RVD, whenever he received a title shot, he never outright lost clean, I believe. One time, Ric Flair screwed him over. And the fact that he was a ECW star, well, that wasn't going to sit well with the company, and they think of screwing him over basically in storyline, I guess. They went nose to nose, and it was on. Left and rights all over the place, and in the end, after Chris Masters distracted him, Cena received a briefcase Fandaminator. The fans booed him, which is once again funny to see. Jerry Lawler was perplexed at the fact that RVD can just make the match happen at ECW One Night Stand. Now, at this point, RVD had yet to win a world championship, neither in ECW or WWE. Many considered him to be the greatest wrestler to not win a world championship. Is that a fact at the time? Subjective. Also, a few or many hated Cena so damn much. The only reason they were watching was because the possibility of him losing the title or turning heel, and they sort of indicated he would in the build-up. I mean, he was rougher on the mic and in the ring. On the June 5th, 2006 episode of Raw, both John Cena and Rob Van Dam were set to sign the contract for their matchup at ECW One Night Stand. Throughout the segment, RVD was showboating, and he informed Cena that it's 6 days till that title is around his waist, and it's going to be renamed the ECW World Title. He was hoping that Cena was prepared to face the very best RVD, and he notified Cena that when he signs that contract, he's going to walk into a rabid fan base that cannot wait to boo him right out the freaking door. Heyman said this too, and a couple of other things about ECW's passionate fan base, and as for Cena, it was all nothing to him. He called himself an ECW original fan. He had the utmost respect for what ECW did to the industry. And as for RVD, Cena wasn't scared of those rabid fans, and he certainly wasn't scared of him. He said that he fears nothing and regrets less, and sure, he's been booed, but it doesn't really do much in the grand scheme of things. Cena concluded this statement saying that his target is Rob Van Dam. They shook hands when Heyman showed his shady side. He informed Cena that his first taste of ECW occurs right now. It's just a sample. And out came Balls, Tommy Dreamer, Sandman, Terry Funk, all those guys came out. And Cena didn't really care. He laughed it off and he said that if he was going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. Obviously, he got his ass kicked and it's clear. Sabu even came out and he drove a steel chair right onto Cena, who was sitting on a table. The Raw guys then ran in there, but the damage was already done. Heading into the event, Cena discussed his title match. He said that this title has been held by many legends, and if he loses, it's gone. It's rechristened the ECW Championship. But if he wins, he'll be recognized as the biggest GOAT. As for the fans, the ECW ones, he said that they're the most ruthless, aggressive fan base there is, and sure, he could stand here and complain, or he can do what he's gonna do, which is put his head down and fight like a man. He shouted at Sabu that he's officially pissed off the raw, fire-breathing SOB. He then proceeded to kick his ass, but not before receiving some punishment himself. Sabu, though, He was FU'd and he almost tapped out, but Big Show and a bunch of guys, Raw, SmackDown, ECW interfered. As for the match at ECW One Night Stand, for me, my favorite John Cena match up to this point. Not necessarily because of the action, that goes to Judgment Day 2005, but the entire atmosphere, the feeling. RVD was loved and adored by the ECW fans. There was this thing that was funny as hell to me as a kid, I don't know why, and the fact that John Cena was practically the Antichrist. Right when they heard the music, they were like, this little bastard, he just didn't fit the ECW image, and initially, he ignored the hate. It made for a legendary image, as you can see here. That sign in itself is one of the best we ever seen, because if RVD lost, who knows, maybe they would have rioted. And Cena, they just gave him a hard time every chance they could get. He throws his t-shirt, it's back in there. He just wanted the shirt away, and he was patiently waiting for someone to take it, and then this guy. I mean, seriously, they should have brought this guy in the ring. He really showed the most hate for Cena, and RVD relished all of this. They threw toilet paper, FU, Cena chants intensified. And throughout the match, Cena tried his damnedest to piss off the ECW faithful. He used that sign to precisely aim at RVD, and slowly he worked as the outright heel. RVD himself sacrificed his body in order to get the W, but this guy, he just couldn't be stopped. Cena continued to stick it to the fans, hitting a 5-knuckle shuffle. He posed, and nothing that he could do that night could elicit a positive reaction, nothing. Near the end, Cena began to silence the rabid crowd, and it seemed like he had it wrapped up. He FU'd RVD right out of the ring when an unknown man speared him through the table. It was then revealed to be Edge. The fans chanted, "Thank you, Edge," and this was the same man that was calling them some not so nice things. He was calling them virgins, he's calling them internet nerds and a bunch of stuff, but for this one, they're like, thank you, Edge. RVD was unaware of what went on, and he went up top, boom, 5-star frog splash. The ref didn't wake up, so Paul Heyman took advantage of the ECW rule and counted the pinfall himself. 1, 2, 3. Finally. Honestly, this is a perfect match. It's not the action that makes it special. It's the rabid crowd wanting Cena's head. They threw toilet paper at him, his own shirt, and the only thing that was missing was a pig's head. The situation in itself also makes it special. RVD never won the title, but this night, the night full of wild moments, is when RVD is finally crowned WWE Champion. That's what makes it the perfect match in my eyes. It seemed like Christmas for the ECW brand, and it may have been bittersweet for little me at the time to see all this because Cena was my favorite. But right now, I can acknowledge this as one of the best damn moments of that era. It had a special feeling all around, and I can't stress it enough. If you've never watched it before, what the hell are you waiting for, man? I watched it a million times, and it still gets the same feeling out of me. Yeah, that's what I gotta say about this match. It's probably my favorite match during this title reign because of the atmosphere, the situation, everything. So yeah. Okay, if you guys want RVD's title reign, check out this video. It ain't as well written as this one. It ain't as detailed as this one, but RVD's title reign didn't even last a month. There wasn't much that happened in order for me to make a long video about it. Apologies for that one. But yeah, check it out if you never did. You might like it. As for John Cena's title reign, this one, matches weren't bad, but the fans really hated him. That's what I gotta say. I don't know how to grade it as a title reign. It's weird. But it really established him as the top guy in the company because of the Triple H thing. And the next title reign itself, the third one, I will make it eventually. I will talk about the end of his feud with Edge, the Kevin Federline thing, which I was really going to make a video about it separate, but I didn't. The Umaga thing, Shawn Michaels, Great Khali, Bobby Lashley, all that stuff. I want to make all that stuff in one video, so expect it sometime, hopefully. I just got to find the right time to make it. That's all I got to say. I don't want them to be separate videos. I want them to be all in one. What do you guys think of John Cena's title reign? Please comment down below. That's your first video. Make sure you hit an FU on the like button and perhaps the STFU on the subscribe button. Peace. I'm out. The reason why I'm making this one is because I feel it'll be incomplete without telling the story of how Ray went from upper mid-carder to world champion in 4 months. To me, he was probably the most revolutionary wrestler from the past 30 years. He took high-flying wrestling to a whole other level in North America and reached greater heights than any other smaller wrestler. He's a whole other phenomenon. He can tell a story, but despite all those skills, it was clear that Ray had a concrete ceiling above him. It wasn't his problem, though. He checked off most of the boxes. It was his size. He had to fight a very uphill battle to even be considered an upper mid-carder, and by 2005, Ray was in my eyes a semi-main eventer. Would he have won the world title without the Eddie Guerrero passing? Well, in my eyes, I think they would have put the title on him later on. But that's just me. Some people believe he would have never became champion. Like I said, Rey was doing very well throughout the year of 2005, but I doubt he would have broke through like he did in 2006. The one unfortunate thing that actually started his push occurred on November 13th, 2005, as on that day, Eddie Guerrero was found dead in his hotel room in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The wrestling world was sent in a state of shock. For one, Guerrero had just been wrestling earlier that week and was showing no signs of death. Second, he was only 38 years old. It was unbelievable. You guys already know that Rey was one of Eddie's closest friends, so obviously he was affected. This unfortunate situation, though, turned into a positive one-for-one Rey Mysterio, because WWE decided, you know what, let's do it. One thing to mention is the fact that regardless of Eddie's death, Rey Mysterio was still one of the most popular, most marketable wrestlers in the world at that time. So how did this push start? Well, it was like an RKO. It was out of nowhere. Making these videos, I have to look at the online reports at the time. A lot of those things aren't true, but it's nice to see what the big guys like Big Dave were speculating. For Rey Mysterio, all a Wrestling Observer report could say was that he was going to have a very high-profile match at WrestleMania. At the time, nobody was reporting that he was going to have a great year. Nobody. He was hopping around the upper mid-card / semi-main event scene, but he just wasn't scoring those huge wins. Fast forward to January of 2006, it was confirmed that Rey Mysterio was going to be a part of the 2006 Royal Rumble. At the press conference, Rey announced that he's going to win this match in honor of his friend, Eddie Guerrero. Triple H, and I couldn't find footage of this, responded stating, "Even if Eddie Guerrero descended from the heavens, you won't win this match." WWE early 2006, in mentioning Eddie Guerrero, I can't name a much more iconic duo. Not for the good reasons, of course. With that said, at the Royal Rumble in Miami, Rey got the unfortunate luck of being the second entry in the match. His reaction to the news was, "Eddie, you got me." And if that wasn't bad enough, Triple H was the #1 entrant in the match. So already, Rey Mysterio was at a severe disadvantage. When he came out, Mysterio rode a Chevy lowrider in honor of Eddie Guerrero, and even Triple H, the villain of all villains, couldn't help but smile. He was moved by this. The fans certainly loved it as well, chanting Eddie's name as the bell rings, and throughout the match, Rey Mysterio was perceived as easy pickings to many, but he managed to use his speed and size to evade elimination. As time went on, many guys entered and were eliminated. It was everyone except Rey Mysterio and Triple H. They made it all the way to the end, and at this point, it was important for Rey to form an alliance with his old friend Rob Van Dam. This is because the two men on the other side of the ring were the biggest snakes of them all. Those guys gave us a flashback to 2004 with a double team moves, including the 420 leg drop, but like Hollywood Rock, the fun ended too soon, and Rey accidentally eliminated his partner. So now, he was stuck with Evolution. Didn't matter to him though. Why? Because he put up a fight and then some. He even hit the 619 on them, and if things weren't crazy enough, Rey managed to eliminate the game. The guy who everybody, and I literally mean everybody, was predicting to win this. Like all the guys that were reporting online, everybody thought to themselves this was the guy who was going to win it because it just seemed so predictable, you know? Like when people say Rey Mysterio was going to win, everyone could see it coming. I don't think anybody saw it coming. Maybe when he came out the low rider, yes, but before that, nobody thought Rey Mysterio was going to win. The way the Rumble was built up, it just didn't feel like a Rey Mysterio win. That's what I'm trying to say. So since Triple H was a sore loser, he basically cost Rey the match, and all Orton had to do was toss the little guy out, and he's off to WrestleMania. Rey Mysterio hung around for dear life, spun around before sending Orton right out of there to win the 2006 Royal Rumble, and that is an upset. Rey Mysterio, out of all the guys in the match, Triple H, Randy Orton, Shawn Michaels, to a lesser extent RVD, was the winner. 17 years of hard work was looking like it was going to pay off. Regardless of the storyline, nobody could deny that Rey was deserving of the victory. The only thing that was holding him back was his size, and even then, he was so damn good, he proved to be undeniable. After the match, Dean Malenko and Benoit are celebrating with Mysterio when Edge comes in. He decides to spoil the party, telling Rey that if he even thinks of moving to Raw, the fairy tale won't have a happy ending. Like I said, it's one of the more shocking Royal Rumble moments. Another thing to mention is that at the time, there were reports saying that Rey was drawing the most numbers on SmackDown, so it wasn't just an Eddie thing. Like, he was talented. Like, they were going to have Chavo Guerrero win the Royal Rumble, no disrespect to him. Anyways, everything looked good now, but I should remind you that it's going to take a turn. On the February 3rd, 2006 episode of SmackDown, Rey Mysterio came out to discuss his victory at the Royal Rumble. He came out the lowrider once again with a microphone in hand. The winner of the Rumble thanked Eddie Guerrero and said that he will always live in his heart, and as expected, he said that he's winning the title at WrestleMania. He spoke about Eddie's tricks when Randy Orton interrupted. The commentary team couldn't believe this, and the Legend Killer said that Eddie wasn't laughing with Rey, but he was laughing at him. He then said that everyone, including Eddie, knows that Rey's in no position to be in the main event of WrestleMania. To him, there had to be some sort of divine intervention for Rey to have won all of that on his own. It was impossible that he could have done it. Randy then said that seeing as lightning can't possibly strike twice in the same spot, he wanted a match for Rey's WrestleMania spot. Taz and Cole were caught off guard with the question, and Rey was sort of hesitant. So Orton decided, you know what, let's push his buttons. Mysterio was looking up to the heavens to ask Eddie when Orton's like, Rey, you're looking up towards the heavens like you're looking at Eddie. Let me tell you something, bro. Eddie ain't in heaven. Already, the fans were booing, and they were completely silent once they heard that Eddie ain't in heaven quote. I think you guys know the rest. I don't need to say it. It was very controversial at the time. It was very tasteless due to the fact that this is the same man that worked for the company only 3 months earlier, yet they were already referencing that he's in hell and all this. Come on. I'll talk about that soon, but let's just talk about this segment for a moment. Mysterio quickly responded with an all-out assault, and he was like a rabid dog sticking to Orton even when he tries moving away. Okay, hold up a minute. Why in the hell did they want to generate that kind of heat? You know, I get it. Orton's a heel, but to mention a guy that died, and not only that, he died a few months earlier, not even 3 months after he passed. Come on. Orton and kayfabe would clearly mention it, though, you know, like his character would mention it for sure. I mean, he tried getting rid of The Undertaker numerous times, so it's stopping him. But despite that, I don't think it was the right thing to reference Eddie Guerrero in vain. It's messed up. It ain't like Batista's Eddie's dead quote. That in itself could be explained as Rey Mysterio being selfish. This one straight up was disrespectful to Eddie. Would he have liked it? I don't know. I'm not Eddie Guerrero. You know, they say he would have liked it because it's for a wrestling storyline, and they point to his mother suffering that kayfabe heart attack as an explanation. Maybe he would have liked it, maybe he wouldn't, I don't know. In an interview with the Baltimore Sun in February of 2006, Rey Mysterio spoke about the incident, and I quote, "It's hard to hear what has to be said from Randy. Eddie Guerrero had such an impact on the fans, on the company, on the wrestlers. He was loved by everybody, but I think the most important thing is that his wife had a lot of say in this. If she's comfortable with all of this being done, she knew Eddie very well, and I think Eddie would have wanted this to continue as long as it could. I think he's up in heaven, and he's enjoying every single moment." As for Randy Orton, this is what he said during the Kurt Angle show about a few months earlier. And I quote, "I was 100% not comfortable with it," Orton said. "Ray assured me that it's something that Eddie would have wanted, and even still, Ray and I went to Vicky, and Vicky gave us her blessing, and she said the same thing. Eddie would have wanted to help you guys in this manner. If he could have used his death in some way to help the business, he would have wanted us to do it, especially with Guerrero being involved. Although it was a horrible tragedy and we all lost a friend, it was kind of something that helped me along my way in my career. A lot of people as a bad guy talking about that. That was heat, and it worked and helped with the angle between me and Ray. There's a lot of things I've done in my career that have made me uncomfortable. I think we can all agree on this individually, but that in particular was something I'd put at the top of the list." Wow. Later that night, Ray faced Orton in tag team action. The match wasn't notable. Orton won it, but something somewhat memorable occurred afterwards. The Legend Killer told Ray straight up that he couldn't beat him before saying that Eddie Guerrero returning to life is as possible as Ray winning the title at WrestleMania. He was still goading him to accept the challenge, and Ray ended up accepting it on behalf of, you know who, Eddie Guerrero. With Orton's statement clearly offending a hell of a bunch, he decided to finally address this later that week on SmackDown. By the looks of it, Randy was really remorseful with what he said, and he even looked like he was going to cry. You know, he couldn't bring himself to even say what he said last week, and after the footage from last week played, Orton disappeared. Turns out he wanted to come to the arena. Upon his music playing, Orton received the loudest boos, and if you thought last week was bad, well, he brought out a lowrider. This was his way of setting the record straight, and by doing so, the crowd wanted his head. Orton admitted that he didn't really mean what he said last week, but who knows? Maybe he is in hell, maybe he isn't. And he even said that he doesn't care about whether or not Eddie Guerrero's in hell. The reason why I even said all that was to get Ray to accept, and it worked perfectly. We want Ray chance intensifies Randy's thinking, why not chill and explain why he came on a lowrider? He said that it was a point to make. He's heard people complain about what he said about Eddie Guerrero before saying Latino he was no saint, and in bringing his book to the arena, it's proof. Suddenly, Rey Mysterio sprints out there and shovels the hell out of Orton before making him look like a complete and utter jobber. Refs came out, Rey made them look like afterthoughts, which is shocking to think about. To top it all off, he drop-kicked Orton's skull straight into the steel post, rendering him unconscious. Damn, Rey that angry. About as rare as John Cena competing in the mid-card. Those two would have one final confrontation ahead of No Way Out. But as for the incident in itself, like I said, it's cool to see Rey Mysterio not be the same loving guy that he always has been. You know, this is kind of different. That's one thing that I like. With regards to their final confrontation, Orton told Ray that he's lucky that a concussion was suffered last week because he would have ran down there and whooped his ass. The reason why Randy was even here was because he wanted to tell Ray that Eddie Guerrero actually did main event WrestleMania. You know, you're not Eddie Guerrero, you'll never main event WrestleMania, let alone win the world title. Why? Because Rey Mysterio will never beat him. Afterwards, Ray bumped into Kurt Angle, who gave him a random pep talk, and he asked him, like, how many guys said you'll never be a main eventer? How many people said you'll never win the Rumble, and you straight up proved them wrong? Then Angle told him, never say never, and even said that he would be an honor to face Mysterio at WrestleMania. Now, about their match at No Way Out, well, I spoke about it in this video, but long story short, it was on point. The action was cool. There was a story there with Orton going after Ray's arm. He sold it well. Randy was generating heat, but unfortunately for Ray, he made a huge mistake of getting pinned near the ropes because Orton utilized him to cheat. You know, he's cheating to win. Hey, Eddie Guerrero. Ray was damn near about to burst into tears, and Randy asked him straight up, I'm going to the main event of WrestleMania. Where are you going? Ray felt that he had this burden. You know, it was all about honoring Eddie Guerrero. By losing the main event spot, he not only let down his family and himself, but the Guerreros as well. Also, side note, I loved how Rey continued selling the arm all the way to the back. It's the small things. But anyways, on SmackDown later that week, Rey spoke about his journey to No Way Out and how Eddie helped him win the Rumble. He talked about how Orton got him so upset that he put his title opportunity on the line and lost. Rey held nobody but himself responsible, and because of this, he apologized for anybody he let down. The man was so distraught, but then Teddy Long came out. Why was he out here? Well, first of all, he said that he feels Rey's pain, but told him that while what happened to him was wrong, Randy Orton's still in the main event. Even though he couldn't change that, he could add somebody to the match. Rey's like, don't play with me, playa. And so Teddy Long's like, at WrestleMania, it will be Randy Orton versus the World Champion versus. There was this long-ass pause. Rey Mysterio, and his reaction was you in 2006 when you heard you're getting a Wii or something. So now it's a triple threat match. Teddy Long fell for Rey and inserted him into the match. One person who wasn't really fond of what's going on was Randy Orton. He was whining about a multitude of issues, Chavo Guerrero, Rey Mysterio being the main event, and also this Fire Burns just sounds too weird on him. I don't know. Maybe with his Viper character it'd work. But anyways, Kurt Angle, on the other hand, was on one hell of a roll, a run that just shouldn't have ended so early like it did. He was set to team up with Rey Mysterio on the following SmackDown, but before that could happen, Mark Henry and Randy Orton jumped him, and so Rey Mysterio ran in there to make the save. He ended up being bulldozed, and then Teddy Long came out and booked the match. I mean, it's expected. The ropes are blue. It's Friday night, and there's 4 men in the ring. About that, well, it gave us a glimpse into Mysterio's future championship run because Mark Henry beat him from pillar to post. Kurt Angle to make the save, and he ended up paying for it. And if things weren't already dramatic, the 3 men that were main eventing, they're set to team up to face the Raw guys. Before that could go down, Michael Cole interviewed all 3 men. Orton was the one who spoke first. He asked Kurt about his health in light of that table incident, and even called him champ, which is the worst insult in the book, in my opinion. Kurt said that he lived with pain every day, and just him mentioning it was so sad because while Angle was at his best inside the ring, he was at his worst outside. Orton then told Rey Mysterio that he's going to embarrass him and his family before telling him that he doesn't deserve to reign event at WrestleMania. Angle then chimed in and completely owned Randy, telling him, you were the same man that was thrown out by Rey at the Rumble. He then mentioned how Angle took advantage of a loophole to win a battle royal that he wasn't a part of, and even called him a paper champ, to which Kurt Angle didn't seem to be fond of. He responded telling him that he's a 6-time champion, whereas Orton's won the title once, and even then he held the title for a month. Hell, he even called him a paper contender. Orton no-sold all of this and focused on Rey calling him a charity case. So Mr. 619 responded saying he's heard that all his life, but hey, dreams do come true. Orton's expressions were hilarious, and he was completely fed up with Rey talking about how he's an underdog this, underdog that, how everyone has doubted him his entire life. He had enough of that. Michael Cole then asked him about Saturday night's main event, to which Rey and Kurt agreed to be on the same page. The world champion then reminded Rey that he's going to treat him like Orton at WrestleMania because there's no way in hell he's losing this title. Regarding tonight, Randy Orton promised he will dominate. Now, what was up with tonight? Well, Orton was set to team up with his opponent to face Eminem and Mark Henry. The main eventers were at a disadvantage because, for one, Mark Henry's on the other side of the ring, and second, Kurt's ribs were taped. But it didn't matter because he brought loads of intensity and aggression to the match. He then tagged in Rey, who was the 619, but Orton decides it's time to steal the match and pick up the scraps. Now, with regards to their Saturday night's main event match, well, I watched it a million times. I already said this before, but I had the WrestleMania 22 DVD. I watched it every day in the summer of 06 as a kid, and I got this memorized. The star power in this match was pretty ridiculous. There was drama ensuing throughout the match, and the big question hanging over it was, will they coexist? Turns out Triple H was the first one to strike, turning on John Cena. Rey didn't like this, he wanted to win it clean, and opted to pull Orton away. Orton decides to follow suit and RKO Kurt before trying to steal the match, but turns out this is 2006 John Cena we're talking about, so there was no chance in hell that he was losing. Especially this close to WrestleMania. It was a dysfunctional tag match, it's a minor gem. It's not anything major, it's not must-watch or anything, but if you never watched it before, you might enjoy it. On the March 24th, 2006 episode of SmackDown, Randy Orton decided to kick off the show by stealing Rey Mysterio's entrance. He was out there because he wanted to give his WrestleMania prediction, or as Paul Heyman says, a spoiler. The reason why he made that entrance was to display that he didn't require some fancy entrance. He's already the biggest star in the WWE. Orton also didn't appreciate the fact that Rey tried ruining everything Saturday. Matter of fact, he thought everyone was jealous of him, and at WrestleMania, everyone will feast their eyes on him because he's the next champ. Rey Mysterio, meanwhile, faced Finlay, and it was a very competitive match, but just when Rey had things figured out, Randy Orton randomly runs in and catches him with an RKO. Michael Cole was repeatedly shouting, Orton screwed Rey on commentary, and so Finlay was victorious. Kurt Angle and other places faced Mark Henry in the main event, and once again, a snake. Randy Orton comes in and ruins everything. Rey decides to make the save, but he ended up accidentally screwing over the World Heavyweight Champion, and Orton looked on in pure joy of the chaos that he caused. Rey tried explaining things to Kurt, but he didn't give a damn, and even shoved Rey Mysterio, who responded with a 619, and Randy was loving this. Kayfabe-wise, no doubt Randy Orton was the favorite. On the final SmackDown before WrestleMania, the three men came face to face. Kicking off the show, Rey Mysterio once again spoke about his title match, and he once again said that he's worked for this his entire life before mentioning someone who calls him a charity case. He wanted Orton to come out because he wanted to prove him wrong, and instead Kurt Angle, the champ, interrupted. He wanted Orton as well tonight, and he was shouting at him that nobody beats me, and there he is, Randall. Those two began arguing over whose face he gave him, so Randy decided to offer a compromise. He wanted to face both men in a handicap match. He asked the crowd if they'd like to see him beat and embarrass the paper champion in the charity case, and it was too good to be true, sort of like Stone Cold versus Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 22. Orton wasn't going to wrestle this close to the pay-per-view, and instead he was going to pack his bags and go to Chicago. Then, Teddy Long's kryptonite interrupted, and the Legend Killer felt that Teddy was favoring others like Ray. He beat him at No Way Out, and regardless of that, still added him to the match. Like, that wasn't going to happen if Randy lost himself, right? Then Angle shouted he wanted a match, saying it was about him and Orton, and this is when Ray decided to get involved, asking Kurt if he thinks he's undeserving of the main event. Kurt's like, I didn't say that, but to be honest, you'd be a formidable opponent. They got into it verbally, and Orton decided to take Teddy Long's role as GM and book Kurt Angle vs. Rey Mysterio main event, and even added the unless if you're too scared, and they accepted the match. It was confirmed, but Orton ended up getting kicked out of there despite the fact that he wanted to stay. Those two, of course, delivered because it's Rey Mysterio and Kurt Angle. Those two are the wrestling version of peanut butter or jelly or something. Dumb analogy, but I hope I got my point across. However, this match wasn't exciting as, say, their 2002 or even 2005 matches, but a weak match from these two is a great match for others. Still better than a bunch of SmackDown main events from that era. As expected, and I'm going to talk about this because it's necessary, Wrestling Machine Angle was very persistent and aggressive. Ray tried using his speed, but after bumping into the barricade, was stuck on defense. Mysterio tried starting the comeback, but he's back to square one, and I wouldn't call it essential viewing, but it's something you wouldn't get bored watching. Anyways, it took a while for Ray to bring the fight, and this is when the match picks up big time. Unfortunately, though, he messed up, and this was the moment where Super Angle was unlocked. He was ready to lock it in, the ankle lock, but Ray quickly escaped and attempted the 619, and he hits it. Nope. Angle catches him and locks in a lock. Grapevine position as well, and in under 6 seconds, Rey Mysterio tapped. Kurt Angle looked like $1,000,000, and I can't say there was anybody who was booked better than him at the time. Not Triple H, not John Cena, but Kurt Angle. He was excellent. Afterwards, Randy Orton randomly appears in RKO's Rey Mysterio, and there stood Kurt Angle with a smirk on his face. So Randy straight up promised to drop his ass with an RKO, and clearly Kurt took this as a huge challenge. So he ran in there, whooped Orton's ass back to Evolution, and forced him to tap out to the ankle lock. Wow. Kurt Angle was ridiculous. They clearly showed everybody that this man was built different. He made both men tap out within 5 minutes, and talk about hitting your stride. Now, about their match at WrestleMania, Ray came out wearing the Aztec headdress, POD came out to perform his new song, Randy Orton came out nonchalant as he always does, but Kurt Angle, though, that's a whole other story. That Chicago crowd treated him like Michael Jordan or something. Like, watching this show without a single knowledge of what's going on, you think Angle was the babyface, and not only that, but was emanating from Chicago, Illinois, and the others were heels. However, the unfortunate thing about this match was the fact that it lasted 9 minutes. The lack of time hurt this match greatly because without the additional minutes to tell the story in its entirety, the match just didn't reach its potential. It's still one of my favorite triple threats ever because of how fast-paced the action was. The crowd was heated. I didn't like how they booed Ray, although I understand why. The three men did a plethora of spots that I still think about to this very day, but the German that sent Rey Mysterio back to the mid-card scene, the Hurricane, they just left you wanting more, which is a damn shame. Like, if only they pulled a WrestleMania 20 and gave them a second match, like, for sure it would have been a 4-star classic. Awesome action, convincing near falls, especially the RKO one. Like, the crowd thought that was it. Near the end, Ray was about to take an angle slam, but he arm dragged Kurt to the outside, drop kicked Orton into the ropes, and boom, 619. To top it all off, Ray hit the West Coast pop. 1, 2, 3. That moment in itself, no lie, I'm being completely honest while making the video. When Michael Cole shouted Mysterio's champion, it gave me goosebumps. The crowd didn't do him any favors because of the whole Eddie storyline, but for this moment, like, we gotta put it aside. Think about Rey Mysterio Jr. himself. This is the same man who nobody believed could win the big one. He was wrestling since he was 14 years old. He brought this exciting, revolutionary style into the United States, yet despite being a huge pioneer of change, nobody could ever imagine the man hoisting the World Heavyweight title. Yet on April 2nd, 2006, he tackled through the doubts such as his size, and there he stood before everyone as the champion of the world. I might be biased towards this match and victory because I watched the WrestleMania 22 DVD more times than I've watched WWE 2018, but like I said, looking past the Eddie storyline, which was messed up in a lot of ways, I can't help but feel proud for Rey Mysterio. Many doubt that this moment would have happened had Eddie never died, and like I said, do I believe it? Well, let's talk about it. Well, had Batista gone down with the injury as he did, I'm pretty certain, this is 100% certain, Eddie Guerrero would have been the champion going into WrestleMania 22. No way that would have been the case. The only reason why Kurt Angle even won the title in the first place is because they didn't have another main eventer on SmackDown, not named Randy Orton or The Undertaker, that could hold it. Speaking of Ray, he would have been in the Money in the Bank ladder match, I assume. Either that or a match for the US title. After the match, Ray celebrated with Chavo and Vicky, and of course the title victory was dedicated to Eddie Guerrero. The guys in the back were so damn proud of Ray, especially Benoit himself. Dominic even got to hold the title, and it was one of the best moments from Mysterio's career. For sure, it was one of the, if not the best moment from his career. Unbelievable. Now, with regards to what and how I think they should have booked this story, and this is just me, they should have stopped mentioning Eddie like they did after the Rumble. Ray thinks he's facing Angle at WrestleMania, but Orton finds a way to win the title, and this gives way to an epic streak match. Orton's douchey, same as he was, but without mentioning Eddie Guerrero. They have the title match at WrestleMania, and Ray wins it, and that would have been, in my opinion, better. And I also think having Ray remembering Eddie as his only personality trait wasn't going to sit well with the fans for long. Like, sure, it was cool the first couple of times, but after that, they just should have cut it out. As for what the reports were saying at the time, some were saying Ray was going to win it, some were saying Orton. By the looks of it, it seemed like he was winning the belt, but after causing a ruckus in Chicago, plans were changed, and this is something that Orton himself said in an interview a few months back, so yeah. Awesome moment to see Rey Mysterio win, just shouldn't have happened the way it did with the Eddie Guerrero references and all that. Often I think of this run as a huge mistake in the development of Shelton Benjamin, or at least the circumstances that led to it. Heading into 2005, Shelton was on his way. Face value, WWE seemed to realize that this man was special. He was able to show insane athleticism, unlike many at the time. His matches were always fun, and while he wasn't the most charismatic or the best promo, Benjamin had that fury inside the squared circle. He was an athlete's athlete, and in a way, he was that era Cesaro. He showed impressive talent but never captured the most coveted gold. His development around here was flatlined. He was heavily reliant on his mother and started randomly wearing shirts for no reason. There wasn't a huge change of character or anything with it, and that's all I seem to recall after Mama Benjamin left. So right now, let's go back to 2005, where Shelton was the once rising star. Alright, we all know Shelton was lighting the world on fire with his performances and moments. Moments such as the clothesline from the top of the ladder from WrestleMania 21, also the move that inspired everybody to want to try on SVR 2007. He held the IC title for 244 days, which was and is actually the longest title reign from the century. Nobody, not The Miz nor Cody Rhodes, held the title as long as he did. Then came the June 20th, 2005 episode of Raw. On this night, Shelton was basically pushed in favor of Carlito. That's putting it simply, and it was like Woody with Buzz Lightyear. By the fall, Shelton was developing a losing streak of sorts, and fans, of course, wondered what's up, and according to the Torch newsletter, one source within WWE says that Shelton Benjamin's string of losses over the past few months was punishment for behavior directed at a veteran road agent. The Torch newsletter described the behavior as a blatant, negative, and disrespectful attitude shown towards at least one veteran road agent. As indicated with Big Vito's recent punishment on television, if one's political and on-screen position is not secure, he opens himself to trouble when committing backstage misconduct. Is this true? I don't know, but if you watch my videos, you know I mention them regardless. Well, with that said, Shelton Benjamin was losing every single match he was in. It wasn't like he was dominated or anything like that. It's just Benjamin was foreign to W's now, like the Detroit Lions. This wasn't a Kurt Angle, Matt Striker, even Trevor Murdoch. Like, he lost to Trevor Murdoch. Then again, we shouldn't be disrespecting Trevor Murdoch because he's the NWA champion right now, right? Slowly but surely, Shelton was getting frustrated, but once he was back in South Carolina, his home state, the man was positive. HBK praised him greatly for his career in college, but said that since he met him, the Heartbreak Kid, his career has gone south. He was basically lighting a fire under the man, and it sort of worked. Later that night, Shelton whooped ass. He showed great intensity and aggression. All was well, but then suddenly he wanted to take a page out of HBK's old book and bring his ego into this. He cross-bodied the air, and Carlito won because of this. Of course, due to the loss, he was all distraught. He's all sad. He's about to cry. And the commentary felt that Shelton was too aggressive during the match and lost focus. Michaels tried calming him down, but Shelton showed too much attitude around here. In light of his unprofessional actions, Shelton claimed that Michaels left him hanging during the match. He explained the situation and held Benjamin himself responsible, but all he could say is, "Oh, you asked for attitude." And he mentioned how HBK left him to lose the match. Shelton said that he's going to qualify for the Elimination Chamber and hoped that HBK makes it as well. This time around, the victory was once again in sight, but he smoked some of RVD's weed earlier and did the stupidest thing. This led to that SVR 06 possum pinfall, and he lost. Oh, and this match, you know what's up. It's 2005 John Cena, damn it. Zero chance of winning. After the match, though, he's on the phone. Somebody's yelling at him, and he's in shock. Why? Because they were coming to Raw next week. After finding himself in the super OP Master Lock and, of course, passing out, his mother his mother of all people confronted him. She belittled him for taking an L, especially tonight, and told him that he's gone soft. He was embarrassed, and she even revealed that she'll be around until everything gets set straight. Man, every time I go back to the mid-2000s, WWE is on some weird stuff. It's always this era that features the most random, obscure ideas. Like, the way these storylines get thought of too are odd as well. Now, when we look at it from their perspective, I guess this was their way of trying to get Shelton over for his actual character and stories. You know, because at the end of the day, that's all he was lacking. Now, was this the right approach? I don't think so. Back to the topic at hand. Mama Benjamin brought Shelton to New Year's Revolution because she wanted him in a match. While searching for some proper food, Viscera's music randomly played, the lights dim, and he was ready to risk it all. He's loving the view, but this clearly pissed her off. After learning that she's Shelton's mama, he didn't care and asked if she'd like to be daddy. What? This, of course, led to the match nobody asked for. A while later, Benjamin demanded that Viscera issue an apology, but she didn't want to hear it and mentioned how they give ass kickings and began shouting at him. She began shouting on the microphone as if she's in a second-story building or something. The Sun clearly didn't want none of Viscera, and the match itself was pretty damn boring. It's not something you will want to watch, but anyways, I assume they mic'd her up. Because she was shouting and shouting and shouting during the match, and you can hear everything. Shelton was showing resiliency despite the challenge in front of him, but I assume this was in fear of the belt. You know, his mom's gonna whoop his ass. And because of this, he's suddenly the 2004 version of himself. He's actually taking a beating and refusing to give up. Viscera, he was all bricked up earlier, talking about how he'll be her daddy. Mama Benjamin showed him by whacking him with a purse containing a brick, and finally, for the first time in 3 months, Shelton Benjamin was victorious. It had been a long time coming. Like, this man lost so much momentum in the summer and fall and winter after losing so many matches. He wasn't as much of a big deal as he was previously. When you think of the mid-card scene of late 2005, early 06 Raw, you do not think of Shelton Benjamin. You always think of Carlito, Chris Masters, Kane, Big Show, those types of guys, you know? Those guys that were in and outside of the main event scene. I mean, this guy lost to Kerwin White. Upon revealing the news to him, you know, that she whacked him with a brick, he was in shock. The next night, the mother randomly introduced herself to Val Venus, and no, she wasn't familiar with him in wrestling, rather some adult movies. She switched up very quickly and shouted saying he's going to hell, how she's a Christian woman, and ended the confrontation telling him, you're going to hell tonight. And this was also a Royal Rumble qualifying match. With Mommy by his side, Shelton Benjamin developed a newfound aggression. Add to that, he actually kept his ego in check. He wasn't doing more than he should. Obviously, there were some times where his mom had to intervene and help. This time, though, she hit or ejected him with something. I'm not sure. Shelton was off to the Royal Rumble. Mama was even speaking on behalf for him, demanding matches, and this proved to be a huge mistake one night as his opponent ended up being the Big Show. But Shelton was informed. Even though he didn't drop the Giant, he won by countout. This newfound winning streak, though, was going to be put to the test when Shawn Michaels faced Shelton Benjamin on the final Raw before the Royal Rumble. Shelton was also whining about how HBK was calling him Mama's boy and started crying about it to his mom. Now, this match in particular is a standout in heel Shelton Benjamin's run. Raw 2006 is obviously not renowned for having amazing matches or anything like that. This one, it's one of the best TV matches from the year. This match in particular is obviously not on the same level as their first match. Their first match is a top 10, maybe even top 5 Raw match ever. So if you watch it, do not go in looking for the same matchup. However, this was pretty damn good. It features one of the most underrated moments. You know, the springboard super kick countered by Shelton. I love that moment. You know, he actually had it scouted, and the way he kicked him out. The stipulation of the match sort of gives it away, but I feel it's worth a watch. Mama tried to interfere, but her efforts backfired greatly, and so HBK retained his spot in the Royal Rumble. Oh, and HBK super kicked him out during that match. So his mother began shouting at him for the last 2 matches. It didn't matter because she was once again in some awkward situation. At the same time, Benjamin felt that it was time to go after the Intercontinental Championship. Oh, and Eugene thought Mama Benjamin was Big Mama. Yeah. She ended up interfering one too many times, and because of this collapsed. She suffered a heart attack, I believe. Why they do this? Well, apparently the person playing Shelton Benjamin's mama on air has an internal injury that needs attending to, which is why they needed to come up with an angle to get her off TV. But despite this, she showed up the very next week, and the surgery was, I assume, delayed. Benjamin's great performances got him a shot at Ric Flair's Intercontinental Championship, and with regards to that, the Nature Boy's run was somewhat memorable, not because of some 5-star matches or anything like that, but because it was one of his only, I believe it was his only singles title during this WWE run. Heading into the match, Shelton's mother was in storyline suffering, but she still came out with her son for the title match. Early on, the Nature Boy was putting in an ass whooping. Shelton didn't figure it out for a while, and even though he spent a long time on offense, he failed to learn that springboards just don't work. He was locked in a figure 4, but nonetheless reached the rope, and this is when things get crazy. His mother was feeling something to straight up provide a distraction, leading to Shelton whacking Flair with an oxygen tank, and he goes to the cover. 1, 2, 3, new champion. This is, of course, a facade, and Shelton was now a 2-time champion. Still a joke, though. You know, it's not like he had an enforcer like Psycho Sid or Diesel. It was his damn mother helping him win matches. This time, though, Randy Orton out of all people made the save, helping Shelton qualify for Money in the Bank. With regards to the IC title rematch, well, it luckily went Shelton's way, although he technically lost clean. But the good times were going to come to an end for Mama Benjamin. The following week, Shelton came out alone, all pissed off, and he revealed that his mother has to have heart surgery and blamed Ric Flair for all of this. He cited a moment from the previous night's house show, and found this she never returned. A few minutes later, he defended the IC title against Rob Van Dam. Similar to Benjamin, RVD was in great form. He was damn near unstoppable at one point, despite Shelton's superb athleticism. Van Dam was inching close to the title, so the champ opted to cheat. Flair took notice, but basically cost RVD the title, and this led to yet another triple threat Intercontinental Championship match on the March 20th episode of Raw. This turned out to be a decent triple threat. Van Dam suffered a cut above his right eye and bled profusely. He took a hell of a beating, and Flair, I assume, got jealous of seeing somebody else's blood cut open as well, and Shelton was fully in control at this point. RVD comes in after a bit and causes chaos, and he had that burst of energy and momentum. Flair tries to slow down the pace but failed, and it was looking like the match was his to lose. Even Shelton took a belt shot. Then he missed the 5-star leading to the figure 4. Then Shelton randomly ran in and covered Flair to retain. Cool ending, fun match. The inclusion of RVD made things much quicker and more hectic, which is always a positive in triple threat matches. Ahead of WrestleMania, Shelton Benjamin began wearing a shirt and sunglasses. This would become a staple of his entrance, and it wasn't like he had a change of character or anything like that. He just wore him for no particular reason. He came out because he heard enough of Flair's propaganda and told him that he was born with more athletic ability than everybody in the match and double than Flair as well. He told him that he should be the last person to be concerned with winning the match, and best of all, said that WrestleMania is his night. His hands got the best of him and the Nature Boy struck. RVD then came in. I assume he was offended with the athletic statement to show the champion what's up. Van Dam told both men that the briefcase is his, but the Nature Boy opted to thump him in the eye and drop him. About Money in the Bank, yeah. Shelton once again stole the show but fell short. I had the WrestleMania 22 DVD as a kid, so I watched this one countless times. Benjamin hit this running senton that wowed the crowd, and just looking at it, this man was something else. The way he'd just go up to the top rope and hit these aerial moves effortlessly, it was superb. Ric Flair was blasted with a shillelagh, fell off a ladder twice, already crashed and burned. There was that sunset powerbomb, and it was an impressive match. It's not talked about as often as others, in my opinion rightfully so, because the others are on a whole other level, but it's a very fun match. Ultimately, it was RVD's time though, and he became the second Mr. Money in the Bank. The next night on Raw, the IC champion defended his gold against Chavo Guerrero. Before the match, he dedicated this in honor of Eddie. He certainly showed the talent, but Shelton took control. He isolated the challenger, who struggled greatly, but after a while, the comebacks unlocked. Guerrero was in form, and the crowd believed. He hit the 3 amigos, but he missed the frog splash and took the T-bone suplex for the 1, 2, 3. Because of the loss, Chavo was so distraught and disappointed over letting down the fans, and most importantly, Eddie, that he quit. Meanwhile, Rob Van Dam was scoring W's, and Shelton was already jello of WrestleMania 22, so he wanted RVD to put the Money in the Bank on the line. The message was quickly relayed to Van Dam, who countered and asked Shelton to put his title on the line. He whined about this, saying it's all about the world title shot or something along the lines of that. Fast forward to a week later, and the coach announces that if Shelton wins this match, he faces RVD for the briefcase and vice versa. His opponent, though, was the returning Charlie Haas, and his reaction is mine when I saw the SVR 2008 commercial. He just couldn't believe it. It was from out of nowhere, and due to this, Shelton was absolutely blindsided. He righted the ship but got ahead of himself, which led to Charlie Haas stealing the victory. So this meant that there was no Money in the Bank matchup? Well, let me explain how things went. Shelton ran out to the boss himself and asked for some help. The man was so desperate and claimed that the light led him to this very office and preached that McMahonism is the truth. He responded positively, but then McMahon said that he likes people on their knees before him. Commentary was confused. Shelton was befuddled, and later that night, Rob Van Dam came out to wrestle in a handicap match. The prophets, I assume, of McMahonism, the Spear Squad, were the opponents. Van Dam did beat on them for a bit, but the numbers got to him and he lost clean. Well, kind of. Soon enough, it was revealed that both men have to put their prized possession on the line in a winner-take-all match at Backlash. About that one, yeah, it was fun. I already talked about it lengthily here, so no need to in this video. But it was a tremendous athletic display from both men. They pulled out the stops, and if Shelton Benjamin had a DVD or some sort of network compilation, this match certainly belongs. It's not the outright classic or even match of the night, but for sure an enjoyable affair, especially if you're a fan of either or both men. For Shelton, it wasn't a pleasant night as he walked out of the ring empty-handed. He took a Van Daminator and then the 5-star frog splash. And also, can we talk about how cool RVD's briefcase and singlets were? But yes, Van Dam was now Mr. Money in the Bank and the Intercontinental Champion. I should know it was his final title reign as well. Clearly bitter over the loss the previous night, Shelton Benjamin randomly attacked the new champion in the Master Lock Challenge. This led to a tag team match, which saw the heels taken out. But it didn't mean that Shelton was out of the title picture. Matter of fact, he got his title shot the very next week in a fatal 4-way match. This match included Masters and Haas. Each man had their moment. Shelton's consisted of him kicking some sense into his ex-partner's head, but it led to nothing. It seemed like Chris Masters was going to score the W, but Van Dam popped into the screen from out of nowhere, dropped him with the sunset flip to win it. But since WWE was somewhat obsessed with having the champion defend their title every other week during this time, it meant that Rob Van Dam had yet another title defense. This time was a bit more interesting. You see, Mr. McMahon opted to combine the WWE and IC title matches to book a Texas Tornado handicap match. Whoever covers the champion wins the title. Initially, the heels were given beatings, but then their egos got the best of them, and this gave Rob Van Dam his opening to deliver a slew of kicks to the three men. Cena appeared and had the momentum on his side, and he was untouchable. Poor Shelton was taking moves left and right. Finisher fest ensues. Triple H hits the pedigree on Cena, but despite this, he's not the winner. The game was confused over what had went down, and Shelton was ecstatic. You see, Shelton Benjamin covered Rob Van Dam right before Triple H did, meaning he was the Intercontinental Champion. Shelton Benjamin was now a 3-time Intercontinental Champion, and this run itself was his final one with the belt. His first title defense came the following week. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I was somewhat joking with the whole every week thing, but I guess it ain't no joke. Okay, nobody mentions this one since it's a TV match, so let's talk. Already, it was pretty quick and hectic. Rob Van Dam was throwing kicks like nothing, but Shelton caught up and did zero. He did absolutely nothing of note. As Van Dam's going for the Rolling Thunder, Shelton rolls out, and after the commercial break, the champion was in control. RVD was fighting from under, but Shelton though made the mistake of going to the corner, leading to Van Dam connecting with some very unorthodox moves. Las Vegas crowd was certainly loving what they were seeing, but the referee thought, how can I ruin this match? Now, clearly, this referee hadn't played the old WWE games. You know, whenever you counter the opponent's weapon attack, you do not get disqualified. He thought otherwise here, and just as the match was getting fun, put a stop to this. What this also meant was that Rob Van Dam and Shelton Benjamin were no longer feuding. Van Dam had an eye for the WWE Championship and went into a different direction. As for Shelton Benjamin, yes, he defended the title. His opponent was Kane. Early on, the challenger gave the champion some trouble. And similar to the previous match, Shelton was actually doing something after the commercial. Kane was obviously not going to stay down for long. He sat up and punished the gold standard severely. As he's going for the choke slam, Shelton countered, and damn was it close. Spinning heel kick is blocked, but Shelton adapts and drops the monster with a DDT. He goes for the Stinger Splash, but Kane catches him, and the end was nigh. Suddenly, though, the lights dimmed, and May 19th was here. Oh, and The Undertaker called. He wants the storyline back. Okay, so in kayfabe, Shelton was doing well. He was winning matches, retaining titles, but the ghost of his past, his kryptonite, Carlito, came knocking. They had this matchup on the June 5th episode of Raw that concluded with Shelton losing clean in the middle of the ring. This loss greatly offended him, and so he cost Carlito his match with Nitro, which also placed the Raw newcomer in title contention. At a vengeance, those two men got into it during a handicap match, but they won the match anyways after Nitro used Carlito's tights for leverage. And Carlito and Benjamin brawled, and once again, Shelton was on the receiving end of something. Thought their match at Vengeance good. Before it even began, Carlito was eager to hold Tori's puppies. He just got the wrong ones as Tori was busy having a photo shoot. He provided commentary for this, but then his music played and the party was over. In regards to the match, right out of the gate, Nitro felt that he should observe from a distance. And the action itself is not special. It's just a decent little match. Carlito risked it all again. Nice athleticism, and just thinking about it, all three of these men were well skilled in that area. The most memorable moment from the match, in my opinion, was the impressive Tower of Doom. JR's reaction to it says it all, and the impact itself was something else. The Charlotte crowd went absolutely insane for this, and it was sort of unexpected, as you can see here. As the seconds went by, it was looking like Carlito's night, and he caught Shelton with a backstabber. Then Nitro pulled him away and went for the cover. 1, 2, 3, new champion. Thus, Shelton Benjamin's title reign ended a little over a month. Fun match. If you're ever watching Vengeance 2006, I know for a fact you will enjoy this one. Alright, so that does it for this video. I honestly would have continued it, but he did not do much following this. I remember he was complaining. He was whining a lot backstage, you know, in segments and stuff like that. I'll get into that in our future World's Greatest Tag Team video. You know, it eventually led to Charlie Haas teaming up with him. I'll talk about that in great detail in a future video. But about this, well, my personal opinion, I feel like they thought to themselves, hey, this guy's going to be a mid-carder from here on. He wasn't pushed as hard, and he was somewhat of a joke. He was somewhat. I'm not going to say he's an outright joke, because this man was the Intercontinental Champion. But the whole Mama thing, it just wasn't good. He sucked. It was pretty damn bad. It was terrible for him. But yeah, that whole storyline didn't really help him much, and it was just bad. What are some positives from this run? Well, honestly, I enjoyed a bunch of stuff from here. You know, I loved watching the matches that he had with RVD, Carlito. There's some good stuff around here, you know. My favorite match of this video is Shelton Benjamin versus Rob Van Dam Backlash 2006. It was just a fun affair. I enjoyed it thoroughly. 2006 should have been a special year in the career of Rob Van Dam. His momentum was slowly rising after his return, and similar to Rey Mysterio and Edge, he seemed primed for a year that was one of a kind. Van Dam's connection with the crowd was special. Everyone saw his incredible rise in ECW as this unique mixed martial artist who was a jack of many wrestling styles. It was like nothing anybody had seen, and it was a man who weighed around 230 pounds, displayed this high level of athleticism and precise skill. At times, Van Dam's style was too good for his opponent. Once he made his way to the WWE, fans easily resonated with his style to the point where he wrestled in the main event of No Mercy 2001 with Stone Cold and Kurt Angle for the WWF Championship. Van Dam's push towards the highest level wasn't a reality, and everyone expected him to be the next breakout star, but it wasn't to be. Nonetheless, Van Dam remained one of the most over wrestlers in the entire WWE. He was so damn likable. Then came his opportunity. Money in the Bank was a fairly unknown concept in 2005. Edge just held the briefcase and never showed everyone what it could truly do to your career, because everyone thought it was just a title shot, this and that. New Year's Revolution happens and we have an idea of what the briefcase was. With WrestleMania 22 coming up, Rob Van Dam got his opportunity. He captured the briefcase in front of a sold-out All-State Arena on the grandest stage of them all. To quote a certain rival of his theme song, "The time is now." Van Dam challenged John Cena in one of the most iconic main events of the 2000s, and the atmosphere is unlike anything we had seen in WWE at that point. The rabid NYC crowd threatened a riot if Cena won, and I personally believe there was a possibility of it. And after a 5-star frog splash and Paul Heyman counting the fall, Rob Van Dam had finally reached the apex of the WWE, and to say it was long overdue would be an understatement, but that's what makes it special. This moment would have hit the same if Van Dam captured the gold in 2002. His victory coincided with the relaunch of ECW, and it was clear what the plan was. RVD was set to lead the new brand into the new year. He had a great supporting cast by his side in Kurt Angle and The Big Show, and I don't think there's a doubt for this one, but Van Dam wasn't really going to have a long WWE title reign. Saturday night's main event was supposed to be the night the title run ended, but he got into a little problem beforehand. He got arrested for drug possession at the worst time, and because of this, he was suspended for 30 days and lost both the WWE and ECW titles. On the August 8th, 2006 episode of ECW, Rob Van Dam made his return during the Kurt Angle and Sabu match. He caused the DQ and dropped both Kurt Angle and Sabu with a chair, and Van Dam's attitude was extremely different here. At the time Kurt Angle was burnt out, he suffered an injury and was going to be out for the week. So Van Dam was set to face Sabu in a #1 contenders ladder match. For RVD, he saw this as a golden opportunity. He knew that Sabu would provide a tough challenge, but he was determined and said that nothing will stop him. Since he had the wellness policy D-boost, he lost, but he put up a fight. This is a hidden gem from WWE ECW. It's not awesome or anything like that, but you might enjoy it. And Van Dam didn't even lose decisively because Big Show interfered and accidentally gave Sabu the win. RVD was without a feud at this point, but that problem would soon be solved. On the August 22nd, 2006 episode of ECW, Rob Van Dam was attacked by Hardcore Khali. He came in with a steel chair and dropped him, signaling the beginning of a feud. To top it all off, he hit the Alabama Slammer. Now, this came in light of Paul Heyman's motivational speech. He told Hardcore to get extreme. As a result of this, both men faced off the following week. They had a quick opener which saw Van Dam get himself disqualified in retaliation of last week. Hardcore brought in the chair and got himself a win, but it still wasn't over because RVD tossed a chair in his face. They had a rematch 2 weeks later, but a bunch of heels interfered and attacked RVD. This had to do with his rivalry with Paul Heyman. So Tommy Dreamer and the Sandman made the save. Hardcore Khali was still trying to make a name for himself, and he was doing Heyman's dirty work, and in addition, putting the spotlight on himself. So he cost RVD his match with King Booker. As a result of this, both men faced off in an Extreme Rules match. No lie, this is one of the most iconic matches from WWE ECWI. Let's talk about it. The match was intense from the beginning. Things slowed down with Hardcore taking control. Then he drops Van Dam through the table, and this would be more than enough to end a match today. He had this big ass cut, yet he continues the match like it's nothing. He sent RVD onto a chair, did this and that, but it wasn't enough to keep him down. He had a burst of momentum, and Hardcore was taking it. Neither man was looking good though at this point, but it was RVD who had the edge, and he connected with a 5-star frog splash to win the match. Great match, and embodied the fighting spirit of ECW. Hardcore just went through the match like it was nothing and provided himself an iconic moment in his career. The fans showed great respect to him after the match, but at the end of the day, it was just another night. He was looking forward after this. He wanted RVD in a rematch. His request was denied, and instead Rob Van Dam faced Test in an Extreme Rules match. Paul Heyman ended up using his guy, The Big Show, to help Test win this match, so now his attention was towards the ECW Championship once again. That was his main goal. That was RVD's main goal. It was to be the champion. Big Show told him that if he wants a match, he has to beat him. With the help of Hardcore Khali, he did just that. WWE Network doesn't have this. I don't even know why. It's bizarre. But let's move on. On this match, RVD said that he did the impossible. He said that it was amazing, but he was looking forward. All of a sudden, Paul Heyman came out and he admitted that Big Show was pinned 1, 2, 3 by RVD. He said that being known as a man of his word, and Taz burst out laughing. It was absolutely hilarious to him. He's going to give RVD his title shot. However, he has to retrieve the title shot in a ladder match. So basically, he has to wrestle another match against the Big Show. Heyman then told him that this ladder match could be a little extreme and his security went on the attack. Van Dam managed to fight back and stand tall ahead of his ladder match. Fast forward to the main event. Yet another tough task for Mr. Tuesday Night. Big Show's tossing him around like nothing, but RVD's athleticism was his opening. He was extremely creative on offense, providing Big Show some very odd situations. The blood was really affecting the champion to the point where he was making mistakes, but then it seemed like all hope was gone when the Big Show dropped him with a chokeslam. He's climbing up the rungs and suddenly Van Dam pops up and sends him to the outside before winning the contract. Decent match. It made you believe RVD could do it and win the entire thing, even the title in their next matchup. Once again, he's got the title shot, but Paul Heyman feels he has to throw another obstacle in the way of Rob Van Dam. Because when he gave him the title shot, it wasn't a one-on-one match. It was for the Extreme Elimination Chamber match. Then to make matters worse, Heyman cost him his tag team match later that night. He was so confident at this point that he booked himself in a match with Rob Van Dam. Of course, it wasn't one-on-one. Hardcore Khali was his tag team partner though. During the match, RVD took a beating. Hardcore was waiting for the tag. When he finally entered the match, he turned on Van Dam. This was all a setup to demoralize RVD. He almost never looked good in this feud. He appeared the following week despite Heyman giving him the night off, so he uses this to his advantage. He's like, oh, you want to defy my orders, this and that. He forced him to put his title opportunity on the line against Hardcore Khali in an Extreme Rules match. Van Dam had to fight like hell to keep the title shot, and the storyline heading into December to Dismember was set up. It was set up right there for Rob Van Dam to capture the title. He had endured so much from the G on Paul Heyman and almost never looked good. It made sense for him to recapture the gold, but Van Dam was finished. They weren't going to push him after what happened earlier. McMahon was insistent on Lashley and was fed up after months of constant complaints from Paul Heyman. For Paul, it was a culmination of probably the most stressful 6 months he's had in years, and for Van Dam, it was the beginning of the end. The Wrestling Observer newsletter reported in January 2007, WWE is doing all they can to get RVD to re-sign with the company fast, in fear that he'll go to TNA. Lately, RVD's behavior backstage has been described as a kid giving his teachers a hard time on the last days of school. He's been openly mocking Johnny Ace in front of Vince backstage, which makes a lot of people feel that he has already made up his mind and really will be leaving the company. Rumors circulated of Van Dam's departure around the end of 2006. Apparently, he was interested in TNA because of the light schedule, but for now, he was still in WWE. With the departure of Paul Heyman, Van Dam received his title opportunity almost immediately. Why? Because the fans are given the chance to choose Bobby Lashley's next challenger. Van Dam's claim for this one was simple. He was screwed out of a title shot by Paul Heyman, and if the fans want a reason to vote for him, they should watch his match later that night. Test did win the match, but the fans did make up their mind. They voted for RVD. Test in frustration attacked him. Van Dam was extremely thankful of the fans giving him the opportunity that was denied to him by Paul Heyman, and all he had to do was follow up. Tensions were high for this one. Both men showed off their styles early on. Lashley had the strength and agility, but RVD's impressive pace and unique offense gave him a chance. In the beginning, Bobby Lashley showed off his power. He threw Van Dam to the outside and worked as a heel. He was locking him in a bear hug, slowing down the pace, but it wasn't enough at this point. Lashley felt that it was time for the spear after a while, but Van Dam evaded it, and the man was wild. And he had a springboard clothesline, and the match ended in a double countout. As a result of this, he got a rematch. Now, this matchup, I liked that. I was liking it until the double countout. It was very interesting, and it's kind of a shame that they didn't have a real actual match on pay-per-view or something, because I think it would have been good. Now, Rob Van Dam had great respect for Bobby Lashley. He expected a good match, a rematch, but tonight, the title goes home to him. This time around, the match felt more aggressive. Both men had a sense of urgency to prove that they're the better man, and the approach was a bit different though, as it was RVD who was wearing down Lashley. As time went on, though, it was the same as the previous match. RVD hurt himself on the announce table on a spot that looked horrible, and I'm almost certain felt horrible, and this thing was getting good, but Test ruined everything, causing the DQ. This led to a triple threat match, which was decent, but the emphasis was more on Test and Bobby Lashley. Van Dam failed to win the title here, took the pinfall, and he was off to another feud. Now, Vince McMahon felt that ECW was worn down. It was old, and he disliked the originals. He considered the likes of Elijah Burke and Marcus Corvan to be a breath of fresh air, and this storyline was I talked about it in the New Breed video, but long story short, the new guys want to take out the old guys. There were some decent matches to come out of it, but overall it didn't really do much for anybody except CM Punk. Both the New Breed and the ECW originals made it to WrestleMania, and on the grandest stage of them all, the originals emerged victorious. It's low-key a big moment to see these ECW guys together on the biggest stage, the pinnacle of professional wrestling, WrestleMania. For CM Punk, did he want to embrace tradition or follow the trend? That's what it came down to at this point. After infiltrating the new breed and making things worse than they were for the group, he joined the ECW Originals. As for Rob Van Dam, he was nearing the end of his contract. WWE were reaching out to him to potentially extend it, but he turned it down. So now it's on to his final month in WWE. On the May 1st, 2007 episode of ECW, the new ECW champion Mr. McMahon brought out the Originals. He wanted to compete with one of them and booked the Fatal 4-Way Extreme Rules match. The winner faces him one-on-one for the title. Van Dam scored the victory, but the one-on-one turned into a 3-on-1. He was destroyed, and to top it all off, McMahon made the pinfall. Okay, this was a weird-ass storyline. McMahon was really losing his mind. He was going crazy. That's another story for another day. But back to RVD. After Randy Orton took out Shawn Michaels, RVD expressed anger towards Orton's actions. He was very pissed off with him and wanted to do something about it. So they were going to face off on Raw. The Legend Killer in response said that despite beating up Michaels, he had respect for him. RVD, on the other hand, he didn't respect him at all, so he was going to enjoy giving him a beatdown tonight. Their match once again added to the new Randy Orton character. He inflicted damage similar to what he did to Shawn Michaels, and once again, he punted the hell out of somebody. This time, it was Rob Van Dam, and to top it all off, he even RKO'd him after the match. So as a result of this, RVD suffered a concussion. The next night, he tries to come to the aid of Tommy Dreamer, but Orton with one strike sent him elsewhere. Despite this, Rob Van Dam managed to score the upset at One Night Stand. Randy Orton's ego and arrogance cost him the stretcher match, but for Van Dam, winning this match came at a price. He was damaged and hurt by the end of it, and Orton decided to add insult to injury by punting him again after the match. He then DDT'd him on the floor and stood over him without any remorse or emotion. So that's RVD's run. On Van Dam's departure, Pro Wrestling Torch reported in May of 2007, at the end of February earlier this year, he had stopped an auto rollover of his contract that would have taken effect at the end of August. He wanted to negotiate for a lighter schedule, extended time off later this year, and perhaps a pay raise. WWE, as of the latest negotiations, has not offered RVD's desired amount of time off, so he has given indications that he will choose to leave rather than accept their latest offer. A source close to RVD says it's considered likely he'll sign with TNA after he leaves WWE, which means WWE may begin to phase him out of ECW and use him to elevate others before he leaves. There's still a chance WWE will meet RVD's demands, but as of now, that appears unlikely. As for why Van Dam left, it was due to burnout. It got so mundane for me, said Van Dam. I was so burned out from the routine of going out there. Here I am in sunny Los Angeles, and why would I want to go all the way to Boston to do a flip and a spin kick? On his way out, Chris Benoit showed respect to RVD for leaving and told him, quote, "You know when it's right to leave. A lot of us don't know that. So we respect you for that, so good for you." Okay, that's it for this video. It wasn't a pleasant run for RVD. You know, beforehand, he was doing a lot of stuff. Like, even though he wasn't even in the main events, he was doing a lot more. Here, it's like they're trying to punch him down. They're like, hey, you screwed us over in July. We're going to screw you over from here until the end of your contract, this and that. They didn't trust him. And I don't know, like, it felt like he should have been a bit higher on the card. But after what happened in July, it is what it is. Had he remained in WWE, I don't think he would have done much. He had to leave because he was burnt out. And it wasn't going to get any better for him, you know? To say Mick Foley as a kid was one of my favorites is a huge understatement. I know you guys don't hear me talk much about him, but that's because his run in the WWF was very short. Granted, I'm not an Attitude Era kid. He was in my top 5 all time. I voted for him instead of Austin on the Cyber Sunday poll. I just really loved him. He sacrificed his body unlike anyone else in the WWF in the late 90s. Just plain likable, and I guess I related to him as a kid. A good guy with good intentions, for the most part. Foley really resonated with me. I'd go as far to say that I liked him even more than Austin and Rock. So now that's out of the way, let's talk about this return. So in the early to mid-2000s, Mick Foley had a somewhat complicated relationship with WWE. I ain't trying to push the narrative that he had issues with the company, like he's fighting them, he hated them or whatever, no. It's just the fact that Foley was very vocal about the company's booking decisions, and at times he felt he could do more and wanted to leave. He talked a bit about this in the Hardcore Diaries book. Foley was as retired as Terry Funk during this time period, stating that he's done for good. Then he came back for WrestleMania 2000, and it was a very fringe retirement. Hell, he even came back in 2004 to put over Randy Orton massively. Foley really was a master of making stars. He elevated Triple H to the next level, got Orton to that level where the WWE made him world champion. Hell, he even had a little thing with Samoa Joe, CM Punk, and Ring of Honor. He didn't wrestle them, but still, he was always interested in making new stars. I just learned about this while making this video, but Foley wanted to bring in Joe and Punk to the WWE as these guys who don't have muscles but can wrestle in an effort to stick it to Vince. It was an idea Foley had that obviously didn't come to fruition, but moral of the story, Foley likes making stars. And I'll talk about that, let's get into it. So the topic of Mick Foley's return. For some reason, he once again got the itch to return to WWE for another run in 2005. He provided commentary for the ECW One Night Stand pay-per-view, which for some reason I always seem to forget. And 2 months later, he gets a phone call not from Vince McMahon, but from Jeff Jarrett. Apparently Double J wanted Foley in TNA, and this was back when the promotion had a bunch of rising stars that came in from Ring of Honor and the Indies. Raven was also another guy that was interested in bringing Foley down to Orlando, but didn't want to put much pressure on him. Here's what Foley had to say about this in an interview with Alex Marvis in September of 2005. "I think Raven put it in my head that if I helped TNA get off the ground, it would dwarf any of my other wrestling accomplishments," said Foley. "Obviously, I was not the long-term answer, but I could have been a much-needed shot in the arm. If people knew the figures I was offered, they'd think I should have had my head examined for even considering the TNA offer. But ultimately, the toughest thing for me was feeling like I was being disloyal to a guy who has been really good to me." So of course you know that he resigned with WWE. Foley made his official return on the Homecoming episode of Raw when he was a guest on Piper's Pit. His old rival Randy Orton ended up interrupting, and all hell broke loose. As for his first feud back, it was with the flavor of the month, scratched out of the year, Carlito. He was one of the biggest rising stars in the WWE at this point, and so they thought having him feud with Foley was a good idea, I guess. On the October 17, 2005 episode of Raw, Carlito hosted his own cabana, with the guest being Mick Foley. One of the reasons as to why Foley was there was because he had an issue with Vince promoting JR's ass on TV. Still don't get that to this day. Foley chants were loud and clear in Sacramento, and the hardcore legend said that it's cool to be back in the same ring as Carlito. Why? Because it's rare that he stands in the same place as somebody that has worse hair than him. Tried to fact check that and only came up with Rocky Maivia. Foley talked about the unfortunate firing of JR before Linda interrupted. That's a whole other story, but Carlito proceeded to compare JR to Mick Foley, which got some heat from the crowd. Add to that Caribbean cool called him the least coolest person he's ever seen. Mick decides to respond saying that he agrees. He isn't cool. He isn't sure if he even wants to be cool. He mentioned Carlito's rule, I spin the face of people who don't want to be cool, before saying he doesn't do or go to cool places. Except for this place, of course, cheap pop. But regardless of how he lives his life, the fans still think Mick Foley, he's cool. As for Carlito, everyone says he's cool, but despite all that, after the fans talk to him, they say, Carlito, he's a horse's ass. Of course, he was ready to spit, but Foley gave him a stern warning, made it seem like such a minuscule thing, spitting produce. You got a match to focus on, buddy. Later that night, Carlito placed the loss on Mick Foley's shoulders, stating that if it wasn't for him, he would have won, and he doesn't care if Foley's retired. He wants him in a match at Taboo Tuesday. Certified douche, I should know. 7 days later, Mick Foley officiated the main event between John Cena and Kurt Angle, but before that could go down, Foley, being the people person, once again made an effort to get JR his job back. Carlito ended up coming out and Stephanie Nakamura at him. Carlito attacked and smashed some apple in his face. But despite all this, despite the fact that he was beaten and battered, he still managed to make it to the end of the night when Carlito once again decided to inflict even more damage ahead of Taboo Tuesday. He almost screwed up but managed to right the ship with a crossroads. One night before the big event, Carlito gave his final thoughts regarding his match with Mick Foley. One thing to know is the fact that Foley's personas were up to the fans' choice. You could vote for Dude Love, Mankind, Cactus Jack. But anyways, as Carlito's claiming he's going to be Foley, Dude Love pops up on the screen and says that if the fans vote for him, the dude will not have mercy. Cactus Jack appears next, and he didn't have any guarantees. Basically, anything can happen, but the only thing he can guarantee is pain. Mankind is next. He cuts a sad promo, rhyming Carlito's name with a bunch of words. Apollo Credo, Cheeto. He teased using Mr. Sacco before telling Carlito to have a nice day. As for the match itself, Mankind won the vote. He came out as a 1996-98 gimmick rather than his most popular iteration, and I just wonder, who in the hell voted for Dude Love? Mankind won it clean and even had a special sock this time around for Carlito. Following this, Foley was mostly an ambassador for the WWE, promoting the product, and even wrestled at the Tribute to the Truth show against JBL. He eventually reappeared on TV in February of 2006. So John Cena, the WWE champion, managed to get the choice as to who the special ref will be in his match against Edge for the title, and he chose the hardcore legend himself, Mick Foley. Edge was caught off guard with the announcement, but tried finding a way to tip the balance in his favor. Lita was getting a bit too close with him. Foley was chatting about his books, and Edge had to intervene and straight up warn Foley not to screw him. He gave him some hope, reminding him of Austin at WrestleMania 15 and how he officiated the match, but quickly told the Rated R superstar that he wishes Cena keeps the belt. Despite all this, he'll be impartial. Edge said that if he doesn't, well, Foley's made the biggest mistake of his life. Sounds stupid coming from me. During the match, Foley got knocked down, of course, and this led to some shenanigans. Edge had the match won, but Mick was too dizzy. Challenger got angry, but still went for the cover. And when Cena kicked out, he went up top for a crossbody, but got caught midair, and Cena FU'd him to retain that title. Edge was, of course, fuming, but before anything went down, freaking Lita low blows Foley, and boom, he hits the spear. The Rated R superstar placed the blame on Foley and called him a son of a... So the wheels were in motion. Edge was going to have a match with the hardcore legend. He was all angry over being a transitional champion in kayfabe and was going to let loose all his frustrations. The following week, he interrupted a Candice Michelle promo, telling her to hit the bricks so he could speak about Mick Foley. As expected, Edge mentioned how he had Cena being the only reason as to why he isn't champ is because of one man. His name is Mick Foley. He said that it was time to give him a personal lesson. He annihilated Hacksaw Jim Duggan because his girl was constantly bombarded with the word ho. And the match itself was a message to one Mick Foley. He cost Edge's dream of walking into WrestleMania as the champion, and so he's going to make it simple. He wanted a match against him. He gave him 1 week to respond to the challenge, and if he doesn't, he'll pay him a visit to Long Island and beat him up in his own damn backyard. 7 days pass by, and the Rated R Superstar kicks off the show. He announced that time's up. Edge didn't know if Foley's going to whore himself out at some indie show, write a book nobody cares about, but regardless, this is definitely his best choice in Edge's eyes. He didn't show, and so Lita brought out 2 tickets to Long Island. Edge said that he'll do it because the main event of WrestleMania is gone. Luckily for him, or Foley, he actually showed up. The hardcore legend said that Edge has got it all wrong. He's not to blame for the loss earlier that month. Foley was really sticking it to Edge, calling him a choke, and he didn't want to hear it. All he wanted to hear was an answer, and Foley actually said no. Mick then called himself the greatest transitional champion of all time, and the reason why he said no is because there's nothing left to prove. Mr. Rated R proceeded to call him Rated O for overrated, and in his eyes, Mick will be remembered for 3 things. Number 1, having his ear ripped off. Number 2, being thrown off the Hell in a Cell. Number 3, showing up to Mr. McMahon's room with a sock puppet. Edge felt Foley was pathetic, and if anything, he's got a lot to prove because he's never won at WrestleMania. Of course, Edge mentioned the DQ in that forgettable dumpster match, but Foley lacked that defining moment in match at WrestleMania. On the contrary, he does. He's got a bunch of matches that he could go back and say, oh, I have my WrestleMania moment. And to add to this, he's actually undefeated. And even if the match went down, Mick Foley would still take the L. The hardcore legend did admit that he doesn't have that defining moment, but ended up challenging Edge to another match, a match that lacks rules. His offer was a hardcore match. Edge and Lita were caught off guard with the announcement, and Foley brought out a barbed wire baseball bat. They made a run for it, and Foley hoisted the bat in the air. Following week, Edge gets into it with Foley, who tried to save Maria from an attack, ended up getting chair shot into next week, and to top it all off, Edge concertoed him before accepting the match. So it was personal. Eventually, Edge announced the cutting edge for Saturday night's main event. Well, yeah, this one. So Edge comes out with his babe and throws shade at his WrestleMania opponent. He didn't think Foley was the hardcore legend. He thought he was a little cuddly teddy bear. Edge was fed up with Foley shilling for whatever city he is in, plugging his work outside of WWE that ends up failing, and he was just a joke in his eyes. It took a bit for Foley to come out, and once he did, he was armed with thumbtacks. Edge, though, stooped to his level, setting the table ablaze. Fire's taken out, and it's on. Foley batters Edge, pours the tacks onto the mat, and screws himself harder than Vince did to Michaels later that night. But he sat up with a smile on his face, and that visual itself is still burnt into my mind 15 years later. Edge gets a swinging neck breaker, and Foley concertos him. So the real Mick Foley finally stood up. He was ready for WrestleMania. Mick affirmed it by his actions 2 nights later on Raw, when he came out looking like Mick Foley circa 1998 with the angry look. Now I was going to skip this, but I'm glad I didn't. He thanked Edge for speaking the truth. Edge was right when he said Foley didn't have that one WrestleMania moment, and if it was any other week, he would have shilled his book, mentioned the city, and danced around with a puppet sock. But the night he had his brains kicked in, he realized Edge is right. When he tasted his own blood on Saturday night's main event, it felt different, and he was thirsty for more. Not only for his own, but Edge's. Edge spoke the truth, but by doing so, he basically awoken something inside of Foley. He created a monster, and he brought back to life the hardcore legend. You think you know me, place, and it's not Edge. It was actually Lita. She tried to keep the crowd silent because Foley was unhinged, and she notified him that Edge is still in Detroit being traded for Saturday. So Lita tried bringing back the old Mick Foley. She claimed Edge wanted the match called off, and instead, he wanted them to have a wrestling match. Put on a classic, and the critics who called him a glorified stuntman, well, they can prove him wrong. Turns out Lita had Foley figured out wrong because he was in full-on Cactus Jack mode. He's yelling, she slaps him repeatedly when Edge comes in and wusses out. So Lita gets caught in the mandible claw. Edge was left speechless by Foley's actions, and his entire demeanor showed that Mick Foley's got nothing to fear but fear itself. On the final Raw before WrestleMania 22, Mick Foley gave one last promo, and again, it was a home run. He's probably the top 10 best talkers in wrestling history. He just belongs on that list in my eyes. In light of his actions last week, Foley wanted to make good to Lita. Hell, he offered a humble gift to Edge. They come out when Edge promises not to be caught off guard, and if anything, that gift could be a trap. Foley indicated it could be a weapon at WrestleMania for Edge to use, so responded saying that Foley could use a win, and he also mentioned how his legacy's become a giant ATM account. Basically, Edge didn't want Foley to cement his legacy at his own expense. He was still harboring resentment from the special ref thing 2 months earlier. Mick offered his rebuttal to Edge's statements, saying it's about the defining moments. It's about Edge bleeding from various parts of his body. It's about Edge begging for mercy, but he can't hear him because his ear is ripped off. Foley described in gruesome details of what's to come on Sunday, and as for the present, it was for Edge to have a fighting chance. He opens the box, and would you look at that? Humble my ass. It's about as humble as Shawn Michaels in the 90s. Edge was all tough boyfriend now and almost ready for a fight, but Foley pulled out a barbed wire bat to send him running. Well, that's the build. As for their match at WrestleMania, it's a timeless classic. Mick Foley once again brought the goods and then some. He solidified Edge as a star. The guy went to hell and back in order to score that W, and I'll never forget watching this match for the first time as a kid. I watched it a million times, know nearly all the spots, but we'll watch it again in a heartbeat. You just can't overstate what this match did for Edge. You can't. They endured a hell of a lot of pain, and it really impresses me that Foley was still taking bumps and spots like this at his age. I'll of course dive into the entire match much deeper in a future video, WrestleMania 22, but long story short, they tried killing each other. I personally feel that if they had more time, then they could have had the opportunity to surpass the Rumble street fight. Might be a hot take, but that's what I think. And it's just so weird seeing stuff like this being featured on such a huge, elegant stage like WrestleMania. Also, the spot everyone knows. I mean, who the would agree to something like that? Of course Foley would. It gave him that missing WrestleMania moment and increased Edge's star power tenfold in my eyes. He was basically a new man after this match. And the one thing that stuck to me was the fact that Edge looked absolutely lost afterwards. In an interview with Inside the Ropes, I suggest you watch it, Edge discussed the match in the memorable flaming table spot. And I quote, "If you saw me do something idiotic like that, it was my idea." What the hell? Because if you see me get FU'd off of 2 tables off of a ladder, that was my idea. If it's something that is stupid to my body, it was my idea because that's just the way my mind worked. It was always, like I said, trying to think of the quality of the match. So when I really understood the position I had put myself in was when I was running back at Mick and I went, oh, I don't have a shirt on, and I'm diving face first into this thing. He's going through with his back, and he's got 18 layers of clothes on, and they put this flame retardant gel on us, which was washed off within 2 minutes. We had sweated it off, so I dove through and I went, alright, I'm just going to tuck my head into Mick's big old belly and hope for the best. But I wrapped my arms around him so it burnt my arms, singed all the hair off my arms, my hands, singed a big chunk of hair off of my head, and I rolled off. That just saw my body smoking. So when I'm crawling over, I'm like, I was trying to make it look like I was in shock, but I was smelling my own burnt flesh, just thinking, well, I think I'm okay, because I can think that I think I'm okay. And just rolling over to Mick and putting my arm on him, and I went, I love you, Mickster, and he goes, I love you too, Esther. Sheesh, the amount of punishment these guys went through gives such a surreal feeling to me, they suffered second-degree burns, and I didn't even realize this until years later. Overall, I can't say anything negative about the match. It was fast and furious, it was violent, it was gruesome, it was everything you would want it to be and then some. I can't really say what the expectations were for these two heading into WrestleMania 22, but I'm pretty sure they surpassed those. Hats off to both men for putting on a match that I still think about to this day. Following WrestleMania, Edge slotted into the role he belonged in, and that's the main event, while Foley took a break. On the May 1st, 2006 episode of Raw, the most watched world champion in years came out to host The Cutting Edge. His guest, the hardcore legend Mick Foley. He was upset over the title match from Backlash. He bullied Joey Styles, who eventually had enough, but that's another story. As for Foley, he said that the match hasn't gotten out of his mind. He watched the tape endlessly trying to search for when things went wrong, but in quest in trying to find that, he realized something else. Things were actually right. He had been involved in the greatest match of his career, not only that, but possibly the greatest hardcore match in wrestling history. The only thing that he thought wrong was that he would be face to face with the toughest SOB in the WWE. So yep, Mick Foley endorsed Edge by calling him the toughest son of a bitch on the roster. He extended his hand out to both parties, and Foley claimed that his WrestleMania moment was when Edge realized it's all downhill from here. He wouldn't want to endure that kind of pain again, and Foley, on the contrary, wants to. As a matter of fact, he wants it tonight. The fans cheered and he makes the challenge. Look on Edge's face, though, it just says it all. It's like, I went through hell yesterday, right? He whined about that, of course. It made Foley seem like the evil one. Turns out, he actually wanted the match, saying, "You're on, Foley." On crack, that is. But he was willing to do it next week. Hell, Foley gets to choose the match. He thought it was fitting that he's on Cutting Edge now, because next week he'll be cutting edge with barbed wires, razors. He told him to rest up his strep throat, because he'll be needing it for when he streams. Doesn't sound tough when I say it, but Foley's a madman, right? So the WrestleMania 22 rematch was for Raw in Anaheim. Edge and Lita once again sported the WrestleMania 22 attires, and he found the time to insult the California Airheads. That's what he called them. He promised a rated R sequel, and out came Mick Foley with a microphone. He revealed that this match could possibly determine the greatest hardcore champion in history before introducing an additional competitor to the match. Somebody from ECW, Tommy Dreamer. Edge bolted, but he ended up getting some help from Foley, who blasted Tommy Dreamer. Just when they were going to go at it, Mick decided to hand the ball back to Edge, who inflicted damage on Tommy Dreamer. They ripped the skin off his forehead, ruined any possibility of little dreamers, and the crowd was pissed. They did a little combo, and Mick Foley was victorious. So Mick Foley is a heel. It's odd seeing due to the fact that Mick Foley the entire damn time was a good guy. Sure, Mankind or Dude Love may have been bad guys, but Foley himself, like Mick Foley the character, it's very unusual. It was a fresh start for him as well, because for years up to this point, he had been the good guy gatekeeper. He had this little 2-week period in '98 where he was a heel, but it didn't really last long. Anyways, Foley knew that everyone wanted to know why he was with Melina at the See No Evil premiere. That's not, of course, what they wanted. But regarding the actual thing, Foley felt the audience deserved an apology. He said those 2 words, and some of the fans respected that. Since Tommy Dreamer couldn't be here, he said that he was going to apologize to someone else. His mentor, Texas' own Terry Funk. The hardcore icon didn't exactly feel receptive towards Foley, and what in the hell is this guy wearing? It's about as bad as this shirt. Regarding Terry Funk, he wanted to know why Tommy Dreamer was humiliated. Foley's reasoning was because Edge and himself had the greatest hardcore match in history, and that statement alone bothered Funk. Foley didn't want to see the second-rate ECW scumbags come into their house and portray themselves as if they are what hardcore is all about. No, he didn't want that. Foley, he was protective of the WWE from here on. And with these statements, it was clear that Foley and Edge were under the belief that the hardcore match at WrestleMania was the best ever, and will always defend the legacy that match left. Funk told him that he's ECW, like you're ECW's own, ECW's family to you. Hell, he even said that Mick was like a son to him. But Foley put that son thing to the test, asking, like, where were you in Madison Square Garden back in 2003? The promo was getting a little real here when Foley revealed that Funk didn't come to MSG because he wanted too much money. It escalated verbally from here on. Foley said that even if Funk died, it'd take a lot of money for him to be brought into a dump like West Texas. That wasn't even it. He said that at his funeral, he'll crawl over Funk's dead body and spit on him. Then they were starting to get into it, but Foley, he didn't want to strike. Funk had to do a little thinking in order to get Foley all riled up. He said that if he was Foley, he'd get his head circumcised. He called his wife a whore, calling his kids bastards. But the one thing that pushed Foley over the edge was this statement: WWE sucks. So basically, what you're telling me, the one thing that got Foley angry is the fact that Funk said WWE sucks. I see these all the time on Twitter, you know, somebody's like, oh, WWE sucks, and then they argue over it, whatever, oh, they defend, they gatekeep, or whatever, or AEW sucks and they fight. It hits a little too close to reality in my eyes. Funk shows he's still got it when Edge comes in and takes a beating, but Lita makes things right. The barbed wire was brought in and Funk was in excruciating pain. To top it all off, the WWE Shield brought out the sock and applied the mandible claw. Edge hits the spear and they stand atop of Fallen. Legend. Considering Mick Foley and Edge had the greatest hardcore match in wrestling history, the duo took it a rung further in order to commemorate and honor that match. They decided to bring back the Hardcore Championship. Foley felt that Edge embodies everything that hardcore is all about, and so presented him with the title. It showed how much Foley valued Edge because the title was handed to him as a gift 3 years ago. Edge though wanted to hand it back, which was very babyface of him. One thing to know is that Mick took a slight jab at Flair, stating it's ironic how he earned his WrestleMania paycheck by not getting killed. You know, he took a superplex off a ladder. Just wanted to mention it. Match between the two was teased, but Edge fixed things by whispering something to Lily Garcia. What was it? Well, apparently they're co-champions. Suddenly, the mad scientist returned. I don't know if it's just me, but Paul Heyman as a babyface feels very unnatural. It just doesn't come off as right to me. But anyways, in my eyes, it's one of the more notable promos of his. He says that it's quite fitting that it's legal here, but he sees live prostitution in the middle of the ring. He wasn't even talking about Lita or Edge. It was Mick Foley. He straight up called him a prostitute. Why? Because after sacrificing his career, scratch that, his life, he prostituted his life for Lita and Edge. You see, Paul refused to see Foley prostitute in the name of hardcore. It meant a hell of a lot to him when all he saw was a shell of Mick Foley. The hardcore champion tried flipping things over its head, questioning Paul like, you've got nothing. You're not the SmackDown GM anymore. You don't run ECW anymore. You're powerless. Heyman agreed, but then made a challenge for this little thing called ECW One Night Stand. He suggested that the co-holders of the hardcore title take on two ECW scumbags in an Extreme Rules match. Mick suggested Paul get the hell out of there, and the memorable part was when Heyman said that Lita's the only one who's got the most nuts in the ring. Edge and Angry Edge accepted, and they were ready to show Paul Lee what hardcore is all about, and this is when the opponents came out. It was Terry Funk and Tommy Dreamer. They beat them from post to steps and sent them running. So the story of this match was simple. Paul Heyman felt that Mick Foley was a sellout, a WWE shill, and he refused to see him desecrate the name of hardcore. Foley, on the other hand, felt he deserved credit for getting out of his comfort zone and becoming the big star he is. He wasn't wandering around in a low-life bingo hall, and in his eyes, walking down the road of ECW leads you to either becoming an addict, a convict, or dead. Reasonable arguments from both sides in my eyes. For the big tag match, Edge faced Tommy Dreamer in an Extreme Rules match. It gave us a little preview of what's to come. Edge, of course, won it with the help of Lita, but the damage was done to both sides. Because of this, Mick Foley cut one of his greatest promos. He questioned everyone calling him a whore. He spoke about ECW as if she was an ex-girlfriend, saying that he loved her, but she wanted too much blood, too much of his heart, and too much of his life. Because of this, he left and found fame and fortune in WWE, and Foley admitted that he's a whore, whereas Paul isn't. Mick explained the story of the sock and the doors of opportunity opening. Hell, Foley even had second thoughts about his greatest hardcore match claim, telling Edge they've got to be sicker in the Hammerstein Ballroom. He said that Tommy Dreamer can do everything they can and then some. Terry Funk, his old body will fool you. He can use weapons unlike anyone else. And he was really pushing the fact that he had the guts to sign with WWE unlike Tommy. Foley promised to take the beating of his life in order to exercise the sick, twisted horror that is ECW. He said this line: "You've seen me thrown off cells, slammed into tags, but it's nothing compared to the horrors I unleash on Dreamer and Funk." Wow. I really suggest you guys watch the entire promo. Foley was a troubled soul that couldn't live without the thought of ECW. The little voice cracks were there. He almost shed tears, and no doubt in my mind, it's one of the best damn promos from 2006. I just find it funny that Foley wasn't too fond of it when he wrote the Hardcore Diaries book. But yeah, it's a superb promo. Probably in his top 5. But anyways, the ECW One Night Stand match is a very big highlight to me. It's a big highlight of my childhood. I watched it about 1,000,000 times as a kid in 2006. It was always on rerun along with ECW One Night Stand 2005. And WrestleMania 22. Obviously, I should have been watching it, but whatever. I was a big mark for ECW, even though I didn't live through the original one. You know, I had like 4 DVDs related to it. With that said, Foley generated heat by admitting that he sold out Madison Square Garden, and ECW was run by a visionary. It was owned by a true creative genius, Stephanie McMahon. Long live the Alliance. Oh man, that was hilarious. The match itself turned into a 6-person tag after Beulah and Lita had an altercation, but it was really violent. Fact of the matter is, Terry Funk was 61 years old, yet he was still pulling out this kind of stuff. Full pay-per-view review, I'll eventually dive into this match, but again, it's one of those matches I vividly remember watching from this time period. Barbed wire, flaming barbed wire. There was a helicopter spin straight from SVR. Electric crowd atmosphere, and to top it all off, Edge speared Beulah into 2007 before covering her in a manner befitting of the rated R superstar. It really made him enemy number 1 for only a few minutes because someone else took that position, and 06 Edge to me was the best character in wrestling at that time. It took me years to realize this because I spent the entire time hating on him, of course, but yes, Foley and Edge made good on their promise to win it. They went their separate ways, Edge into the title picture, whereas Foley transitioned into a feud that's definitely long overdue on the channel. On the June 12, 2006 episode of Raw, Mick Foley came out to address the events of ECW One Night Stand. He said that the injuries he suffered will heal up in short time, and most importantly, he announced that the old Mick Foley is back. Cheap pop there. Wrong city, though. All of a sudden, Ric Flair, of all people, interrupted, and I should note that he hadn't been on Raw in about 2 months at this point. Now, before I talk about this little segment, I have to relay some well-known historical information involving these two. So, flashback to 1994. Ric Flair was booking WCW. Foley felt that he didn't recognize the full potential in him. This was the quote: "Ric Flair is every bit as bad on the booking side of things as he was great on the wrestling side of it." Because of this, Flair decided to hand Saint Mick a little receipt while trying to explain things from his perspective. This is what he said in the To Be the Man book back in 2004. "When I first started on a booking committee, Foley was working as Cactus Jack and doing an angle where he was living in a homeless shelter. I admit it, I didn't know what to do with a 300-pound guy living in a homeless shelter. It took P.T. Barnum in the form of Vince McMahon to take a guy whose claim to fame was his willingness to get thrown off a cage to turn him into mankind and make him a champion. Foley has a cult following because of his contribution to hardcore wrestling, but hardcore is such a small part of the history of this business. When I was training, falling off a ladder was not a prerequisite to making it as a professional wrestler. Being fundamentally sound was. Occasionally seeing the insides of a gym was. When I trained under Vern Gagne, we started with 500 free squats, 250 push-ups, 250 setups, and a 2-mile run over farm terrain in 0-degree weather. Then we came out to the barn to be wrestled into submission, crossface into submission, stretchered into submission, and if Vern didn't like the way things were going, we'd start all over. He would have looked at Mick Foley on day one after Mick failed to do even one thing Vern required and said to Mick, I don't think so. I don't care how many thumbtacks Mick Foley has fallen on, how many ladders he's fallen on, how many continents he's supposedly bled on, he'll always be known as a glorified stuntman. Vern Gagne didn't fall off a ladder, Dory Funk Jr. didn't fall off a ladder, neither did Wahoo, Steamboat, or Steve Austin. Terry Funk was a great worker before he started doing that. Kurt Angle, Shawn Michaels, and Chris Jericho can do it and maintain their reputation because they're already respected as athletes. And what about people who never did anything else, like the Sandman? He's no wrestler. Hardcore became a niche for a lot of guys who couldn't do all in the ring. I'm not saying that Mick Foley wasn't a star, that he wasn't a great attraction, but in my estimation, Mick Foley was not a great worker. He couldn't punch, he couldn't kick, and in the World Wrestling Federation, he'd spend half the day before television broadcasts sucking up to the writers because he's such a huge fan of himself. There's a difference between being a great performer and being a guy like Brutus Beefcake or the Ultimate Warrior who became famous working for Vince. There's been no demand for him whatsoever, he's just another guy. Mick Foley doesn't understand what it's like to be on that booking committee. Jim Herd humiliated me and made me cut my hair after I'd won the NWA Championship 6 times. How much power did I have? When I was going through all that, how should I have been able to look at Mick Foley, push everything else aside, and mold him into a superstar? Sting, on the other hand, was worthy of becoming the champion. Ho 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 ho! That is a long-ass post. I just had to mention it because, you know, Ric Flair is gonna Ric Flair, and both guys weren't pulling any punches. Funny enough, this was all building to a big match at WrestleMania. Nope. Catering. So the story goes, Flair was hanging out with Arn Anderson when Foley approached him and asked for Flair to sign a book for charity. I should know this was 5 months after the book was released. He doesn't. After that, Flair goes for a handshake. Mick snubs him. May have made fun of him. I read a report. This might be a rumor, but the rest is true. And he gets struck in the face. John Laurinaitis managed to take control of the situation and they begin arguing about all kinds of things. I drew more money than you in the last 10 years. You're not in the same league as myself and the guys I wrestled. They hated each other and Foley said that working a feud with Flair would be like rewarding bad behavior. Bunch speculated this could be a work, but nothing came out of it, and it's unknown exactly when they worked out their differences, but the animosity between both men was stable enough to have a full-on program. Fast forward to present day. Now, literally. Clearly, you can see a huge difference in both men. One wears suits and flaunts, whereas the other wears flannel. Flair said that he doesn't care about what Foley has to say and admitted he wanted to talk to him about wrestling for about 3 years now. He said that he heard Foley making innuendos about what was said in the book and he couldn't wait to say it. Ric Flair had a huge problem with the fact that Mick Foley doesn't wrestle well. Another thing that annoyed him was hearing people say that the best thing they've ever saw was Mick getting thrown off that cell. He thought it was bull that guys like him wrestle to greatness while he falls off a cage. Mick Foley opted to disrespect the past of Flair's, his matches against Harley Race, Steamboat, and Funk, and he said that to the WWE fans, also Foley's fans, Ric Flair will never be in the same league. In Foley's eyes, it drives Flair crazy to see a flannel-wearing, motel-living, glorified stuntman as a huge part of WWE history. He threatened to rip Rick like that, and he took offense in the only way he knows how. Nature Boy wanted to take his shot now, but Foley with a bruised eye preferred sometime else. Flair asked if he should bring in tax tables to get Foley into the ring. Funny enough, Foley didn't want that. Instead, he wanted to out-wrestle the 16-time champ. He wanted a 2 out of 3 falls match, a straight-up wrestling match, and this guy just looks freaking insane. Flair responded to this challenge, stating that after facing Edge in TLC, he woke up in the morning shouting for Mick Foley. I don't know if he did that. He accepted the challenge, and Foley promised to end the legend of Ric Flair in front of his fans. The Hardcore Legend promoted the match as if it was going to be a special technical wrestling fiasco. He was basically showing that he was going to intentionally have a bad match. A couple of minutes later, though, he cost him his match with Edge. Regarding the 2 out of 3 falls match, first of all, Foley read a little excerpt of Ric Flair's novel. Yeah, Foley called it a novel because, in his eyes, this stuff wasn't fact. As expected, he read the part about himself, and then he promised that the glorified stuntman is going to wipe the ring with him with wrestling moves. He suggested that Flair title the book, How I Was Out-Wrestled by Mick Foley. A clear contradiction to the statements of Monday. The match itself was anything but memorable, probably like Raw 2018. Foley never made good on his promise of utilizing wrestling moves, it was just good old Mick. Flair had a little issue with the knee and he took advantage, and as he's working it, Flair won the first fall like that with an inside cradle. Foley was getting his ass kicked following this and he gets caught in the figure 4, but a trash can that was brought in seconds ago would come to his aid, giving Flair the victory. So, 2-0. It turned a little extreme from here on with Foley resorting to barbed wire. Flair was busted open as a result. You expected it. I mean, who in the hell doesn't expect Ric Flair to get busted open? Nobody. Foley's sucks chance intensified and the Nature Boy was left a pile of heap, much to the chagrin of the audience. Like, the match itself wasn't good, but it advanced the story. That's what I'm trying to say. In Flair's eyes, this validates his claim of Foley being nothing more than a glorified stuntman. Nothing Foley does resembles wrestling in his eyes, and the stitches were nothing to Flair. He promised that the next time he sees him, he'll be his all night and all day long. That's what she said. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and Ric Flair made his return all healed up. It would be for nothing, but I'll get into that soon. He was promising to tell the truth about Foley. I'm under the assumption he's probably going to reveal that Foley's frugal. But anyways, he spoke about vengeance now. Foley made a wrestling match challenge, and in his eyes he proved that Foley's a glorified stuntman. And as he's speaking about the match, Foley via satellite offered his rebuttal. He exposed Flair having a ghostwriter despite the fact he's considered an author, and of course he had to mention his own book was a New York bestseller. He showed fury and anger at the fact that he lost the ear in Munich, all that, and he takes the easy way out, like Ric Flair thinking, oh, I take it easy? Seriously, you should check out this promo. But anyways, Foley said that he learned from the bottom up. He slept in his car, ate peanut butter and jelly sandwiches on a daily basis, and Flair's got the nerve to say he's wrestled a bunch of badasses and he's not on the list. Mick wanted to know how much worse these imaginary badasses could have made Flair bleed. And when he saw that his family cry their eyes out at the sight of blood coming from their father, Foley's head was clear. After all those years of Rick living in his head rent-free, he was gone. Now Ric Flair's irrelevant in his eyes, and there ain't no rematch. The Nature Boy heard enough and took the blazer off, and he didn't want to hear about the past and wanted to get hardcore. Seeing as Flair wanted to get violent, Big Show and Paul Heyman said, say no more, and a match between the two was made for ECW the next night. It was a very violent match that I'd say deserves to be talked about more. You know, Ric Flair's 57, 58, he was still doing stuff like this. It showed that Ric Flair still got it, but seeing him in ECW is so damn odd. As for Foley, he intended to leave Flair for dead at Vengeance, hence the ball bat under the ring, and regarding a possible rematch, he declined. So basically, Ric Flair is never gonna get it. Later that night, Foley once again appeared via satellite, and he spoke about Ric Flair's match on ECW and called him hardcore. Despite showing that he has balls, it still doesn't change his stance regarding a rematch, but if he wants to be like Mick Foley, he should wear flannel, drive a broken down car, and then proceeded to sing a random Michael Jackson song telling him he's out of his life. Immediately afterwards, the Nature Boy made his response. He of course acknowledged the beatdown he took on Tuesday, but regarding Mick Foley, he still wanted him in a hardcore match. Unfortunately for himself, Nitro and Melina interrupted. The reason why they were here was to tell Flair that he's out of Mick Foley's life. I don't know why Mick Foley's buddy with them, but he is. Nitro proceeded to make an attack on the 16-time champ, but he managed to recover though and send them running. The reason why I mention this is because for some random reason, Melina was a part of this story. She got hurt in the heat of the action, and Flair told her to tell Mick. The Nature Boy says, woo. Little accident, Melina suffered damage to catch the eye of Mick Foley, and he thought it was foolish that Flair called him fat boy and it hurt him 30 years ago when his brother called him that. He thought it was sad. Ric Flair turned into this feeble man that digs into a bag of cliches because he's got nothing. Ironically, he called him a second-rate circus show for wrestling on ECW and falling on thumbtacks in order to lure him, Mick Foley obviously, back to the ring. As to the fact that he attacked a defenseless woman that was a friend of his, he was going to come face-to-face and air their differences with Ric Flair next week. He suggested Rick keep his cliches at home and bring his heart and mind, otherwise he will embarrass him. So now that Mick Foley and Ric Flair were set to confront each other, Mick needed somebody to introduce him. So he's out there hyping up the confrontation, sharing similarities with Flair. They try helping young talent. They have famous friends, appeared on the news. And sure, Flair may have gotten arrested for road rage, but Foley was trying to show the similarities between themselves. Ric Flair heard enough, and he knew damn well that he's overstayed his welcome in the WWE, but he questioned whether or not this was the hardcore Mick Foley. He fainted, and it wasn't about books to Flair. It was about wrestling and compared Mick Foley to A-Rod, who was getting lazy around this time. As for the imaginary badasses, Flair mentioned Bruiser Brody, Stan Hansen, Harley Race, Terry Funk. He said that those guys would walk over Foley in order to get to the bathroom. And since Mick tasted his own blood, he wanted to do the same. He wanted Cactus Jack, Mick Foley, whatever the hell he wanted to be called. Hell, he can shove that socko up his ass. It didn't matter. The fans certainly wanted to see the match, and so basically, Mick Foley got Ric Flair to the point where he wanted to be like him. He wanted to jump off cages, use barbed wire baseball bat. All of this just to have the match, and all the talk about family coming from Foley is just a joke in Flair's eyes. He said that Melina would be hanging out with him, not Foley, and this is when he heard enough and said that he doesn't see Melina like that. He sees a friend, and best of all, Mick didn't want to take advice from an absentee father twice. He did apologize for that statement before talking about this random flight they had. So apparently, by the freak of luck, they sat next to each other. No political talk, no wrestling talk, but they certainly talked about family. It touched Mick when he saw Rick call each of his children and tell them that he loves them. Mick said they'll never have the bonding experience with his kids like Flair, because he'll never know what it's like to look his kids in the eye and tell them, kids, your father has been arrested, and oh my god, Ric Flair had enough. Jonathan Coachman comes out and he reveals a match between the two was made for SummerSlam. Mick, though, offered his rebuttal, telling Vince to read the contract. He gets to choose who he'll wrestle, and regarding Flair, he'll be damned to wrestle a broken piece of crap like him. It was one hell of a promo. First time watching it, and I'm impressed. I may have watched it 3 or 4 years ago, I don't remember, because I watched a bunch of episodes of Raw of 2006, but I was impressed, you know? Ric Flair occasionally had some memorable promos during this run, and in my eyes, this was one of them. Nobody's better than him when he's kayfabe angry. Like this and the Triple H feud, I really loved them. They had another weird-ass promo in TNA about 4 years later, but that's a story for another day. Like I said, Ric Flair stooped to Foley's level in my eyes, and it was no longer about calling Mick a glorified stuntman, it was personal. So now, how was Ric Flair going to get the match he wanted? Shouting like Batista wasn't going to work. He instead brought in the 2001 Foley is Good book. He said that he didn't want to be like Foley, he didn't want to look like him, resemble any sort of him. For a week now, he's trying to find what ticks him off. So we read the Foley is Good book and decided to drop it to the man elbow it. 2 million copies sold and Ric Flair just didn't give a damn. Except for one page. The page where Mick Foley revealed that he idolized Ric Flair. The greatest match in his eyes was a Flair Funk I Quit match from '89. Flair tried to come to the conclusion stating that the reason why Mick declined the match was because 1, he's scared of losing to him, or 2, he knows he can't beat him. All of a sudden, Mick comes out and admits that the I Quit match is his dirty little secret, and he idolized Ric Flair. Then he talked about how the match would bring the best out of both of them, but he didn't want Rick at the top of the mountain. If the match goes down, that's exactly what would happen. He's basically helping Rick reach his goal. He reminded the Nature Boy of WCW and found it ironic that he stands in the way of Rick's dreams. Basically, Mick Foley didn't really want to hear much from Flair unless it's something more than just a match. Otherwise, Memphis, Rick, and Vince are all invited to kiss his ass. His arch nemesis still tried convincing him to accept the match by making the hardcore legend seem like a coward. He was begging him to accept the match. Hell, he even called his match the greatest hardcore match in history, and that pushed the button. Mick didn't want to break the 12-year vow. He promised not to help Ric Flair, but because he was so embarrassed by him on Raw, because he disrespected his friend, because he made him realize that the guy he looked up to was nothing more than a piece of crap, Mick Foley challenged Ric Flair to a match at SummerSlam. Mick Foley was ready to show Ric Flair that he's the toughest guy to wear a pair of sweats. Also, it was going to be I Quit. Before leaving, Mick told him that in a career filled with great matches, this match may be his greatest of them all, but it also might be his last. Flair said, "May one of us bleed to death in Boston." Spoiler alert, some of those things came true. Foley broke his promise, and Flair was going to go into a type of match Mick Foley excels in. Now, Ric Flair did have experience in this match, of course, but Mick Foley, he's a totally different guy when he's in hardcore situations. It's his match specialty, you know, I Quit, hardcore, those kinds of matches are his type. This is the same guy that told The Rock during the I Quit match, "You'd have to kill me." Both men had reasonable claims. You know, Flair was calling Mick a coward. Mick was right in a bunch of claims he made towards Rick also. But anyways, heading into the match, Foley revealed that he has only bled 4 times in his entire WWE run, and this Sunday, it ain't gonna be him. He whooped Flair's ass again later that night, but in a shocker, Ric Flair never bled. You'd think that was the end of the build, but the next night in ECW was actually their final encounter. First of all, it's bizarre seeing Mick Foley dancing with a couple of divas to the tune of Buttons by Snoop Dogg and the Pussycat Dolls. That's literally the last thing I expected today. He was figuratively loosening up his buttons, but then Ric Flair crashed the party and attacked. He repeatedly low-blowed Mick and ironically busted him open from his mouth. He was completely incensed, and for a babyface, Rick told the fan to kiss his ass. It was hilarious due to the sheer fact it was a kid.
Kiss my ass, kid!
As to the match at SummerSlam, Mick Foley expected a whole different Ric Flair, but after the attack on Tuesday, he was doubting himself. Then to top it all off, Melina's like, "If you go out there and lose, it doesn't look good for my reputation." After hearing this, Mick turned it up to 11 and promised to make the worthless piece of crap say the words I-Q-U-I-T. But anyways, it was really gruesome. To think this all stemmed from a damn book is insane. And they had such a fun and entertaining program. Whatever you think of their matches, the promos were top notch. This match in particular was good. The crowd was into it, barbed wire in abundance, thumbtacks were brought in, Ric Flair bled, which once again is about as likely as somebody asking Bret Hart about Montreal. Mick Foley managed to bring out the absolute worst in Ric Flair. He had zero regard for his opponent utilizing the barbed wire bat. Foley took a bad bump, and because of this, a bunch of officials came out. Melina checked up on him, and the ref was ready to ring the bell, but Flair reminded him that this isn't a layer-ass match, it's an I Quit match. He continued raking the barbed wire in Foley's face, to the point where Melina threw in the towel, much to the chagrin of the fans. He didn't want to hear it and continue where he left off, even rolled over the tacks just to get to Mick, and as he's gonna blast Melina, he quits. And that was it. It wasn't the best match on the show, but it certainly was the most memorable. Hell, it might be the best match to you, right? I mean, I haven't watched that full show in years, so maybe it is. The match itself to this day sticks in my mind as one of the most violent to come from the 2000s. Ric Flair was so detached from his old self. He was becoming this whole new monster. And he was so close to going after Melina, but Foley quit. One thing I like about this match is the fact that Mick Foley, despite being a heel, was still the same as he was 10 years ago. What I mean by that is that he lives and dies by hardcore wrestling. His entire character is based on a man that takes a hell of a lot of punishment but doesn't quit. It wasn't like, oh, he turned heel, guess he's gotta quit. No, that's the thing I liked about it. It was good, but not for the weak of heart. Now that the Foley-Flair feud was over, at least in WWE because they continued feuding in TNA and I'll eventually dive into it, the next night on Raw, Mick Foley had a sudden detour in his little heel turn. So first of all, Mr. McMahon was angry about DX. He bumped into Mick, and after being called Vince, he threatened to fire somebody tonight if he doesn't join his Kiss My Ass Club. Melina thanked him for SummerSlam and said that she's always going to be in debt to him. At the end of the night, he comes down to the ring with her. Mick says that while he loves his job, he doesn't need it, and if the boss man doesn't know, well, he saved up a fortune. McMahon reminded him of the fact that he said somebody's getting fired, and he said that it's Melina. Mick said nobody's worth kissing ass for except her. He told Vince to pull his pants down. Mick quickly did it, but then all of a sudden, Melina low-blowed him. Then Vince revealed that they've got 2 words for Mick: you're fired. Welcome to heartbreak. Somehow McMahon had an even worse night than him despite all of this. So all this time that Mick was white knighting for Melina was for nothing? Well, yeah, he was kayfabe fired. This was all leading to a big match between Mr. McMahon and Mick Foley at WrestleMania 23, but it slowly turned into a little thing with Donald Trump, and other plans for Foley included a possible match with Umaga, but a wrench was thrown into the plans and he was left off the WrestleMania 23 card. And so this is Mick Foley's return run. The original plans were for Terry Funk to face McMahon after biting his ass up. I don't know why that was supposed to happen, but it was. Now, my personal opinion on the run is, well, the Edge feud was awesome. Well, Foley's just too likable, in my opinion. Like, he can't really play a good heel. He tried his best here, but is much more suited as a babyface. He put over Edge massively like nobody else. And as for the Ric Flair feud, they honestly should have kept Melina away, because if it wasn't for that, we would have seen a much better matchup at SummerSlam. Like, that match was good as hell, but that ending with Melina coming in and stopping him is just something that I think should have happened. He was talking about Melina a little too much in the book and on his blog at the time they decided to bring her in. I just think it was unnecessary. But yeah, he had a bunch of good matches during this run, and it was fresh, to see Foley as a heel once more, but he is much more suited as a baby face. Okay, this was a weird one. When you look at it on paper, it feels like a feud of the decade. Not in terms of legendary, like the feud, the build-up, the match, everything like that. Like, in terms of being memorable, like, it's gonna be something you remember. The most memorable moment wasn't even the match itself, it was the RKO atop the car, right? Maybe it's just me, but it just wasn't that memorable. I feel it could have been much more grander. I mean, it was a SummerSlam match. Hogan was like 4-0 at this point. He was undefeated at SummerSlam. Orton was the legend killer. I think it could have made for something even more memorable. Today I decided to cover this one because, well, I had my reasons. One, Hulk Hogan had yet to be featured on the channel, and I haven't done something on Orton since August. Another thing to mention is that nobody seems to give a damn about this again. I don't know why. They always care about the HBK and Hogan feud. This one's usually left out. I don't know why. So how did this thing get started? Well, first of all, Hulk Hogan at this point was talking up a big deal outside the company. He was desperately eyeing a WrestleMania match with Stone Cold, who had -1 interest in this because, for one, he was unsure if he can deliver, and 2, he knows Hogan sure as hell won't lay down. Randy Orton, on the other hand, was really hated in the back. He had all the potential in the world, but his behavior wasn't helping. And at this point, he had just returned from a 60-day suspension. His act had long ways to go before it changed. Despite this, he was still given opportunities to shine. Okay, here we go. On the June 26, 2006 episode of Raw, WWE premiered Brooke Hogan's first music video, About Us. If you're wondering, the song peaked at number 33 on the Billboard Hot 100. I mean, number 33, that's good. After the premiere, Orton had a smile on his face, and for some reason this wasn't on the network, I assume because of copyright and whatnot, because of record labels and all that stuff. Yeah. Anyways, next week, Randy Orton comes out to say a few words, and he straight up mentioned the Brooke Hogan music video and how she's 18. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. She turned 18 like only a few months earlier. He said that there's no going around it, but she's hot. He said that if things work the way he wants it to be, she's gonna find out why he's a legend, and if her daddy has a problem with that, then he'll find out firsthand why he is a legend killer. So Orton had a thing for Hulk Hogan's 18-year-old daughter. Okay. One thing to mention is that Hogan had this show during this time period. You might know it. It goes by the name of Hogan Knows Best. It was on VH1. I might dive into it. His family were featured and all that, so Brooke was somewhat known. The problem with her being mentioned on TV, while the music company weren't too thrilled, and the others in the back weren't exactly excited about it. And this is what the Wrestling Observer had to say about the Hulk Hogan and Randy Orton match. Here's what the plans were. Tentative plans. Call for Hulk Hogan versus Randy Orton at the SummerSlam pay-per-view in August, which is more than 7 months prior to the WrestleMania event Orton initially believed would feature the match. Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan met last weekend about the angle, and unless some unexpected problems arises, they do, it is a go and will be hot-shotted on TV in the coming weeks. The two ideas thrown around, both of which give Brooke Hogan exposure as a musician, as a sex symbol, where that Orton would either pursue Brooke, leading up to Hulk coming to her aid, or that Orton and Brooke would actually begin dating on television, infuriating Hulk and forcing a matchup. Hulk Hogan has full creative control, forgot about that, so the vision of the outcome will not be contested. I really love making videos just for small information like this. Like, I literally learn something every day. Orton versus Hogan at WrestleMania 23. I think that would have gone down better than what we got, honestly. It would have been much more grander. They would have forced it to be much more grander than the SummerSlam build. That's what I think. Also, Hogan having creative control was a terrible thing. It essentially meant WWE. He was going to win every big match there was. I mean, he won the SummerSlam bout. And this one, it seems very gloomy for Randy Orton. Shortly afterwards, Hulk Hogan and his daughter were announced for Saturday night's main event. Orton was excited at this appearance because he was ready to introduce himself to Hogan as the Legend Killer. About the show, WWE and NBC weren't exactly on the best terms. The show's return in March flopped from a rating standpoint, so Hogan's appearance was going to be a way to draw ratings. Anyways, the Hulkster kicked off the show with his daughter. He handed her the mic and she said that she's always dreamed of this moment to stand next to her father in the ring. She thought it was an honor to be here and she thanked the fans. As for Hogan, he mentioned how he was in the first Saturday night's main event, and out came Randy Orton with a rose in hand. He apologized for the interruption but said that there was no way he was going to pass up the opportunity to stand side by side with the biggest legend in this industry. And of course he was here to give that rose to Brooke. Hogan chants intensified and Orton then made the challenge. Since you're a legend and I'm the Legend Killer, I'd like to respectfully challenge you to a match at SummerSlam. Also, look at Hogan's face. He knew damn well that he was winning. Just look at it. Hogan respectfully accepted and it was on. Legend versus the Legend Killer, SummerSlam. Later in the night, Orton's chatting with Brooke when Hogan slaps his back and tells him, we'll meet at SummerSlam. Orton's all worried, yet respectful at the same time. And as Orton walks to his car door, boom, RKO. Brooke comes in, asks Orton, what happened? I mean, what do you think? He doesn't respond to the question. JR was calling it a classless, conceited act, and the Legend Killer did explain his actions on Raw that week. First of all, he said that he wouldn't take advantage of Hogan's daughter. Once again, he was drooling over her, talking about how he'll buy her CD, and how About Us was actually one of his favorite songs, and he was still trying to get with her despite the incident from Saturday. Then he showed footage of the RKO. The next week, the Hulkster finally made his return to Raw. The crowd was completely rabid, and they were very happy to see Hogan, and at one point, by the sounds of it, JR was giving him a standing ovation. Hogan acknowledged this and said that Randy Orton's in a hell of a lot of trouble. He wasn't proud of Orton lecturing him about respect, and he thought it was ironic because, well, Orton doesn't have any respect for the fans and tradition. And at SummerSlam, when Orton gets into that ring and feels the power of the world's largest arms, he's gonna learn what the word respect means with a capital R. And Burden My Light plays, and out he came. The Legend Killer said that he wasn't out here to confront Hulk, but to talk about his daughter. He thought there was a lot of chemistry there between himself and Brooke. He took a jab at Hulk's age, and he made it seem like Brooke adored him or something. The only regret from this budding relationship in his eyes was that she was going to see him destroy the legend of Hulkamania. Hulkster wanted to do this right then and there, and so did Orton, but he decides, you know what, not tonight. At one point, he bumps into Jerry Lawler and shouts at him, and this will come back to bite him because the King tossed him right back in the ring where the Hulkster delivered a few blows. He couldn't hit the boot though. Since Randy was butthurt, he decided to make a mockery out of the Hogan family. Orton claimed that after destroying the legend of Hogan, he'll star in some movies, release some books, and funny enough, he claims to be a part of a new reality show called Orton Knows Best. And then the music played, and out came the budget Hogan family. He let them shine for 15 seconds before asking them the questions. Hogan Hulk shouted at Orton and reminded him of SummerSlam, and the Legend Killer basically saw SummerSlam as the end of Hogan's career. He was promising to end the Hulkster on August 20th, then he kissed the daughter, and Hulkster got angry and received an RKO. That's it. Orton then proceeded to slap the King, and of course this would upset him, and seeing as Raw was in Memphis, he made the challenge. He wanted Randy Orton, and he wanted to whip a little respect into him. Now, there was a huge issue that had occurred during the build-up to the SummerSlam match. Hogan had an issue in his right knee. He tore his right meniscus. He had an MRI, and basically, he couldn't make it to Raw that week. He had a slight tear, but decided, you know what, I'm going to delay that surgery till later on, till after SummerSlam. How did this happen? He was sitting down on his couch, going to get something or whatnot, and boom, he tore it right then and there. The next day, he appeared on Regis and Kelly, and if this report is to be believed, Hogan claimed that while he was dancing on the show, he nearly blew out his knee. Then again, others thought, you know what, this might be a work. He's faking it to get what he wants. They mentioned it on TV, and Orton was under the belief that the Hulks were just too scared to face him. They mentioned the injury, not the Regis and Kelly thing. He thought that Hogan knew best not to face him. Legend Killer, however, warned him, saying that if he thinks of coming back, his legend will be killed. He then proceeded to destroy Jerry the King Lawler in his own hometown. On the final Raw before SummerSlam, Randy Orton made a challenge to the Immortal One. He realized that the knee was a red and yellow target and wanted to do more damage. Orton believed that Hogan was smart not to come out because he was going to get his ass beat 6 nights before SummerSlam. Hell, he even admitted that Hogan was the one who inspired him to be the Legend Killer. He saw him come out with the same old tired act and all these people cheered, and he didn't get it. He didn't understand why in the hell did they like this guy. And back then, he decided to make a promise to himself that he will be the one who destroys Hulkamania forever. Basically, Randy Orton was looking forward to this Sunday his entire life. All it was going to take, in his eyes, was one RKO to end it all. Then the music played when it comes crashing down. But it wasn't Hulk Hogan that came out, it was Hogan Hulk. Once again, he cut a promo about how Orton will kill his own legend. He made fun of himself, and he talked and talked and talked until a real Hogan came out. The fans were quite skeptical, but once they saw his face, that was it. Orton was done before he even knew it. He quickly tried making the attack, but the man was unstoppable despite the knee. He got rid of him and tore the Huckster in half. Then Hogan grabbed the mic and said that Orton could come out and joke along, but when he comes out here and insults himself and his family, the Hulkamaniacs, that's something else. Then he said that Randy Orton can't kill the legend of Hulkamania, and there's only one question he's got to ask himself. What you gonna do when the power of all these millions of Hulkamaniacs run wild on you? So that's the build-up. It wasn't as grand as the HBK one. Come to think about it, there was only one moment that's remembered from this one, and that was the RKO. With the HBK, there was a couple of things, super kick, Piper's Pit, Larry King parody, and of course, Oh Canada. And I highly doubt anybody believed Orton was winning. I mean, just looking at what the people were thinking on the internet, they doubted Orton was going to win. They felt Hogan was going to politic and force them to book him as a winner. The match itself was actually the reason why Hogan left WWE for 7 years. I'll get into it. About the match, it wasn't as good as the HBK encounter. They were just going through the motions. Maybe Orton didn't care because he wasn't winning. That's what we got. There wasn't that much effort. I believe he did oversell a little like HBK, but it just didn't have that vibe, that feeling that the main event of SummerSlam 2005 had. When you hear Hulk Hogan versus Randy Orton, you're expecting something else. At times, I forget this match even happened. Hulkster did receive the loudest reaction, though. That's one thing he wasn't lying about. The start of the match saw Orton target that knee. Hogan struggles, makes a small comeback, but takes an RKO. Foot is on the rope. Orton thinks he's won it. Hogan hulks up. Boot, leg drop, and that's a wrap. And the crowd was absolutely electric. They were very happy to see Hogan win. That's one thing to mention. Now, the results of the match seems quite odd. Not only that, but they didn't accomplish much with this. We all know who to blame for that, right? Even though Orton lost, I still think he should have hit an RKO afterwards. I think it would have made sense. Like, it would have showed that he's a sore loser, that didn't accomplish what he did, but at the same time, he did what he said he was going to do, and that's, destroy Hulkamania. He didn't kill him, but he still got one over him, even though he lost. That's what I feel. But he probably didn't want that either. He did a 5-minute celebration and walked to the back. Rumors going around were that Hogan feigned or over-exaggerated the extent of his knee injury in order to politic, because there was some worry that the match wasn't going to happen, and the ball was in his court. In an interview with The Sun back in August of 2007, Hulk Hogan spoke about this match and how it led to his departure from WWE. And I quote, "Last year at SummerSlam, I fought Randy Orton, and me and Vince had some problems with the money. Before SummerSlam, I was a little worried because instead of being in the main event match, I was on 4th against Orton. When I heard about the first 3 matches at the Fleet Center in Boston, it sounded like a funeral, and when I listened to the crowd reactions to those matches, it did sound like a funeral. Then when my music came on, it was like the old days. People were stood up. It was electric. Randy is a great hard-working wrestler, and we fought an old-school style match. That was the most exciting match I've ever had in the Flea Center. I wrestled Steve Borden, Sting, in a cage, which was a great match in my opinion at least, but this one was better. As after a second guessing, I was like, oh my god, it still works. Then Vince went out with his son and wrestled Triple H and Shawn Michaels, and it was dead again. Cena went on for the main event, people started leaving. I felt bad when the night ended, as they should have put me on later. But it was the money that really got to me. I swore I would never talk about the money again with Vince, because that's what we always argue about. When I saw the amount, I was like, that's like one of my driver's paychecks. So I had to say something. He replied, well, you're not the only big guy anymore. There are now 12 big guys. I said, well, if that's the case, let me explain something to you. I heard the first 3 matches and the crowd response was nothing. I wrestled and I heard what happened, and then I heard your match, Vince, and nothing. And I saw Cena and people were leaving. I had a hard time getting out of the building because of all the people marching through. So where are the other 11 big guys you're splitting my money with? Hogan, bro, who are you lying to? I mean, I will admit, he did receive the loudest pop of the night, but to say there was crickets, come on. Come on, you're over-exaggerating. Then again, he claims to have almost joined Metallica. Also, does that crowd seriously look empty? Look at the damn Flea Center. Maybe the other side might have been empty. I doubt it, though, because from this perspective, it does look jam-packed. Now, I will mention something that is funny that relates to Hogan, though. Later on in the night, DX tried to get an even bigger pop. Triple H specifically is like, come on, this is Boston, are you ready? But he failed. But yeah, Hogan, he got one over DX. That's one thing to mention. Triple H won't admit it, but he did receive a louder pop than he did that night. Overall, this was something. Hogan looked out for one man, and that was himself. His relationship was strained with the company afterwards because he thought it was still 1987. WrestleMania 23 plans did include him initially, but he didn't like what they were offering, be it the cash or the opponent Shane McMahon. Big Show was also considered, but he was burnt out. He couldn't make it until then. He made one more appearance on the 15th anniversary of Raw before disappearing down to Florida for 6 years. Also, the Jillian Hall character may or may not be related to Brooke Hogan. Take it as you will. Yeah, me personally, what's my opinion on this feud? I think it should have gone down with Orton. He should have been the one to RKO Hulk and score the W. Or he should have stood tall in the end. Regardless, Orton should have been the one standing in the end. Doesn't matter how it is, but he should have. He wasn't hurt by this. He wasn't buried because only a couple of weeks later, destroyed Khali and then formed Rated RKO. But it could have been a cool thing for Orton to brag about. I beat Hulk Hogan and got rid of him or something like that. It would have helped a little. But hey, no biggie. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't hurt from this, but Hogan should have lost in the end, so yeah. Okay, I wanted to go with a pay-per-view, but since I haven't done a special episode, I have to go with a ladder. With that said, I have some memories of this draft, but it's blurry for the most part. I remember that Battle Royal, the opening match, and of course, Mr. McMahon's limo blowing up, but other than that, I don't remember much. But with that said, let's go back to a time which I look back on fondly. Now, one thing to know is that this episode was Mr. McMahon Appreciation Night. The man was on some sort of substance after losing the ECW title. You know, it was the only thing keeping him sane. This show is held in the Wachovia Arena in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. WWE at the time had a bunch of injuries, and the star power was dwindling quickly. That's that Batista had a cheat code for main event title shots.
I want my rematch.
Things were kind of hard. This is before the summer even began. So there was a struggle already. Mr. McMahon opened up the show reciting a speech in a very odd tone, and it's like somebody else entered his soul and spoke using his voice. He revealed that many will speak about him because he wanted a true representation of who Mr. McMahon is. You know, this was Appreciation Night. Iconic Raw intro plays. Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler welcome everybody to the show, but they weren't alone at ringside though. Why? SmackDown's Michael Cole and JBL were there as well. ECW's Joey Styles and Taz were there to call their wrestlers matches, and the opening match was for the first draft pick. The WWE Champion John Cena represented Raw, and his opponent, though, was a very familiar foe. It was Edge, the World Heavyweight Champion, representing SmackDown. Jerry Lawler was completely shocked at the thought of a champion versus champion match. One thing to know is that this was the first time in about 6 months that Cena faced Edge in a singles match. Both men were in midst some of their best runs. You know, Edge was given the keys to Friday nights, and Cena was one of the best wrestlers from 2007. Okay, so the bell rings. Collar and elbow tie-up. Cheap shot from Edge goes south, leading to a fisherman from Raw's champ. Cena bumps into the turnbuckle, leading to a huge blow from the Rated R superstar, and Edge begins stinging Cena with a few strikes, leading to a 1 count. He tried to bounce back quickly, but ends up being kicked to the outside. Sunset flip from John leads to a near fall, but Edge quickly clotheslines the WWE Champion. It was back and forth competitive action, and you could see the chemistry these guys had. They never had a disappointing match, and just as Cena tries building some sort of momentum, Edge blasts him with a random move. This time, it was a spinning heel kick. Little reversal here leads to a big boot. Mid-match headlock, of course, leads to John escaping. He tried going for the STFU, but Edge was clever in reaching for the ropes before any damage could be done. Following this, he hits the face buster, was unable to go for a cover and begin his comeback, but he did just that a few seconds later though. Shoulder tackles, little slam that you can't see me in the 5-knuckle shot. Nope. Edge goes through the ropes, and they brawl on the outside. Cena lost focus, opting to clear the announce desk, and as he's going for the FU, Edge rakes him in the eyes and wins the match. You stupid idiot. In kayfabe, John Cena's dumb. You know, he's opting to destroy Edge, whereas the world champion was smart as hell in winning the match by countout. He was intelligent. It was decent, you know, we got to see these two go at it again, and it was of course going to be limited because of the fact that it was a TV match, but it was fun. With the win, MS SmackDown's won the first draft pick. The random program plays, they built up all the suspense, you know, who's it gonna be? And it ends up being the Great Khali. Edge is speechless, and Cena's got a grin on his face knowing what's to come. I remember this moment. I was happy that the Great Khali was going to SmackDown because I was like, oh, Edge, he's gonna get his ass beat or whatever. Just believing in kayfabe back then, it was the best thing. Like, believing in kayfabe was so damn fun. You believe in everything that's going on, and it was just such a fun thing. You know, it made the shows much more interesting. I was so into kayfabe. Moving on, they had the former governor of Minnesota, Jesse the Body Ventura. He made it seem like he was going to honor Mr. Well, he actually refused to call him that, opting to call him McMahon, like the old days. He thought this was a selfish idea and called the WWE a dictatorship. In his eyes, this was anything but benevolent, and lastly said, every dictator falls. Meanwhile, the coach announced that the Vengeance main event will be some sort of Champions Challenge. Cena defends the gold against anybody who asks. They've got to be a former champion, however, though. The next match was between Carlito, Raw, and CM Punk, ECW. So at this point in time, both men were heading in different directions. Punk was on the up and Carlito was on the down. In Punk's case, not many on ECW were as popular as him, and with the roster being thin, it gave him the opportunity to quickly break through. Carlito had his issues in the back and was even chastised on live television. Goes to show how bad things were, but then again, he was being paid 6 figures, so it couldn't have been that bad. Okay, collar and elbow once more. Carlito opts to go the unethical route, and Punk responds with a kick. As he goes for that corner knee, Carlito had it scouted and quickly delivers some strikes. Punk was more with the kicks, and as he goes up to Brett's rope, Carlito catches him with a drop kick. Intelligent. Oh, you guys remember that Raw energy drink or whatever? Like, they were promoting it harder than their own shows themselves. Anyways, Carlito took control of the suplex and began working on Punk's ribs. He of course struggled to escape this body scissors, but he did just that, countering into the Boston Crab. Carlito, however, reached the ropes, and Punk then hits the springboard clothesline, which gives him a near fall. Nice little reversals leads to a kick from Punk, but not enough. Punk hits the corner knee, but as he goes for the bulldog, Carlito tosses him to the turnbuckle before hitting the backstabber. Unfortunately, though, Punk crawled to the outside. Once he tosses him in, Punk kicked out at 2. Now, the commentary team felt that maybe Carlito would have won by count-out, but his ego got the best of him. As he goes to the backstabber for a second time, Punk counters and hits a brutal-looking GTS 1, 2, 3. Another entertaining match. Carlito and Kayfabe had Punk scouted, and it was clear that he studied him for a bit. Punk, though, was just one of those guys that were undeniable, I guess. As for the draft pick, it was the Boogeyman, and Taz was all excited. Man, you lied. Punk's got a smile on his face as well. Well, with regards to ECW, I thought SmackDown was the one who was getting shafted on a yearly basis. Following this, they brought in Snoop Dogg to speak well about McMahon. However, it was anything but. He poked fun at McMahon for monopolizing the wrestling industry, praised him for featuring guys like John Cena and Stone Cold Steve. Yeah, he called him that. Hoped to get his ass beaten, and basically these guys were in kayfabe, forced to speak well about the boss, but they opted not to. Mick Foley came out not to speak well on a certain boss, but to put his name in the WWE title picture. While he was uninterested in whatever coach says, the one thing that caught his ear was an open WWE Championship match. In his eyes, he met the requirements of featuring in that match, and since he was rehired, technically he was a member of the Raw roster. So Mick Foley was going to be a part of Vengeance, and regarding Mr. McMahon, he said that he has affected the lives of many. He has the power of doing so much good, but he refused to do that. Well, somewhat. McMahon in his eyes was an arrogant, misogynistic egomaniac, and in reality, he lacks friends. Foley mentioned the list of personalities that rejected, they refused to appear as part of Appreciation Night, and ended up leaving. Okay, for some reason, the feud between McMahon and Foley was planned for years. We'd see Foley speaking bad about him, but it never, ever happened. It was planned for a couple of years. One or the other would turn it down, and it just never happened. The next match was between Balls Mahoney, ECW, versus Umaga, Raw. Winner gets the next draft pick. Immediately, Umaga kicked balls in the face, hit the Samoan spike, and that's all. Literally 2 moves. As for the draft pick, it was a huge one. It was King Booker. Joey Styles was all sad over the results because Booker would have been on Tuesday night. And speaking of that, Booker wasn't exactly a fan of the politics on Raw. As a matter of fact, a few others weren't for that matter. Had he been drafted to ECW, he would have quit, and he said this himself in an interview around this time period. We all know how his run went on Raw because of the issues he experienced with the booking, stress of the Benoit tragedy. He left. Meanwhile, Steve-O wrote a little rhyme regarding McMahon and his ass, and unlike the others, he was actually positive towards the boss. The next match was between Bobby Lashley, ECW, and Chris Benoit, SmackDown. So Lashley at this point was being pushed hard. He was on the posters, main event shows that didn't feature Batista or Cena, and it was clear that this guy was a future WWE champion. Like, I'm pretty certain we all would have bet on it at the time. It was basically a foregone conclusion. It was gonna happen eventually. Chris Benoit, this one's weird in particular. He was widely respected and was coming off a great US Championship reign, but they didn't have any plans for him to ascend to the main event, But anyways, both men had a little stare down, bell rings, Lashley with a quick leg takedown. Benoit tries to go for the crossface, Lashley shows off his power and strength. Benoit was very persistent in locking up that arm, and the ECW champ once again responds with a slam, but it didn't exactly phase the former world champion. He then goes for knees and chops, but Lashley answers with a body slam, and JBL on commentary was complaining about the stupid guests talking trash about their boss. He thought it was telling that these men talk bad about him, yet always come back. In the ring, Chris Benoit's cornered Lashley with chops and a snap suplex, but the champ doesn't stay down low as he's got Benoit in torture rack position and slams him on the back of his shoulders. Near fall there. Even though he weathered the storm, Benoit quickly locked in the crossface. Fans go crazy, but Lashley's near the ropes. He showed off his strength, but it was for nothing because Benoit hit a brace of Germans. Lashley fights out of the third attempt, but found himself in the sharpshooter, and it wasn't exactly a problem though, because he powered out. Benoit makes a little mistake and takes a running power slam. 1, 2, 3. Cool. That's what you expect. Lashley was of course limited, but with Benoit taking control, there was no issue. The match itself could have been on pay-per-view, it was that good, it had that much potential. Regarding that draft pick, it ended up being Benoit himself, and JBL almost suffered a stroke. He was completely incensed with what went down and refused to see a match between those two, and Joey Styles and Taz were completely joyous. Like I said, this match was good. I enjoyed it. But again, there was a little thought in the back of my mind over what went down a few weeks later, because this was so damn close to that incident. Like I said in an old-ass video, it's even weirder for me to watch Chris Benoit matches from 2007. Next up is Donald Trump on Appreciation Night. He reminded everyone of WrestleMania 23 and thought an Appreciation Night is befitting himself. So it's 3-1. McMahon didn't have many supporters, and he also suspended Ashley earlier that week, and so she appeared via satellite on Raw. She thought being suspended over coffee was unbelievable, and again made him seem like such a terrible person, reminding everyone of that night in March of 2001. Those two came out and did the exact same thing, and I was just confused. But hey, we got another match. Next up on Appreciation Night was Jimmy Snuka and the Iron Sheik. Snuka thought it was odd that McMahon was shaken and out of this world. Sheik believed it was because he was screwed at one night stand, and he had huge praises for McMahon, despite me not understanding much. The next match was between MVP SmackDown and Santino Marella Raw. Bell rings, JR already predicts MVP's winning as he's throwing Marella around with a gut wrench. Santino responds with a throw and a few arm drags, but MVP bounces back with a clubbing clothesline. The US champion tries slowing things down, but almost gives way to a comeback, but it turns out MVP's strong enough to withstand the kicks. Santino's taking punishment, was still in it. Shoulder tackle from the top repeatedly slams MVP into the turnbuckle. He goes for the flying right, and this gets him a 2 count. MVP doesn't stay down for long, but he screws up and almost takes the L. Irish whip reversal leads to the big boot. Playmaker, and that's all she wrote. It's just there. I wasn't really that interested. I wasn't feeling it. I just didn't like it. The draft pick, though, ended up being Tori Wilson. MVP certainly was happy about this. She came out, posed, and left, and JBL called this a home run, even stating that he'd trade the entire roster for her, and he'd remind us of this about 5 more times before the night concluded. Okay, Bret the Hitman Hart on Appreciation Night. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't this the first time Hart appeared in some sort of pre-taped video in 9 years? I know he appeared at the Hall of Fame, but he never, appeared on Raw one way or another. I don't think so. I'm shocked they didn't get The Rock, though. But anyways, Hart felt that there wasn't worse to express his appreciation for McMahon. A fist, however, is the best way. Scratch that for them. So he still hates him, obviously. Okay, what's next? The Miz, SmackDown, faces Snitsky. Winner gets a draft pick. You guys know how it goes. At this point, Snitsky was in the midst of another push and never led to much, but reports at the time stated he was pegged to face John Cena for the title. The Miz, on the other hand, was worried over being fired, and right out of the gate, he tried. He tried his best to outsmart Snitsky, but once he was caught, that was it. Body slam gets him a near fall, he hits a clothesline, and then a boot. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Afterwards, though, he continued the attack, killing Miz in the process, but the referee decided to reverse his decision in light of this. Snitsky was completely enraged with this, but what was there to do? And look at the smile Miz had on his face, like, I got my ass kicked, but I won. SmackDown ended up getting Chris Masters. Taz called this a big-time pick, and he was such a big get that he only wrestled 8 matches on the show. Again, I didn't care about the match. I knew it was going to be a squash. Meanwhile, Bobby the Brain Heenan gave appreciation to McMahon. However, he put over his ruthlessness, stating that McMahon has hired many people, but he's also put many out of work as well. Next up, Roddy Piper was going to give appreciation to the boss. He thought that he was the best choice to appreciate McMahon. Then Hot Rod began sharing some of the boss's proudest moments. These moments consisted of ass-kissing, beer baths, wetting the ring. And on behalf of the fans, Roddy Piper said that they appreciate Vince McMahon for what he really is. A joke, I guess. Time for some Divas action. Before that could go down, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, gave praises to McMahon for being a very, very great entrepreneur. Okay, Candice Michelle at Raw faces Crystal SmackDown. So at this point in time, Candice Michelle turned into quite the worker. Like, for 2007 standards, she was pretty good. Crystal's in a kayfabe relationship with Teddy Long, we gotta talk about that. She had some generic mid-2000s club music. Bell rings, Crystal immediately goes for a boot, pulls her down by the hair. Michelle quickly hits an enziguri, begins her comeback, backbreaker, elbow, and that gives her a 2 count. Crystal fights back for all of 2 seconds as Michelle uses the ropes to her advantage. And as she goes for something, Candice hits a spin kick. 1, 2, 3. That's all she wrote. Whatever. I wasn't bored with the action because it was short. Draft pick, though, goes to Raw. They built up some suspense, and it was a huge gate because it was Bobby Lashley. The ECW champion was now on Raw, and poor ECW was getting their stars taken away with no actual returns. Well, they had Benoit at the time. All of a sudden, the coach interrupted. Why is that? Well, since he was drafted to Raw and since Vince hates him, he's stripped of the ECW title. Lashley, of course, wasn't happy, but on Raw, he was going to be champion. That's it. Because of this, Lashley was given the moniker of uncrowned champion, and you'd hear that about 20,000 times in the next month. Following this was a triple threat match. Jeff Hardy of Raw, Elijah Burke of ECW, and Batista of SmackDown. Well, this was over before we began, right? See, Jeff Hardy at this time period wasn't as strong as he would end up becoming by the end of the year. He wasn't an upper mid-carder, he was a straight-up mid-carder, that's all. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but was this the first and only time Batista faced Jeff Hardy? Burke tried avoiding conflict, but was thrusted in the middle of it, and just watching this match, how in the hell did Jeff Hardy face Batista? He goes to the bomb, but Hardy counters, hits a forearm, and even connects with a whisper in the wind. The swanton was successful as well, but Burke breaks the fall, and I forgot he was even in the match at this point. Quickly, he goes to work trying to end the match, and just because he looked like a schmuck initially, it wasn't the case here. JBL, meanwhile, was praying that Cole gets drafted to OVW, and in the ring, Hardy was quick, giving caution to the wind. He kicked Burke around, but he learned that high-risk moves are just that. Batista comes in, hits the spinebuster on both opponents before wrapping it up with a Batista bomb on Elijah Burke. 1, 2, 3, damn it. The one match I wanted to see more of ended quickly like that. I was enjoying seeing Batista and Jeff Hardy go at it, first time ever, but it is what it is. Afterwards, the randomizer played, and it ended up being Ric Flair. JBL and Batista were over the moon at the sight of Ric Flair, and he ended up wrestling a handful of matches on SmackDown. He was threatening to quit, he was angry over his booking and all that, and that's what led to the WrestleMania 24 story. Next up, Captain Lou Albano was to give appreciation to Mr. McMahon. As expected, he trashed the boss and then someone in the arena. The American Dream, Dustin Rhodes, came out to honor McMahon. He talked about his work ethic and his persistence in being successful, and it didn't matter if he had to step on others. Well, you don't have to like his psychology of this industry, you got to respect it, Mr. McMahon. Basically, Rose didn't make it seem like he was a fan of the boss, quite the contrary, but decided to focus on the business side of Mr. McMahon playing it safe. Afterwards, Mean Gene Okerlund gave his respect to McMahon, and he talked about how he was given the spot to be the host of Tuesday Night Titans when McMahon knew damn well that the show was being canceled. He was also fired despite being a tenured member of the company, but hey, at least he got a fine job down in Atlanta. And the main event, a 15-man tri-branded battle royal. Competitors in this match for the most part were lower card, mid card guys. Okay, bell rings. The commentary once again reminded us that the big guys have a huge advantage. Striker was the first one to get thrown out, and also I just realized that this was a free-for-all. Like, I thought this match was supposed to have teamwork in it. Sandman picked the wrong fight, leaving ECW with 3 other men, and on the other side, Rigo and Chavo were thrown out by Mark Henry. JBL's angry over this, but Cole suggested he go tell him, As they're talking about this, Tommy Dreamer's thrown out, and you could feel the ECW commentary team's pain. Henry was dominant, he punched out Kevin Thorne, knocked out Randy Orton, and Viscera was destroying anybody in his path as well. This led to a huge clash between both Titans. Henry delivered a blow that knocked Viscera's teeth out of his throat by the looks of it, yet it wasn't enough to throw him out. Regardless of what went down, Henry managed to toss him right out of the match. After the commercial break, Corvan's in a dangerous situation. Dykstra and Eugene were eliminated beforehand. Hardy managed to get the fans behind him and managed to eliminate Corvan after dodging the pounds. And Nitro, meanwhile, was going for a springboard and Orange drop kicked him out. Hardy was really building momentum at this point. He bounced Masters on out of there. He held on and got rid of Henry, leading to a showdown with Randy Orton. As the Legend Killers attempted an RKO, Hardy counters leading to the side effect. Orton quickly bounced back though with a backbreaker, but once both men recover, Hardy's in control. He was looking for the twist of fate, but Orton just threw him onto the apron and uppercutted him out to win the match. Wow. I love Battle Royals. You guys know what I think about this. I like it, of course. This gave Raw 2 draft picks. Those picks ended up being Snitsky, of course, from ECW. I mean, ECW just had to have its stars taken away. The second pick absolutely obliterated JBL. Why? Because it was Mr. Kennedy, the fastest rising star in SmackDown history. Well, the landscape did sort of change, from the bottom, but from the top, there wasn't much that changed. Meanwhile, Vince McMahon was pacing around with a worry on his mind, and it was looking like he was coming out to the arena. In the meantime, Stone Cold Steve Austin spoke about Appreciation Day, and he said that he appreciates the opportunity to drive a beer truck to the ring and spray his boss with beer. He appreciated filling McMahon's car with cement. He loved beating his ass in the hospital, and best of all, he thanked him for allowing him to drive in a Zamboni and deliver an ass-whooping. Austin clearly wasn't fond of McMahon screwing him over, ever since day one, he's hated the man, and if only they released this promo uncensored. Jerry Lawler himself couldn't believe that this had aired on TV. Okay, Vince McMahon came out all emotionless. He looked completely lost. So lost that Justin Roberts had to enter the ring and give him a microphone. He was shaking with fear, I assume, and he ended up dropping the mic. Damn, that was a 5-star promo. The commentary team felt that it was odd that McMahon lacked any sense of swagger, words, everything. Like, everything was so damn different about the man. It was a shell of himself. Then, he walked to the back with a slight smirk, and there, every single superstar that wasn't a main eventer was lined up. McMahon was walking towards the wrong direction, and this guy had a smile on his face because he wanted to. I don't know why the hell he had a smile on his face. He thought he was going to stick it to the company or something. Turns out he punished himself and his partner. As McMahon exits the building, he felt a sense of paranoia. As he enters the limousine and shuts the door, it explodes. Oh my, Michael Cole. In all seriousness though, it's insane to see that WWE was going to have a storyline in which Mr. McMahon died. It's something that rarely occurs in pro wrestling, and WWE clearly wanted a huge summer angle in order to increase ratings, and this was a good-ass way of doing that. It just lied in their efforts afterwards, it looked promising. It was the best ending to a Raw episode in years, probably. With regards to the incident, a lot of people thought it was legit. The FBI was even contacted about the limousine explosion, and according to the Wrestling Observer, the storyline wasn't even new. It was actually pitched for Carlito to have somebody rig a bomb in Teddy Long's car back in 2005. Upon reading this, I was laughing my ass off because the thought of Carlito going that far just because the GM was punishing him seems so far-fetched. And that's what they thought as well. Because of the storyline, WWE and Vince McMahon's search activity increased tenfold on Yahoo.com and a bunch of other websites. And another thing to mention is that there was some consideration in canceling the storyline because of Sherry Martel. Stuff was just completely insane. Following this episode, a supplement draft was held on WWE.com. Raw got Daivari, William Regal, Jillian, The Sandman, and Lundrick. ECW received Viscera, The Miz, and John Morrison. SmackDown got Kenny Dykstra, Eugene, Hardcore Holly, who didn't even join the brand, ended up going to Raw a few weeks later, The Major Brothers, and Victoria. Out of all the brands, I'd say ECW won the lottery for obvious reasons, that being The Miz and John Morrison. Big Daddy V felt like somewhat of a big deal on the brand, so there's that. Now, what do I think about this draft? Honestly, I think it's the weakest of the 2000s. Why? Because the guys who were drafted didn't make a huge impact. The only person that did make a huge impact was the great Khali. When we look at it from today's perspective, it looks weak, but at the time, it looked very optimistic. Benoit to ECW, Lashley to Raw, where he was going to face John Cena, Mr. Kennedy to Raw. It was looking optimistic, but like I said, looking at it from today, it was weak, in my eyes at least. Bobby Lashley is a perfect talent for Vince McMahon, over 6 foot tall, imposing stature, and a strong understanding of the squared circle. His peak took a while to reach, but once he did, he managed to change many people's sentiment of him. Why is that? Lashley was pushed too soon and too hard throughout his early years. In turn, this meant it was going to be harder to learn, especially because he's up at the very top of the card, where he's expected to perform well. It's possible to mask somebody's talent in the lower card, but when it comes to the main event, no matter what you do, it becomes obvious as day that the wrestler is either good or bad. Bobby Lashley's credentials would have allowed for him to walk into the wrestling industry easily in any era. A super athlete that found great talent in amateur wrestling. Lashley was a great amateur wrestler to the point where he competed as an NCAA athlete in college. Lashley was also in the US Army. He was a national champion for 3 years and had a great future ahead with dreams of the Olympics. It was very close for him to the point where he was starting to train to represent the US in Greece. This would be a dream that would fade after a bank robbery. Now, Lashley wasn't going to pull a 3-leaf cover scene, but once he jumped to the floor, he hurt his knee. Suffered a bullet graze, and his knee was broken. This was all during his break from training, which he managed to place third in. Now, one thing to mention is that Lashley was a fan of pro wrestling, but didn't really consider a future in the business. A meeting with Kurt Angle happened at the time, with Angle trying to recruit him, but nothing came out of it. It wasn't until after the injury that things changed. Bobby Lashley mentioned this in an interview and said, and I quote, "I was supposed to be out for 8 months after that, after the bank robbery, I mean. The guy came into the bank while I was in line. The guy took a shot at me, I took a dive to the ground, landed on my knee, busted my knee open. It was a mess. But from that, the 2 months that I was in the leg brace and on the couch and just trying to recover from the surgery, that's when I got the call from the WWE. Well, the first person that first recruited me was Kurt Angle, because Kurt was doing a vignette down at the Olympic Training Center, and we went through a little practice afterwards. Kurt was like, look, you've got a really good look. You might want to consider professional wrestling. And, I was a big wrestling fan, but anyway, I kind of followed Kurt's career up to that point, and when he said that, I was like, cool, that is definitely an opportunity. So he passed my number around, and finally, a few months later, when Gerald Briscoe called me, and Briscoe called me, unfortunately, when I just got out of surgery, so I didn't want to tell him about the surgery, but yeah, I took the offer and just tried to push him back as much as I could. But yeah, I got a call from Briscoe and he wanted me to come down, and then I got a call from Dr. Tom Pritchard right afterward to kind of set up training. He signed in November of 2003 and was sent to OVW. OVW was an interesting time for Lashley because he was walking into a business he knew nothing about. Not knowledge, but experience of being an actual wrestler. He wasn't that good and had high expectations. There's a story about him knowing nothing and lifting Jim Cornette the wrong way and almost hurting him. There was a rumor at the time that Lashley was being hidden from the agent and Vince because if he saw him, then he would call him up and push him. JR himself spoke about it in an interview, and I quote, "I simply told Vince that he can't protect anybody right now. He's still learning where to put his feet. He's still learning things. He's so big and strong that a small calculated error could be disastrous. Same thing, but I wasn't in a position in that regard. I didn't have the opportunity nor the clout at the time as I did when I ran the department to go to Vince and say he's not ready. We're going to tame his growth by bringing him in when he knows he is not ready and surrounded by his peers who are ready. There's going to be a psychological issue there that we are going to have to get past because Bobby was not the most trusting guy. He didn't have product knowledge. The moment Vince saw him, it was basically the moment he was going to get called up. This resulted in him being called up to the SmackDown roster. Lashley debuted on the September 23rd, 2005 episode of SmackDown. Lashley was still green and it showed in these matches. The way he would slam his opponents, the wrestling style, it was that style where you knew the wrestler was thinking about the hard cam and all that stuff. Lashley caught the attention of Simon Dean, who saw Lashley's work and wanted to offer him his Simon system. Why? Because he wanted to hear nothing when he beats him at No Mercy. He's like, hey, I want to beat you. Lashley dropped him after this. Their match at No Mercy had the stipulation that the loser eats 20 cheeseburgers. Bobby Lashley dominated and continued his winning streak. He made him eat those burgers and moved on to other things. He destroyed opponents over the next couple of weeks before getting a spot in the Survivor Series elimination match. Lashley had a decent showing at the pay-per-view, but was the first man eliminated from the SmackDown side. Nonetheless, he was still winning matches and facing tougher opponents such as William Regal. Even then, he was taking them out and winning convincingly, which was slowly catching the eye of the SmackDown roster. Regal himself wasn't too happy with being on the losing end of these matches and made it his goal to end his winning streak. Lashley beat his guy Paul Burchill, leading to a handicap match at Armageddon. They worked hard to win it, but Lashley was untouchable and scored the victory. He continued winning matches until he caught the eye of JBL. He watched him destroy one of the Dicks and decided to drop him with a clothesline from Hill. This led to a match at No Way Out. Lashley had his best match up to this point with this one, and it wasn't even that good. JBL's experience helped a lot, and it also set up his next feud with Finlay. Finlay wanted to start a fight before the match, and when he got what he wanted, he made a run for it and returned later on to cost Lashley the match and give him his first loss. Lashley was pissed over this. He got his match against the Belfast Brawler the following week, and similar to last time, Finlay was one step ahead of Lashley, but when it came down to it, he couldn't stop him and had to get disqualified, which led to a big brawl where the officials ran out to separate them, and that didn't even work. The rematch was a Money in the Bank qualifying match, but that didn't matter because, again, they had too much problems with each other. It was outrageous and crazy. They went outside and fought on top of a car, which led to Lashley flipping over a car and dropping the security guards. It was crazy. They had a lumberjack match, but this ended up going Finlay's way, so Lashley had to qualify in a last chance battle royal. This was Lashley's first WrestleMania, but it wasn't a successful one. Instead, he was looking forward to the King of the Ring tournament. Booker T thought it was already his crown and made himself the king. Lashley ended up crashing the party and reminded him there's a tournament. Despite this, Booker still overlooked him and he refused to be seen as a stepping stone or an afterthought. Booker had a bye in the tournament and he thought Finlay was beating Lashley because he doesn't have a win over him. Finlay was a tough challenge, the toughest for Lashley because of the mental mind games, not to mention Booker T watching from a distance. The odds were against him, yet Lashley did it, and in turn he earned himself a match against Booker T in the finals of the King of the Ring tournament. This was the biggest match in Lashley's run up to this point, and it was a final. For Booker T though, this was a much needed victory for him to go and challenge for the world title. He went through a lot in the last 4 years, and with the departure of JBL, it was an opening that allowed for him to finally climb up to the very top of the card. He did get the last laugh though with a spear onto the throne. Things were looking up though for Lashley. He destroyed JBL later that week to become the US champion, which showed that the company valued him and wanted to see him do well. He was champion, but his promos didn't improve much. He was still green, but it didn't matter because he was becoming one of the bigger names on SmackDown. He was improving just a little. Booker T was still greedy and wanted more than a crown. He wanted the title and got his match the following week. He failed to win, but made a statement by bringing out his loyal subjects to aid him in making Lashley look like a joke. This feud was all about the title, and Lashley was constantly going through the heels before finally getting to King Booker. That was the story. It got to the point where they had to have a steel cage match for the title to prevent interference. This was a tough match for Lashley, but as always, he found a way to score the victory and end the feud on top. Finlay, though, was right behind him. He got his title match a couple of weeks later, and with the help of Little Bastard, he was the new champion. And all Lashley had to say about this was that Finlay wasn't the only person that loves to fight. He got his rematch, and again, he had to deal with some drama with the King Booker faction. He was supposed to be on the Great American Bash pay-per-view at the time, but ended up having elevated liver enzymes. That's another story. That pay-per-view was cursed and didn't help many, barring the likes of King Booker. He mostly traded wins with Regal and Finlay over the next couple of weeks. I assume he was feuding with them to get experience, because it was mostly Finlay throughout the year that was his opponent. At this point, he understood more of the fundamentals, and while green, he looked much better with stronger talents such as Finlay and Regal. That would continue to develop over the next year. It's kind of redundant for me to talk about their matches, but eventually Mr. Kennedy got involved and got himself in the US title scene. He won the title on the September 1st, 2006 episode of SmackDown, and even though Lashley had been feuding with Finlay for a long time, they still wanted to continue the feud at the top of the main event scene. Both men wanted to win the world title, even Finlay, who was closely associated with King Booker. This led to Lashley calling Finlay a bastard and a coward for his actions after he destroyed Batista. This wasn't the best promo from Lashley. It doesn't really sound like he says bath turd, because that's what this promo is well known for. You know, he called him a bath turd, as people said. If you actually listen to it, he called him a bastard. It was bastard, but the delivery was very generic and lacked any conviction behind it. With that said, the world title feud was interesting because it involved King Booker and Batista. It was intense, and it led to a very good fatal four-way match at No Mercy. While he didn't win, he eventually got a one-on-one title shot against King Booker a month later. And JBL was pissed. He called Teddy Long racist for giving Booker a title match, which is funny. He called him a peanut George Jefferson, and Lashley, he didn't win the match but looked strong. This would end up being his final match on the SmackDown roster. Later that week on ECW, Paul Heyman had a spot in the Extreme Elimination Chamber match. It was supposed to be Hardcore Khali when Bobby Lashley all of a sudden attacked him. He dropped Big Show with a spear and signed the contract himself, making him a member of the ECW roster. Why did this happen? Why would Bobby Lashley go from Friday night SmackDown, where he was feuding with the likes of Batista, King Booker, and Finlay, to ECW, where all he had was Big Show? It's a little more obvious if you watched the show at the time. A report from Pro Wrestling Torch came out and it said that Lashley had problems with Michael Hayes and didn't want to deal with the drama. Then a follow from the Wrestling Observer and Pro Wrestling Insider gave a different side to the story. Here's what they had to say, and I quote, "Regarding Bobby Lashley's move to ECW, he's close with Paul Heyman. Heyman got him called up to WWE a bit early and he convinced both Lashley and Vince McMahon that he should make the jump. There's skepticism from people internally because Lashley is going to be pushed as ECW's top star, but the feeling is that he's not ready for that sort of position even on the C show and won't be able to draw. He'll be a strong babyface because McMahon feels that ECW needs another strong babyface, although there's talk of turning him heel and having him feud with RVD or CM Punk in the future. It wouldn't be a surprise if he won the belt at ECW December to Dismember. Also, reports of Lashley leaving because of problems with Michael Hayes have been denied. It is now being said that he was promised a top spot in ECW, and with Batista around on SmackDown, he'd never get that spot. And that's why I decided to change brands. In some ways, Lashley matched the new ECW. In some ways, he was very intense and had this all-out power in his offense, and it really made sense to go there and become the #1 guy because the perception of him would not change if he remained on SmackDown. The thing is, though, if they wanted to make him fit the newer ECW a lot more, personally speaking, I think he should have turned heel and became even more vicious, more aggressive, destroying people with weapons, with his own arms, everything. That would have fit the new ECW more so than this version of him. Lashley was quickly involved in the ECW title picture and had a great showing at Survivor Series with John Cena. His match at December to Dismember was one of the most controversial from that era. WWE didn't really have a good idea about what to do with the pay-per-view, and it came at a time where the relationship between Heyman and McMahon was at an all-time low. It was bound to end the way it did. Heyman had different ideas about the match, such as CM Punk shockingly eliminating Big Show in the beginning, who was leaving anyways, and basically move on to a new era. That's one of the things he was pushing for a lot because it gave an unpredictable feel, especially with the rise of MMA at the time. You know, it was very popular. Anything can happen. And personally speaking, I kind of wish that actually happened here because one thing that WWE really needs to work on in general, regardless of what era we're talking about, is the element of surprise. We kind of know everything about the matches, the way they go, how many minutes it's going to be. We know stuff like that. So if CM Punk was booked to eliminate Big Show here the way he would have if Heyman intended to, that would have been one of the most memorable moments from that year, definitely. Especially because CM Punk was just like this newcomer. You know, I'm saying he's a newcomer. He's not a newcomer fully. But if you were to have eliminated him the way he did, it would have really stood out as a great moment, regardless of Bobby Lashley winning in the end or not. The show was terrible and only served to remind people that the old ECW wasn't coming back. The main event itself wasn't really terrible, but for an Elimination Chamber match, it was forgettable. Lashley was in a position he should have been in the sense of not only his booking, but the way it happened. It felt like a classic wrestling story from the 80s, and it wasn't what they wanted to see at the time. The biggest problem wasn't Bobby Lashley's win, but everything surrounding it. He won the title, he had this big generic story, we had to overcome Test, Hardcore Khali, the Bashams, and of course, the Big Show, but it wasn't really that natural. You know, it felt very manufactured. It didn't have that ECW feel about it. But that's the thing. At this point, it was not really ECW anymore. It was WWE's third brand, just so happened to be called ECW. He won the title and Heyman quit ECW later that night, which led to Dusty Rhodes taking over the show. Lashley's ECW title reign was in a weird position where the biggest match wasn't really known because anyone you considered they were going to have him face very soon. He faced the likes of Big Show, beat him, RVD, who was by far the biggest opponent he could have faced at the time, especially because of the fact that Kurt Angle had left and gone to TNA. Sabu wasn't gonna be that big challenger for him. Big Show was gone. RVD was the best guy, and there was nobody for WrestleMania season. Test came up as a strong challenger, but everyone knew he was just a stopgap heading into WrestleMania. But then the Undertaker came in. He teased challenging, but then realized that the ECW title is about as useless as Usher books and did something else. Instead, McMahon began a feud with Donald Trump, and this involved Lashley. McMahon threw a bunch of hurdles in his way, and Lashley defended his title almost every week. Mr. Kennedy got a title shot, Hardcore Khali, and this was a little before Trump even chose him as his guy. This also led to the moment where Lashley dove through the cage and onto Umaga, one of my favorite moments from this iteration of ECW. It really showcases the violence and the brutality of it. That moment was so damn cool, just thinking about it. He dove through the cage, 300 pounds. Damn, it was crazy, it was wild. Lashley was being pushed strong and even became the first person to break the master lock. The Trump and McMahon storyline was the biggest outside of WWE, and Lashley and Umaga had a lot of attention on them seeing as they were involved. Lashley beat Umaga at WrestleMania and made a joke out of McMahon. It was one of the biggest moments in his entire career and one he looks back on fondly. The old thought was that Lashley's career peaked here. He obviously did do better things later on, but the sentiment when we look back on this moment from a couple of years back, this was probably the biggest it was ever going to be in WWE. And arguably, keyword arguably, in some ways, this is still his biggest moment. The reason why is because everything about it was box office stuff. You had Donald Trump, Vince McMahon, they had the Battle of the Billionaires, that big story, Stone Cold. You had all these elements together at the biggest WrestleMania up to that very point. One of the biggest WrestleManias up to that very point. It's one that's it's going to be hard to top, especially because of the mainstream attention that the storyline brought, the pay-per-view buy rates, everything about it. It was big. The backlash from Vince would ignite a bigger flame that was directed towards Lashley and his title. The family was hell-bent on making Lashley pay the price, and McMahon took his title and in turn made himself the final boss. It was a goofy storyline with McMahon wearing a do-rag and shouting, "What up, Holmes?" He was going crazy at this point. He was making things tough on him, and it got to the point where he had to face the McMahons and Umaga again at Judgment Day. He won the match, but Lashley pinned Shane McMahon, so Vince was like, hey, since you pinned Shane, you can't win the title. You did win the match though, so it led to another rematch. Vince retained on a disqualification that wasn't there in the beginning and was constantly throwing hurdles over him, but we all knew how this would end. It was obviously a way to make Lashley look stronger and book him as a top talent, because at the time, at least in my mind personally, Lashley to me as a kid was like one of the very, very top wrestlers out there. There was three guys that were pushing as the new baby faces. It was John Cena, Batista, and Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley was the number 3 guy. He wasn't the number 3 guy in general at this point, but what I'm just saying is that he was number 3 in terms of rising stars. The other two were established, but he was next up. That was what it looked like at the time. So yeah, Lashley got another rematch at One Night Stand. This time around, he managed to figure things out, and through all of it, emerged as champion and sent McMahon into a state of depression. This title reign didn't even last long because Lashley was drafted to Raw. Now, with regards to this McMahon feud, it was all about elevating Bobby Lashley at the time. He was always trying to make him look like a big star, always try to elevate him to the highest level alongside the likes of Batista and John Cena. In some ways it worked, in others it didn't, obviously. Personally speaking, I actually did see Lashley as a main event talent as a kid. I thought he was one of the bigger talents, as evident by the fact that he was on the SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 cover, and the fact that he was feuding with the likes of John Cena, Vince McMahon, all these top talents. So it felt like it was only a matter of time before he'd win the World Championship. At the time, they didn't book champions to lose, so they stripped him of the title. This was a move that was expected to go well for him because WWE made him look very strong throughout the year, so by default, he was the number 2 babyface on the show at the time. It was clear that the company wanted him to feud with John Cena. It was one of the biggest matches they could do. It was a face versus face match with great potential. Lashley still wasn't the best at the time, but he was starting to be more capable of holding his own. He started calling himself the uncrowned champion on Raw. He was basically saying, "I'm champion before becoming champion." The first interaction between them was hyped at Vengeance Night of Champions, a great match that also teased what's to come between Cena and Lashley. This was fast-paced and one of the more enjoyable matches from this time period. It never gets dull and lasts only 10 minutes, which makes every second a memorable one. Following Vengeance, Bobby Lashley won a Beat the Clock Challenge tournament to win the right to face John Cena at the Great American Bash. John Cena was in midst a 10-month title reign up to this point. He'd faced everyone that gone through him, but other than Shawn Michaels, this was basically his toughest challenge in storyline. That's what it was. The hype for this match was big for me personally. I remember being very interested in seeing Cena and Lashley because of the fact that, two babyfaces colliding, top talent, all that. The company themselves were trying to sell it as a huge fight without the need for having some dramatic personal story, whatever. It's just about the talent, the skill, and all that. They had a lot of wrestlers being interviewed, giving their thoughts about the match. They were being separated in the segments with the security trying to push them away. It was good. It was a good build. It was a good build, and it's exactly what they should have done with it, because Lashley isn't the best talker. Obviously, did speak here as always. It was limited in a way. He's like, "I'm gonna kick your ass," this and that. It made sense. Their match at the Bash was pretty damn good. Hell, I'd say it was great. It was Bobby Lashley's very best match in WWE. John Cena pushed him to the very limit. He brought the very best in him. And it kind of makes you wonder, hey, what if Bobby Lashley actually remained and learned more about the company, about the in-ring stuff? How good would he have been? It makes you question that, because here, he showed shades of that, and it was his most promising performance yet. Cena has always retained the title, but he did it in a huge way, and it's a match that I really look back on fondly. It was that damn good. I remember watching it a while back, enjoying it. Following this, Lashley unfortunately got injured. He tore his shoulder, which meant he had to be sidelined for several months. He missed SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and the Royal Rumble. Surprisingly, he was released in February of 2008. This came as a surprise to many because of the fact that Lashley was being pushed as a hard talent and all that, but it all comes down to a couple of things. For one, he wasn't happy with Michael Hayes. He was feuding with him. He had a lot of issues with him at the time. Not to mention the WrestleMania payout was disappointing to him. In January 2008, Lashley said, and I quote, "I can't go into details of this now, but like I said before, sometimes people will hate you personally, try to destroy you, which has happened here. Evil has prevailed. However, like I said before, if you continue your struggle, doors will open around these people." This was apparently, keyword apparently, about Michael Hayes. There was a lot of issues between them at the time, and it's heavily rumored that one of the reasons why Lashley even went to ECW in 2006 is because of Michael Hayes. Lashley himself went into detail about this. He claims a part of it was him going to fight. He wanted to go to Bellator and stuff like that. He trained, all of that. Jim Ross says it was about Bobby Lashley's payout at WrestleMania 23. Apparently, it was a little less than he thought. It was a little less than he anticipated. Seeing as he was a major part of the show, it kind of makes sense for him to get paid a little more, but if the number was true, apparently he got paid around $400,000 or $500,000, and he thought that he wanted a little more. It is what it is, of course, but it's a very strange thing. It's kind of blurry the way things went. And if you're like, why is it blurry? The reason why I say it's blurry is because Bobby Lashley was a big talent, you know, even though he was not that like amazing in ring and all that, they still invested a lot in him, and he wasn't in a position where he actually failed and they gave up on him. It wasn't that at all. It was just he went out with an injury and was upset, you know. He wasn't even released because they wanted to release him. He wanted to release himself. The whole thing's bizarre, you know, because Crystal Marshall at the time left the company. Lashley, rumor has it, followed her. He wasn't happy about how they were treating her. She was having heat. She had heat. But then again, as I say, who the hell didn't have heat in 2000s WWE? Nobody. So it's a weird thing, but it also brought an ending to Bobby Lashley's first run in WWE, which is unfortunate, of course. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, hey, what could have been? Like, he wasn't amazing at this point. He was much better later on. So maybe it was best that he left at the time. You know, a lot for him to get better, work on himself, go to Bellator, do what he has to do, then come back to professional wrestling. But with regards to this run, you could see at times they pushed him a little too hard. I will say that. They brought him up too soon, number one. He should have stayed in OVW for another year because of the fact that, you know, because he could come in much fresher, but it also changes the complexion of the entire company. Because if Bobby Lashley comes in a year later, what happens to WrestleMania 23? What happens to all these big events? Because he was involved in a lot of things. So it changes things a lot. But other than that, even though Lashley was green and wasn't experienced, there was times where like, hey, maybe there could be something. Because he was very fast, agile, explosive. And here's the thing. He compensated a bit with his explosiveness and his intensity. It really helped that he was this big guy that was destroying everybody in sight. It was legitimate. It made sense. But yeah, he left too soon, but it was his own right. You know, he did it himself. It's not like they released him, so yeah. Okay, this one, I think you guys know where it's gonna lead because, well, it's obvious. But yes, D-Generation X, we're gonna make the 2006 DX real soon. I have to cover this one, and I was actually gonna make the reforming of DX video in this one, but as you can see here, well, I don't think I got enough time. What if took away from this video, from this feud, basically? So say I did make the DX video, what if taken away from the Michaels and Vince feud? And I don't want that to happen because that's a feud we could cover in itself, and that's what I'm doing here today. So yeah, Vince McMahon and Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid, their story, their feud. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. The video after this one, if you guys really want it, like, hit the like button, is going to be DX. So yeah, if this video gets, you know what, let's not say if this video gets, just hit the like button. That's all I want to see. I don't think I can make the whole run in one video. It might be the McMahon's thing. Then after that, we'll talk about the Rated R KO thing and how they split. I think that's how we're going to do it. After that, we'll go with 97-2000 and the 2009-10 run, which is like off. It was off for many reasons. Matches, though, they were awesome, and they're best matches, I'd say. So yeah, okay, for me to cover this one, we got to go back to December of 2005. Now at this point, Shawn Michaels, well, he started to have issues with the wrong people. Triple H was still a heel, and he finally took a break from the main event scene, but everyone knew that eventually he was going to try to reclaim his throne. Anyways, on the December 26, 2005 episode of Raw, Mr. McMahon decided to pay tribute to Bret the Hitman Hart. Check out my last video if you haven't and if you're interested. And he decided to stick it to the Hitman for the 100th time. Throughout the night, Vince watched the Bret Hart DVD and offered his opinion. He's marking out over the screw job, as you can see here, and he decided to walk out to the ring and give his review of the DVD. So he's in the ring. He showed Bret's opinion towards the screw job, and as Vince was rambling on, Shawn Michaels decided to interrupt. Vince obviously introduced him to the best of his abilities because he was involved. He was his partner in crime in Montreal. Shawn tried telling Vince something in his ear, and this rubbed the boss the wrong way. HBK was forced to say it on the mic, and he said that while he would do what he did again if he was placed in that position back in '97, that is because he was loyal to the company and it was the right thing to do. But It's another thing for Vince to just live in that day. Simply put, HBK told him to just let it go. He asked if they should grow up, and this certainly stuck in Vince's mind. The boss said that every one of the legends in the past moved on, and the one name that lasted through time was McMahon. Vince asked Shawn if he wants to be one of those names, and he threatened HBK, telling him that he'll make him move on. He'll forcefully make him move on. It's simple. There's no WCW now, and there's nowhere for you to go. He straight up told Shawn that he's expendable. He's like everyone else in the arena, and not even the wrestlers. He's like everyone else. And from now on, Vince refused to take crap from anyone. He admitted that he screwed Bret Hart before threatening Shawn with the same outcome. Shawn Michaels took off his blazer, teasing a fight, but it never happened. Over the next couple of weeks, Boss Man was looking to stick it to Shawn Michaels, and it was subtle in a way. For example, when Shawn Michaels faced Kane, Vince placed a stipulation that if HBK lost, then he's out of the Elimination Chamber and he can't use the super kick, his weapon, during that match. And whenever Vince approached him backstage, he tried to place the blame on Shawn Michaels. And the way he tried to punish HBK, he did it in a polite way. And one night, after HBK saved his own career in a match against Kurt Angle, Shawn was escorted right out of the building. So much for loyalty, I guess. And during all of this, Shawn Michaels was undefeated. Vince was asking the question of when is your luck gonna run out? Shawn called him out on this, and he even apologized if he upset the boss so much. Like, he realized that Vince was angry, and he said, you know what, I'm sorry if I pissed you off. It's as simple as that. Vince started to go crazy. He's talking about having more money than the fans and God. He then said that he's going to turn this company back to when the business was wild. He wanted the all-night parties, the give no damn lifestyle. And he then asked HBK if he wants to join him, or does he want to be that loving father, the peaceful one. Basically, explanation. Vince wanted that Shawn Michaels that was by his side in the mid-90s, that crazy HBK. But Michaels himself refused to go back. He even said never. Vince then proclaimed Shawn's luck runs out at the Royal Rumble, and he guaranteed it. And yeah, about that, at the Rumble, HBK managed to get through the heels that wanted to eliminate him, and damn what a super kick that was. Poor Shelton. After this, Vince was fed up and decided to take matters into his own hands. He stood at ringside, and just as Michael stared at him, all of a sudden, Shane McMahon from out of nowhere eliminated the Heartbreak Kid. HBK tried to get to Shane, but Triple H was there. The game got a super kick for his efforts, and Michaels chased down the Boy Wonder. The next night on Raw, Vince reflected on the Rumble, and he was in a festive mood. The guarantee happened, and as Vince was speaking, Michaels then came out and straight up told the boss that he wants to kick his teeth down his throat, but Mr. Zero Tolerance wanted to fire him on the spot. He threatened to fire him. Vince had a smile on his face when HBK said that, because basically Vince was untouchable. Shawn Michaels believed that he should turn the other cheek and leave, but knowing Vince, he'll sue him for breach of contract. So there's only one other choice. Return the old HBK, the one that pops pills, the one that's political, all of that. But for the love of his wife and children, it will never happen. Vince stated that Michaels at this point is even more screwed than Bret Hart. Shawn then said that he wants to appeal to Vince from a business standpoint, so he laid out the challenge. Vince McMahon and the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. The fans were loving this idea, and HBK tried to push the boss over the edge, stating that he's not sure if he'll accept the match. He mocked the boss, you know, the grapefruits thing, and Michaels asked if those grapefruits are like all shriveled up. After bringing the US government to their knees, Vince is afraid of Shawn Michaels. Like, all of that stuff that he did in his lifetime, he's gonna be scared of this guy? The boss wanted things on his terms and conditions, and he didn't accept the challenge. Instead, he allowed Shawn to commit career suicide. All he's got to do is hit the boss. Now, Vince was willing to fire HBK and sue him to just show how petty he was, and he was putting so much effort into getting HBK to do something. Well, before he did, Shane McMahon with a steel chair from behind blasted the Heartbreak Kid. This Bret Hart thing was living in his mind, and it was unlike anything else in storyline in a way. Like, for example, Stone Cold Steve Austin. He wasn't doing this kind of stuff with him. Like, Austin used to stun him, and the next week he'd just say, how dare you, or something like that, because Austin made him enough money. But this one, it was different. Like, the Hitman thing, it was something else. As for Shane, he did this because he wanted HBK to respect the McMahon family. They ran right the hell out of there, and they made it seem like they weren't worried, but we all knew they were. The following week, Shawn Michaels was set to face Big Show in a WrestleMania tournament, but that match never commenced. Why? Well, the human roadblock, Vince McMahon, came out and resorted to his passive-aggressive behavior. He wasn't going about this thing straight up. He removed HBK from the match, and he decided to allow Shawn Michaels to walk out on his contract. As a matter of fact, he insisted, because the next week, he booked a Shawn Michaels retirement ceremony, and Michaels has to appear. It's mandatory. You suck chants intensified, and McMahon said that since Shawn is retiring this week, he's been replaced in this match. Shawn was irate. He tried going after the boss, but he was unsuccessful. As for how the mandatory retirement went, Well, it didn't go in Vince's favor. Shawn wasn't exactly excited to be out there. Vince was purposely losing money in order to spite one of his employees. HBK chants intensified, and Vince was sticking to it. You're not happy, blah, blah, blah. Vince then brought out the Spear Squad, and instead of having the entire roster come out and shake HBK's hand, the Spear Squad did a cheer. They said something about HBK like, "You'll headline the unemployment line." The papers were then brought out and Vince demanded Shawn sign the papers. HBK chants were loud and clear, and Shawn straight up said that he doesn't want to retire and Vince wants to censor him. He called for the guys to shut off HBK's mic. He once again asked Shawn to sign the papers. It seemed like he was about to hit him, like, "Sign the papers, sign the papers." And just as Michaels was about to put pen to paper, the crowd was loudly chanting his name and he had second thoughts. He slowly stood up and straight up refused. Vince said that nobody says no to him before Michaels snatched that mic out of his hand. Shawn loudly said that he couldn't do it, and yes, he knows he said it previously, but he just can't. He can't walk away from the ring. He couldn't walk away from these people, and walking away from them would be walking away from one of the greatest joys he's ever seen. Vince, like a madman, and explained why he's doing this, and it's because Michaels has something he wants, something that money can't buy, and that is inner peace. Michaels knows who he is and what he wants. And Vince, the only thing he knows is that he's got an insatiable appetite for life. Seriously though, Tan McMahon is crazy. He said that he's living with the stress of his company, the stockholders, the WWE studios. He's under a hell of a lot of pressure. But Michaels, he's going to make it better for him when he signs those papers. He straight up told Michaels that he hates people like him because he wants what people like HBK have, but he can't have it. Once again, the boss demanded HBK sign the papers, and Shawn didn't do that. Instead, he tore those papers in half, and Vince responded with a slap, and HBK was starting to go berserk. It was getting started, that's what I'm trying to say. The boss walked out of there and to the back, but before he did, he let Michaels know that he's opened up the floodgates to his own personal hell. In the coming weeks, Vince sent the Spear Squad to go after Michaels when Marty Jannetty made his return. They cleared house, and Vince, he got an idea. The idea, he wanted to give Marty Jannetty a WWE contract, but he's gotta kiss his ass. Man, this guy, he's pettier than 50 Cent. As for how that went down, well, it was ridiculous. Beforehand, Shawn Michaels confronted Marty about this and tried to convince him not to do it. Jannetty actually considered doing this as he did have a car, a place to live, and so he preferred for Michaels to just stay out of this. Later that night, Shawn Michaels approached Vince about this, and he told him that Jannetty doesn't have to be involved. Now, why did Vince do this? He had a sense of power to him since Raw was in Washington, D.C., and he believed that Jannetty kissing his ass is a symbol of power. He shouted at Michaels and let him know not to get involved, and if he does, he too could be a member of the Kiss My Ass Club. As for how that went down, Vince literally pulled his pants down. Yes, this guy, a billionaire, I don't know if he was a billionaire at the time, but yeah, a billionaire, pulling his pants down on live TV where 3 to 4 million people watched him live. Is there any other billionaire that's willing to do this? I don't know. Jannetty didn't go through with it, and Vince decided to bring out the masterpiece. This was option B. All Jannetty had to do was escape. No, break the master lock. This was a setup, and Masters literally tried sticking his face in the boss's butt. HBK cleared house, and Vince's pants were down. What the hell? No context. What would you be thinking? You're flipping channels, and you see this. What are you gonna say? Anyways, Shane McMahon ambushed Shawn and delivered a wicked steel chair shot. Seeing as Shawn is aching to fight on McMahon, he gets to face Shane at Saturday night's main event. Shane then gave Vince a bright idea and they executed it. What the hell? Come on. They literally had him kiss his ass on live TV. Unexplainable to me. And HBK now, he's gotta kiss Vince McMahon's ass. Vince then said that Shawn kissed his ass, and at WrestleMania, he's gonna kick his. So the match was made. Vince McMahon versus Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 22. On the March 6, 2006 episode of Raw, Vince McMahon boosted his own ego. Shawn did try doing something about this, and he did get a piece of Shane, but for tonight, well, he's gonna face Shane McMahon, the same guy he's facing at Saturday night's main event. Shane questioned Vince's mindset as he wasn't ready to face Shawn. But, just like Brian Kendrick, Vince was a man with a plan. Later that night, Shawn Michaels in the back spoke to Stephanie, who was pregnant at the time, and she tried to make amends with Shawn. She didn't approve of her family's behavior. She apologized for this and she felt some pain in her stomach. So she asked Shawn to bring her a water. In his time away, she stuck something in Michaels' drink and played the innocence game. Michaels took a sip of the spiked water. I guess he's screwed. So Shane comes out casually when the match began, and he wasn't happy to be out there, but his father insisted. As for Shawn, he was all good. Well, for now. He was out there delivering a beating to the Boy Wonder, and just like 2020, it all started to kick in. Slowly, he began losing focus, the spiked drink was doing a number on him, and Shane's punches weren't helping either. And guess what? Shane won. I mean, technically, it's a clean victory. Shane celebrating, and Vince decided to have an impromptu match against Shawn Michaels. He covered HBK, and that was it. The Spear Squad made their way out there and picked up the Conquering Heroes. So, what are they going to do now? Go to Disney World? The following week, the McMahons demanded that Michaels take a drug test. He claimed that Michaels became disoriented after the match, not during it, and he wanted a public urination test to take place here tonight. Shane was acting innocent, like, is this guy clean? Blah, blah, blah. And Vince also claimed that Michaels besmirched the good reputation of the WWE. So Michaels came out in a bad mood. The boss knew exactly what was going down. It was obvious. Shane called Shawn a liar, a hypocrite, and a disgusting junkie. Joey Styles was appalled with these statements, and Vince said that if HBK is a junkie, then he's suspended, and he'll forfeit both of those matches. Vince then expected the damn cup. I don't even know why. And as for Shane, he refused to trust the junkie. That's what he called him. So Vince asked for the doctor to observe Michaels urinating. Vince then delivered a public service announcement. He told the kids that if they're users, then they're losers. And he cited Shawn Michaels. You know, don't be like him. The return of the asshole chant was there, and Vince and Shane asked Shawn if he wants to say something to his family. Shane stuck it to him once again, stating that he should have just said no. Michaels' statement, well, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on. And the way Vince reacted to it, it was like he got shot. And that smile, it gets me. It's like a mission complete. As a result of this incident, he wanted to do something to the rotten bastard. He booked Shawn in a match against the entire Spear Squad, and it's inside a steel cage. The 5 men decimated Shawn, but that wasn't the story of the match. Shawn actually kicked their ass, and just as he was about to escape, freaking Shane leveled Michaels by brutally slamming the cage door against him. This gave the squad the victory, and Shane continued the assault afterwards. He left Michaels bloodied, battered, and beaten. In the end, he hit coast to coast, and yeah, that's how it was that night. Shane had some blood on his shirt, and heading into Saturday night's main event, it was Shane McMahon who had the advantage. As for how it went down Saturday night, well, it was fun. A street fight that knew no limits. Shawn brought the fight to Shane. There was this crazy ass spot, and the match itself, it wasn't bad. You might enjoy it if you've never seen it before, maybe. If you like Shane McMahon's matches, this one is definitely one of his better ones. At one point, Shane accidentally smashed a trash can in his father's face. They went back and forth. Michaels began his comeback. He built momentum, body slam, flying elbow, and then it was time to tune up the band. Boom! Sweet Shane music. The boss decided to eject the referee right out of the match. Shawn finally got his hands on Vince, and just as he was about to do something, Shane low-blowed him, and the crowd was silenced. Shane then locked Shawn in the sharpshooter, and Vince ordered the timekeeper to ring the bell, and he ordered Lillian Garcia to announce Shane has won the match by submission. And JR was right. Shawn has been castrated of his dignity. On the March 20th, 2006 episode of Raw, Vince McMahon had a wild celebration. Like, just look at this. Vince is vibing, he's basking it all in, and in the ring, Shane said that wins and losses are all that matter, and on Saturday, Shawn lost. The fans chanted, "You suck," as Shane announced the record, the McMahons 3, Shawn Michaels 0. Shane claimed that it will be 4-0 after WrestleMania 22. He said that his old man is going to annihilate Shawn at his biggest creation yet, WrestleMania. Vince answered this, stating that his kids were actually his greatest creations. They hugged. The fans chanted, "Asshole, asshole." Vince then spoke about Michaels' love for his faith, his family, and he claimed that it will be contaminated when he beats Michaels at WrestleMania. He then announced that the match will be no holds barred. Later that night, Shawn Michaels was booked to face Shane and Triple H in a handicap match. John Cena eventually made the save until the egomaniac booked himself in a match against the champ himself. As for how that match went, it was nothing more than a setup, a way of softening up both John Cena and Shawn Michaels before WrestleMania. As for the match itself at WrestleMania, a sleeper hit. Beforehand, though, Shawn Michaels was interviewed by the coach. He mentioned his past show stealers, and now this year, he doesn't expect a 5-star classic. He said that tonight is going to be violent, brutal, and it's going to get ugly. He said that Vince isn't going to get Shawn Michaels of 1995, and neither HBK of 2006. He's just going to go down there, and he wants Vince to get on his knees, pray to the God above to save him, and he is not going to be saved because he's going to endure his own personal hell. Basically, if you didn't understand, Shawn Michaels, it was a different kind for tonight. As for McMahon, he had a big ego. He did something unimaginable, and that is pray. Like, Vince praying is something I don't think I've ever even heard of at all. His prayer, well, it was different. He straight up told God that he defied every law and he succeeded despite them, and he isn't close with the Lord like Shawn Michaels. He said that he's gonna send Shawn Michaels to the fiery depths of hell, and then he shouted hallelujah. As for the match itself, it was unexpectedly good. The story is simple. Vince wanted to live in the past. I screwed Brett, and he didn't want anyone to tell him what to do, as he was the boss. He said that he answers to no one. As for HBK, he moved on. He wasn't the same person he was previously, and this annoyed Vince. He wanted the HBK from 1995, but the man himself was at peace, and this, once again, was irritating for the boss. Michaels was content with himself, and that wasn't enough for McMahon. He wanted the inner peace too, but he just can't have it. That's the story. Anyways, during the match, Vince was stroking his ego. This will always be funny. The Spear Squad made idiots of themselves. HBK easily got rid of them. Vince got an ass whooping. Shane assisted his father. It was thrown into his father's ass, and the way Vince sold it, oh man, it's hilarious. Shane was handcuffed and he received a hilarious ass whooping too. You couldn't feel any sympathy for the McMahons as they were absolutely remorseless, and plus, they brought this on themselves. Vince bled like a stuck pig, and at this point, there was no doubt HBK was winning. Shane witnessed a beating the likes we have seen. To top it all off, Shawn Michaels climbed the ladder, and before he did, he had second thoughts. So Shane, he applauded Michaels' decision, and instead HBK blasted him in the face and brought out an even taller ladder. Shane was like, you serious? Like, come on. Shawn actually put a trash can right over Vince's head. He climbed up there and he did the DX crotch chop before diving right onto McMahon, and that wasn't it, as Shawn Michaels did another crotch chop, but this time to Shane before spitting on him. Michaels then wrapped it up with a mean-looking, sweet chin music. Damn. That was fun. I used to watch this match a lot on the WrestleMania 22 DVD as a kid, so it was fun to go back and see it again. After the match, Vince flipped HBK, and Michaels was like, toodles. And McMahon, in JR's words, was Satan-like, and looking at this match, HBK had to go back to his old self in order to end it. He didn't want to be that guy again, but Vince pushed him to the edge, and he had to do something about it. That's why this match was great. The action was entertaining. Shawn Michaels teased the DX reunion, and Triple H did so later that night too. There was some hilarious stuff, and shockingly, it didn't end HBK Shawn Michaels' streak of great WrestleMania matches. It might have not been match of the night to many, but it was certainly another great match under Michaels' belt. On the April 3rd episode of Raw, Shawn Michaels was finally comfortable. He came out to discuss his WrestleMania victory. He was happy not to deal with Vince McMahon anymore and that orange-tinted body, and unlike Vince, he can move on. He said that he'd heard people wanting to beat up John Cena, and he decided, you know, I want to get involved. But then Shane McMahon interrupted. As you can see here, he had a traumatized look on his face. HBK introduced him as the newest member to join the Mr. McMahon Kiss My Ass Club. Shane then introduced his father, who was hurting bad. He was playing the sympathy card. He shut down any chance of HBK getting a title shot, and he said that he's got 2 words for him. Michaels, though, had 2 words of his own. And he didn't exactly say them, but the fans did, and DX chants intensified. As for McMahon's 2 words, they were divine intervention. Vince said that Michaels had help from God, and it was essentially a handicap match. Michaels didn't know if it was the meds talking or Vince has finally gone insane. He said that Shawn couldn't beat the McMahons, he'll never win the war against them, and he then announced a match for Backlash. Shawn Michaels and God Almighty, against Vince himself and the product of his semen? What? Shane McMahon, oh my god, good lord. Why the hell did he call him that? He himself, he had this weird look on his face like, what? What? That beating must have affected Vince a little too much. And if you thought this was crazy, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. On the April 10th, 2006 episode of Raw, Vince and Shane visited church. Shane was a bit reluctant with this, as he was worried. Just at the check-in, Vince didn't know anything. Upon opening the door, Vince tried washing his hands, and Shane stopped him there, like, what are you doing? Instead, he took a page out of his son, his in-law's book, and spat the holy water. What the hell? Then he started comparing himself to God. He created WWE, the Lord created Earth, he created Adam and Eve, and Vince, created Austin and Rock. He was comparing himself to God. And he also believed that he had a stronger work ethic. And while Vince is shouting stuff, Shane was a bit worried. Then Vince brought out some kind of passage of his, thou shalt not jump off a ladder, something like that, and he then asked for Shane to recite a prayer. Shane was saying something about Mr. McMahon's tanned body supersedes any 60-year-olds, and he said something about semen, and he stopped right there. He was like, you know what, screw it. Vince then shouted that he will unleash the apocalypse on Shawn Michaels, and he said that if he's lying, then may God strike it upon him, and at that moment, Shane, he took a step away from him, which gets me every time. You do what you do. I'm just with you. I don't really agree with. That's what I look at it as. Like, from my perspective, I see it as Shane, like, do what you want to do, but I don't want to get punished. I don't want to get striked too. Vince then shouted, "Blessed be the name of Vincent Kennedy McMahon," and there were some thunder rumblings. Man, this is one of the more out there segments I've seen in WWE, WWF history. He visited church. Vince, he was lost. He didn't know where he was, basically. Right when he opened the doors of church, it felt like a different world to him, basically. That's what I'm trying to say, because he was literally trying to wash his hands there. The following week, Vince continued to develop this new religion of his. He said that he offended Shane in a small way the previous week, and he asked the question, will Mr. McMahon go to hell? He said no because he was there earlier this morning, and he said that his driver picked him up at the airport and he got lost. Suddenly, they ended up in East St. Louis. Oh, he got him there. Vince said that he believes in every religion. Now he's announcing his new religion. The name? McMahonism. He said that it means he's the god of sports entertainment, and he said that it doesn't matter if it's the wrestlers or the fans, but they'll have to worship him. He then said that if McMahonism existed during the time of Moses, well, he'd have his own 10 commandments. He said something about do not covet the neighbor's wife unless she's really hot. He then showed himself at the Last Supper, and man, Vince McMahon 2006 was and is the craziest version of his character in my opinion. He then called McMahonism the future of theology, and he said that there's one person in particular that will always remain a doubter. His name is Shawn Michaels. Vince then assured everyone that after they're finished with him, Shawn Michaels is going to worship at his feet. Once again, he said that if he's telling a lie, may God strike him down. Then Vince, he demanded a sign from God. He began praising himself when HBK super kicked the hell out of him. Well, I guess that's a sign. Later that night, Vince once again received a sign, and just as Vince was going to do something to Shawn, there was a damn explosion. McMahon at this point was just a shook one. He couldn't believe any of this. There was 3 explosions there, 2 at ringside, 1 near the stage, and he offered his rebuttal the following week on the final Raw before Backlash. He believed it was just a succession of mere coincidence. He said it has something to do with the pyrotechnics guy, and he accepted the guy's apology before firing him, but you got the fans to boo him. Vince said that Shawn better hope there's an act of God at Backlash, and he then announced a match between Shane and Shawn for later that night. As for how that went, just like their previous matches, there was controversy. Shane dived off the top rope onto Shawn, and the announce team was going crazy. Vince was saying God abandoned Shawn, and the boss once again sang the praises of his name. As for their match at Backlash, not bad. Before the match, Vince tried to demonstrate some of his miracles, at least that's what it looked like to me. He managed to make loaves of bread appear from out of nowhere. Shane's water was unknowingly to him turned into wine, so I guess there's an ominous sign there. As for Shawn Michaels, he didn't want to shove his faith in everyone's throat. He said that the Lord wants him to go out there and do his best. He also said that this match is actually a handicap match. HBK said that despite the handicap match, it's still the same result. And afterwards, maybe, just maybe, he'll make Vince cry to God. Shawn then said that Lexington and himself got 2 words for the McMahons. Now, you may know that I covered the match itself in the Backlash video, so if you want to know what actually went down during the match, check out this video. Now, one thing that's memorable was the moment Vince called for God. He was saying, get jiggy with it. He was dancing. Shane was like, do what you do. I'll just stand here. Yeah, Vince, he's crazy. That's one thing for sure. Anyways, the match to me, it wasn't bad. Michaels bled profusely. Shane and Vince got their asses whooped, and overall, I was entertained. Michaels, though, he didn't win. It was actually Vince and Shane, and that was due to the Spear Squad. HBK was clearly the man of the match. He shined bright, and there was no clear-cut choice for the match of the night other than him, because of the moves he was doing, the ass-kicking, the fans cheering for him. Yeah, he's the man of the match. Clear. Uncontested. And Vince obviously bragged about this victory. He's saying he beat God. He's saying blah, 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 and obviously he loved it. As for Shawn, he continued to feud with Shane, but we're going to focus on that in the next part of this. It might be the next video. If you want it to be the next video, please hit that like button. Okay, this feud, I like it. Why? Because Shawn Michaels, he was reserved, content with himself, and Vince just wanted to bring back that old HBK, not necessarily the one that he got at WrestleMania, but the one in 1995. He wanted that HBK, the guy that, like, partied a lot, I guess. But yeah, eventually it morphed into something else, but initially Vince, he didn't want to hear someone tell him to move on. I bet you if someone actually told him that in real life right now, he'd fire their ass. Anyways, once they got the God thing, it was weird. It was weird, and Vince was going crazy, absolutely crazy, and yeah, I wouldn't say this feud's bad. It's pretty good in my opinion, so yeah. What do you guys think about this feud? Please comment down below. It's basically 2 halves. First half, Vince and Shawn, and the second, Shawn and God and Vince. So yeah, please comment down below your opinion. My opinion, it's good. McMahon was going crazy, so yeah. Okay, I wanted to make this one for a while. Now that we got the previous story down, we could finally make the DX video. As a kid, DX were the coolest. Cooler than John Cena, that's for sure. I even had a DX poster in my room back then. That's how much I love this duo. I obviously knew about the old DX due to YouTube and stuff like that at the time, but this is the run I actually seen. I didn't usually get the chance to watch Raw back then, but I was well aware of DX's pranks and all of that stuff. Now, for me to cover this one, we gotta go back to when Triple H began having issues with Vince McMahon. Before I do, let me mention the differences between this run and the original. First of all, there was no Chyna or the Outlaws or Rick Rude, who unfortunately passed away in 1999. As DX for the first time, they were just a tag team. Second, Shawn Michaels at this point was a born-again Christian, so the stuff they could do, or that he could do, was limited. As you may know, Triple H and the McMahons had a good relationship during this time period. The game teamed up with Shane, he'd occasionally be by Vince's side, so they were all good. But then Triple H started to have second thoughts. On the May 1st, 2006 episode of Raw, Triple H was set to officiate the WWE title match between John Cena and Kenny of the Spear Squad. At this point, Triple H was actually getting cheered, which in retrospective is weird because the Reign of Terror had just finally ended for good about a year earlier. But hey, the older fans hated Cena so much, and I guess they wanted Triple H to be a face. During the match, Triple H's intentions, by the looks of it, were to make Kenny the champion, but since Vince forced him to do it, he was just going through the motions, and eventually Kenny pissed him off. He decided to pedigree him and leave. As he walked up the ramp, another ref, a familiar face, made his way down to the ring. Those two had a little stare down, and the fans chanted DX, DX, and at this point, man, the fans really wanted that reunion to happen. They seen the DX sign at WrestleMania 22, both men did it. So when was it gonna happen? That was basically the mindset at this point. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. Shawn then entered the ring, he super kicked Kenny and cleared house. Cena FU'd the challenger, and he retained the title. Now, if you understood what I said earlier, Triple H didn't take Vince's advice. Vince wanted to stick it to the game after he called him an old man a couple of weeks earlier, hence the game being the referee during that match. He failed to complete the objective, which was make Kenny the champion, and so he was gonna pay. Triple H at this point was a tweener of sorts. He was neither face, neither heel. The following week, Triple H made his way out to the ring to claim his title shot. He was ready to face the champ for the championship, but just when the bell was about to ring, Mr. McMahon came out and canceled the title match. The game was very eager to go at it, and this certainly bummed him out, because the old man, these are his words, is running around and not giving him the freedom he believed he deserved. Vince didn't want to give the game the title shot because he defied him the previous week. He responded saying that if Kenny became champion, it's a lateral move, a cheerleader for a poser. The game bragged about making money and winning titles for Vince when the boss shot him up. Vince refused to be friends with any other wrestler. Simply put, he's the boss. And to show his appreciation for the stuff Triple H has done for him and the company, he's got his championship match, but not for tonight. Instead, Triple H got the rest of the night off. The game obliged, so he doesn't jeopardize the title match. At the end of the night, the Spear Squad continued their assaults with Shawn Michaels after beating him and John Cena in a handicap match. All of a sudden, Triple H, a defiant Triple H, walked down to the ring and he hit the pedigree on John Cena. He then stared at Shawn Michaels before doing the DX crotch chop, and damn, the fans, once again, they couldn't wait for that DX reunion. As expected, the boss reacted to these actions of the game. He decided to change Triple H's title match into a Texas Tornado handicap match for both the WWE and Intercontinental Championship. The game was let down by this announcement, and then he actually had the victory in his grasp, but Shelton beat him to the punch, and so Triple H wasn't WWE champion, while Shelton Benjamin captured the IC title. He tried explaining things to the ref before deciding to pedigree him because, you know, refs are hardheads in WWE, I guess. Shane tried to talk some sense into Triple H, who clearly wasn't having it. He delivered the news to the game. Shane himself is the special guest referee, and Triple H must be in Kenny's corner. Shane took a jab at Triple H, calling him champ, before realizing what he said. Later that night, Triple H, against his will, made his way out to ringside. His night was already ruined as it is. Now he's got to stand at ringside in order to ensure Shawn Michaels doesn't win. Despite the odds stacked against him, Shawn Michaels almost won the match. He nearly won it, but then the damn referee assaulted him. Shane then motioned for the game to enter the ring with sledgehammer in hand. Michaels stood helplessly as the game slowly approached him. He let him know to see this coming before whacking. Oops. Triple H accidentally hit Shane. He realized his wrongdoing and he stood there awkwardly. Shane, it seemed like he died and Vince entered the ring. He attended to his son as the game tried apologizing and explaining it was an accident. Vince, I assume, was grieving and he called Triple H an SOB as Raw went off the air. As a result of this incident, Mr. McMahon demanded an apology from Triple H. He threatened to retaliate if Triple H didn't deliver an apology. So later that night, Vince called out Triple H. The game, once again, he was forced to come out against his own will. McMahon was a bit disrespectful and it reminded the game of Shawn Michaels' statements, you know, move on from Bret Hart. The boss wanted a meaningful and sincere apology, not just an I'm sorry. He did want those two words though, but Triple H teased, suck it. Vince had a look of terror on his face and then the game actually went through and said, I'm sorry. Vince then said that he'll accept the apology when Triple H comes out later that night with a sledgehammer and crushes Shawn Michaels' skull. The game understood, and at this point, Shawn was screwed. 5 members of the Spear Squad, and if he survives that, he's got to face a sledgehammer-wielding Triple H. Later that night, HBK confronted Triple H on this, and he said that he's lost respect for the game because he was basically Vince's toy. He sold his soul to the devil. The game defended himself before Michael straight up called him a sellout. What we didn't know at this point was that these words actually resonated with Triple H. It was sort of a wake-up call for the game. Michaels had respect for Triple H despite their differences, but all of that was gone. So during the match, Michaels was being tortured. The crowd loudly chanted Triple H, Triple H. The squad then destroyed the Heartbreak Kid's knee. Vince enjoyed watching from a distance, then he called for the game. Out he came. Triple H slowly walked towards the ring, and once he entered it, the crowd loudly chanted DX, DX, and then Mr. Ego, Kenny, took the sledgehammer away as the game was stalling at this point. Triple H then got in his way and decided to spinebuster him after Kenny attempted to use the sledgehammer. Triple H cleared the ring of the squad, and at this point there were certainly going to be repercussions for the game's actions. The following week, Triple H tried to let Vince know that he believes there isn't any issues. The Shane thing was an accident, and Kenny got in his way the previous week. So the boss decided to book him in a Spirit Jack match against Kenny. Triple H informed him that he's gonna destroy Kenny, and if the Spirit Jack, and he added off, Spirit Jack off, get involved, maybe he'll just bring a friend with him. Later that night, Vince confiscated the sledgehammer away from Triple H, making it seem like he was confident in the game's abilities. What he wasn't, obviously. As for how that match went, the Spear Squad managed to get the best of the King of Kings. They targeted that leg, and it wasn't until Triple H brought out an equalizer that it would all change. The squad ran away like a bunch of little kids. Vince then came out and informed him that he sees the game joining a certain club, the Kiss My Ass Club. The fans booed. Triple H looked out in disappointment as Raw went off the air. So the game was stressed out over this announcement, right? Well, Shane McMahon tried to cool down the King of Kings. Shane himself was embarrassed of his father's actions, such as pulling down his pants in the middle of the ring, and he gave Triple H some advice in order to avoid that entire thing, such as reasoning with his father. So the game later that night entered the boss's office. He found a picture hanging of his old buddy joining the club, and when Vince appeared, he was ecstatic at the moment. He was so happy about this thing that he decided to get not only a facial but an ashal. Triple H let him know that he must be crazy if he thinks he's gonna embarrass himself. McMahon believed Triple H was a leader, and the moment his lips touched the ass, everyone's gonna line up. But since Hunter turned down that option, he was booked to face the Big Show. If he wins, the ass kissing doesn't happen, but if he loses, it happens. As for that match, the Spear Squad interfered and deliberately cost Triple H the match by attacking the Big Show. What this means is that the ass kissing happens at the end of the night. Backstage, Vince, who was on the phone, realized that Hunter's lost, and he refused to cancel the ass kissing, and if Triple H doesn't go through with that, well, he never gets a title shot. It was Christmas for Vince, and it was hell on earth for Triple H. Shane tried to cool down Triple H once again, but behind his back, he spiked his damn drink. Shane talked some sense into the game, and all of a sudden, he called his father. Triple H then realized what was going on, and he switched the drinks, and the plan was starting to backfire. Shane took a sip of that water, and all was good for Triple H. So the McMahons come out flaunting their egos all over the place. By the time Triple H came out, he had drunken all of that water. He was playing into the plan, and he saw the effects of that spiked drink. Slowly, he started to lose focus, and he was tripping. All of a sudden, he fell to the mat. And Vince decided, let's continue the plan. And he didn't give a damn if Triple H was unconscious. He was gonna kiss his ass. Vince once again pulled down his pants. Shane himself started to lose focus, and he was feeling himself before collapsing to the mat. Slowly, Triple H stood up and Vince turned around. The game then pedigreed Vince, whose ass was shown. What the hell is going on? Once again, out of context, what are you going to be thinking? So now Triple H was officially a good guy. I mean, he went against the boss's orders and did it with no regrets. What's more of a good guy than that? As for the repercussions of those actions, Vince decided to put Triple H in Shawn Michaels' shoes by forcing him to face the entire Spear Squad in a gauntlet match. The 4 men were just too much for the game. He struggled to fight them, he was spent, and the boss watched on in pure enjoyment. Now, the squad actually tried breaking Triple H's leg just like HBK, but before they did, Vince ordered them to break his damn neck. He then called for Mitch of the Spear Squad to come out, and when he did, he was flown into the arena. It was revealed to be the doing of the returning Shawn Michaels, who was out for 3 weeks. HBK in the game cleared the ring of the squad. The duo had a little stare down before hitting their finishers on the Spear Squad. They then slapped each other's hands in DX, we're back. Seriously, I love this moment. Vince brought it upon himself. HBK's statements a couple of weeks earlier were eye-opening. It was like, why side with the boss who treats you like a puppet when you could fight him? They played Triple H's King of Kings song, which to this day is weird to me. But yes, DX after 6 years, or 8 years if you count both of them together, was back. The fans were certainly excited to see them return. There was months of teasing, and finally, it happened. Yeah, this is one of my favorite Raw moments due to the circumstances. It was so damn slow, the build up to this moment, all of it. It was perfect in my opinion. Backstage, Vince was shouting that he was getting rid of those bastards. He then booked the Spear Squad against the damn DX at Vengeance. Yes, he called them that. Now, I see this DX reunion as a way of sticking it to Vince. By the beginning of the following week's episode, DX were already at it with the pranks. As Vince was speaking about the events of the previous and current weeks, a delivery man approached Vince with a chicken, or in his word, a cock. And he said that Vince apparently loves cocks. Please don't demonetize me. There's an alien that was stalking Vince, and then some male strippers danced for him. And if that wasn't enough, DX sent in a package for Vince. What was it? Well, it was a pistol pump. What the hell? Vince then walked down to the ring to discuss his plan for DX. About that plan, it never came to fruition because Shane came out and he informed his father that Stephanie is in labor. Vince was reluctant to go. In the beginning, he actually said no straight up, while Shane managed to convince him to leave. He put the coach in charge, and Vince was very pissed at the timing of all of this. So he decided to call his daughter. Well, here it is.
Now she's in labor. That bitch!
The Spear Squad tried calling on DX later that night, and they didn't come out. The duo opted for something else. The crowd was certainly excited to see the two degenerates, and they delivered 2 words to the squad, and no, they weren't suck it. Instead, they were look up, and from the top of the rafters, slime fell right onto the 5 men. DX were laughing it up, the squad were tripping in the ring, and DX spray painted the camera. But that wasn't it. DX were planning a reunion of sorts for later on that night, but before they did, they managed to vandalize Vince's office. They desecrated the entire room, and not only that, the coach was actually a victim of DX. Let me explain. So the duo decided to watch Raw with the coach, and he was pretty uncomfortable. He tried making himself such a big deal and tried to put fear in their heads, and it seemed like it worked initially, but then they stuck his head into the wall, and then they pantsed him before spraying DX on his ass. Shawn sprayed the D backwards, and overall it was a bizarre segment. At the end of the night, it was finally time for the D-Generation X reunion. For the first time in 8 years, they did the official entrance together, and no, I'm not talking about the 2002 one. That doesn't really count because, well, they did the entrance and all that, but it ended before it really began. Triple H asked the crowd for the first time in a long time if they're ready. Before doing the old shtick, you know, let's get ready to suck it, all that stuff. Shawn, he had 2 words for those that weren't down, and from there, this reunion turned into something else. The duo revealed that Princess Stephanie and her labor pains, well, they weren't real. Shawn admitted she was fine before asking who's the father. Triple H praised the hell out of the guy before Shawn plugged the pay-per-view. He let the squad know that they aren't facing no ordinary opponents, no regular WWE superstars. They're facing the game Triple H, a Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels D-Generation X. But then the 5 men interrupted this reunion, except it wasn't them. As you can see here, DX easily dismantled the fake Spear Squad before Triple H called for cheerleaders. Shawn put the blindfold on because he wasn't the same man as he was previously. They did a little cheer, they took their top off, Shawn was patiently waiting for the end, but then the actual Spear Squad with a bunch of Raw heels came out. The other guys had a change of hearts and they realized they were screwed. Johnny and Mitch received a pedigree and a super kick, and the other guys flat out refused to enter the ring. DX then gave the squad 2 words, which were suck it, and now we were off to Vengeance. Now the pay-per-view itself was really hyped. And then you saw a DX ad before they even reunited. The company, I believe, was expecting a great draw for the pay-per-view. I'll get into that, but before I do, let me mention the match. The match itself wasn't bad, it just felt like a TV main event, and obviously the fans didn't care, they just wanted to see DX together for the first time. Yes, it was decent, and it wasn't the most important thing. It was DX's return that was the most important thing. Throughout the match, the squad isolated Shawn Michaels, and the moment Triple H entered the match, it all changed. Poor Johnny bled profusely. They did their finishers, and that's it. Not bad, and I think you might enjoy if you watch it, but it's funny to me that the Spear Squad actually main evented a pay-per-view. But wait, there's more. After the match, poor Mitch joined the Triple H Kiss My Ass Club. Vince watched on from a distance. He congratulated DX and let them know that he'll see them tomorrow as Vengeance went off the air. Now, obviously, this is where I have to end the video. I want to cover the entire DX McMahon feud, but it'll have to be separate as it might be 30 minutes long. Think about it. From the segment the next night, all the way up to Unforgiven 2006, we gotta cover all of that in one video. I can't really split that one, so yeah. Expect that one later this week, hopefully. Okay, the Vengeance 2006 pay-per-view drew 337,000 buys internationally, which was actually the highest for a B pay-per-view in 2006, the highest since Vengeance 2005, and since then, no other B pay-per-view could reach the number. So I guess it's safe to say DX were definitely a draw. For weeks, there was commercials signaling the arrival of DX, and it worked. So yes, overall, this was a fun video to make, to be honest. I like this DX run, although many don't. You either like it or you don't, so I guess it's 50-50. But yes, if you were a kid, you most likely loved this run. The X were hilarious at the time, seriously. Their matches were pretty good. And yeah, I don't see anything that's wrong with this. Maybe they were older, they were goofing around and stuff like that. But when they were serious, like the Hell in a Cell match, which I'll get into hopefully, nothing bad. They could be goofy, they could be serious, and you can take them seriously at the same time. Overall, DX's return fun. For several years, fans had wanted to see these two have another run, and by the time DX was back, Triple H had went from mid-carder to certified main eventer, so they were on equal ground compared to 97-98. Kayfabe-wise, they had already settled their issues inside Hell in a Cell, so there was no animosity between the two. And one thing the duo had in common was the hatred of the McMahons. They were reigning terror over both men in numerous ways, and Mr. McMahon prided himself in being respected. And he'd go so far to receive it. To McMahon, it's getting on your knees and kissing his ass. Shane was there for the ride, and while he was the lesser evil of the two, he completely supported his father's actions, except for the product of semen promo and the church incident. DX were formed because of their hatred for the McMahons, simply put. Triple H's face turn was a long, and I mean long time coming, as the fans got tired of hating on him that they started cheering him. Of course, this was in part due to John Cena, but following this, there was no way he could continue being a heel. Even after assaulting a referee, Triple H was receiving adulation and love from the crowd, and there was no turning back. HBK, well, he was HBK. It was mostly laid back, but when the McMahons breathing down his neck was way more intense than usual. On the heels of Vengeance and Charlotte, the McMahons quickly wanted to eradicate any possibility of a DX run. Since the squad couldn't get the job done, instead jobbing to DX, Shane O'Mac revealed that himself and father Vince will face DX tonight. Fast forward to the top of the hour, and Mr. Mick Hunter appeared. He's all angry at the man, and they cut his music and discussed the match for tonight. And Mick Hunter mentioned how Shawn Michaels beat his ass at WrestleMania, and even said that it's more embarrassing than the XFL. Oh man, that was rough. Then the game began, mentioning a bunch of dicks. He was really pushing the buttons there, saying, I love dicks, big ones, small ones. And then Sean O'Mac made a sudden appearance. He's talking about stuff, but at the same time couldn't help himself but to do that little dance. He mentioned how he's going to inherit this company, and Mick Hunter responded saying, he's leaving it to his daughter and that man who's got a bazooka of a Richard. Shane continued dancing, so McMahon's like, stop it! Since his son was overshadowing him, Mick Hunter felt the need to stand back, and there's the greatest moment in WWF history. Their party would soon be spoiled when the imposters appeared. Vince had enough of the DX fun and was ready to beat the crap out of them. Hell, he even brought in some quote-unquote observers. All of a sudden, a random porta potty emerged, and Vince is like, what is that? And Triple H responds, you're full of crap. In December to December 2006 descended upon them. And Shawn Michaels reminded everybody that if they're not down with DX, they've got two words. Okay, this is one memorable moment. This segment in itself, like when you say DX 2006, this is one of the first things they think of, and with good reason. Some of the stuff they were doing was absolutely hilarious. Like the stop it, that was funny. They're really pissing off the McMahons kayfabe-wise, and it made for some entertaining moments. In light of DX's actions, they were barred from the building the following week. Despite the fact that they weren't even in the arena, the crowd gave them a ridiculous reaction. McMahon barred them 6 days earlier, and Coach was the bearer of bad news. They were kind of sad, but that frown turned upside down, and they left. Coach was happy to give this news to Vince, who never seemed to realize that they were going to have Raw on the outside. Vince knew what's up. He saw that nobody's in the building, in the hallways, and Coach thought it was because of 4th of July, and McMahon's worst suspicion came true. DX were having a barbecue on the outside. You had McMahon-sized wieners, DX-sized how Mr. Fuji was even there. According to Triple H, of course. He was getting sucked off at one point. To top it all off, DX entered the production truck. They bribed one of the guys, and Michaels was like a child pushing all the buttons, and one button itself even crashed the feed. Upon noticing this, the Coach tried telling McMahon, but he didn't give a damn. Meanwhile, DX was like, go to camera 10, and there we discover that boss pissing, and it led to a very embarrassing moment for the Coach, who finally relayed what's up. Because of this, McMahon made his way to the arena to whine and complain about D-Generation X. He didn't care about the barbecue stuff, but after interfering in the television production of the show, we didn't know what he was gonna do, because DX was messing with the microphones. McMahon turned into a chipmunk by the sounds of it, and Jerry Lawler was laughing his ass off. Like, nobody could take this man seriously at all. At one point, even sounded like Darth Vader, and following this, it seemed like everything timing was good, but the sound effects came into play. Video effects as well, and there's the famous "I love Cox" thing. "You love Cox" chant intensifies, and McMahon felt completely embarrassed with this whole ordeal. Suddenly, Triple H played a video package highlighting the incident from the previous week, all while McMahon had that death stare. You know, he's ready to destroy somebody. Meanwhile, Coach was off to some serious business trying to get rid of DX, and he failed miserably. And McMahon, he was promising DX was going to get it on Saturday night's main event, because they were facing the Spear Squad again, but in an elimination match. He was all smiling thinking about July 15th, but DX thought it was a complete and utter joke. He just wanted to leave at this point, and they respectfully played his music. His music, alright, but not the one he wanted, you know. They played Stand Back. He had enough of this high school-like environment and was ready to leave. Of course, that wasn't going to be easy, because DX blew up some fireworks inside the damn limousine, and McMahon emerged in DX colors. So basically, more of the story, don't keep DX out. Since Vince was seething like a Mavericks fan at the time, he decided to let out all that anger and frustration on poor Eugene. He was, of course, a huge fan of DX and enjoyed what he saw and heard last week, and so he booked him in a match with himself. With regards to that, well, first of all, the McMahons knew damn well that DX was coming. They just didn't know when. So they wanted to use Eugene as a way to goad them out to the ring, and they accepted his apology by gifting him some DX merch. Oh, and they poured some green paint on him. Also, if this episode wasn't already wild, this occurred the same night. But with that said, the main event, yeah, it was the main event. DX were nowhere to be found. The squad came out, got some training in for Saturday, and this is when D-Generation X finally appeared. JR was the most excited person in the world, and that's saying something. And also, it occurred at the right time because Eugene was about to get slammed through a table. And McMahon was clearly intending to do something, so DX were well aware. He was trying to deploy a trap of sorts, and they clearly were not going to comply with that. He shot in some random code, you know, now brown cow, wherever the hell it was. And by the time the net had descended, DX were far away, and if that wasn't bad enough, Eugene stole a win from under him. DX were lapping it up, and the loss was like leaving your controller to go out and do something. They were clearly not taking this entire thing seriously, and DX was even making jokes about that Spear Squad match the day of the show. Now, about it, well, it was a clear annihilation of the squad. Last time around, they put in a decent performance, but here, horrendous. This was despite the fact that McMahon at one point got involved. And if things were already bad, Michael super kicked McMahon into the cage. So at this point in time, McMahon had never gotten the upper hand on DX. Ever since they reformed, the guys were essentially unstoppable. They were bulletproof. They were having fun, plugging their merch, but it was all going to come to an end. In an effort to halt the momentum of the two, Shane McMahon demanded a match against the Heartbreak Kid. Both Triple H and Vince were at ringside for this one, and Shane looked pretty good out there despite being in there with one of the greats. Michael Slow got back into it, so McMahon interfered and the match was thrown away after the modern-day Job Squad emerged. Triple H made an effort to save his buddy but failed, and for the first time in 2 months, the McMahon stood tall. Oh, actually, I spoke soon, and I literally mean this because I thought this was going to end the show. Turns out Triple H had the great equalizer, and they absolutely destroyed the squad's skulls, sending the two from Greenwich running. The following week saw the DX and McMahon thing go on hold because Stephanie gave birth. There was, of course, some tongue-in-cheek references to Triple H being there along with them, but the fun and games would return on the July 31st, 2006 episode of Raw. The McMahons came out all joyous because there was a new member in the family. A baby girl, that is. He confirmed a tag team match against DX for SummerSlam and said that the celebration will continue until then. Suddenly, their music plays. HBK said Mazel Tov, and Triple H corrected him saying that they're not Jewish, foreshadowing lying. Michaels was proud that they've got a match at SummerSlam but didn't want to talk about it, opting to speak about the newest member of the McMahon family. He once again mentioned Triple H being in that hospital before saying that Triple H acquired the entire McMahon family scrapbook. He claimed that he's got the first ever photo of Vince McMahon and apologized for the lack of colors in the picture, and there he is. HBK even said that while there's no such thing as an ugly baby, that is an ugly baby. Hunter said that this photo was taken before Vince opened the Wipe My Ass Club, and then they decided to talk about Shane McMahon. They showed a picture of him with a silver spoon in his mouth, and Michaels even claimed that he swung the umbilical cord, and just look at how close Shane O'Mac was about to laugh. He was really about to burst out. With regards to the newborn, well, he was awesome, and Michaels felt that he looked familiar. Shane was at a loss of words and said the first thing on his mind, that being, yeah, SummerSlam, we're going to be the ones who change your diapers. DX obviously no-sold that and continued talking. And as McMahon was like, play my music, they didn't give a damn. DX was like, no, they're going to play our music, and that goes to show just how petty the duo were. However, they wouldn't be laughing for long as the inclusion of Umaga into the storyline helped turn the tides. Also, one thing to mention is that the McMahons wanted a bunch of boxes filled with cigars, and it turns out they planted them in DX's locker room and the blame was placed on Triple H, so he was sent in for some questioning. The McMahons made it seem like they had no idea what's up with the cigars, and it also caught HBK a bit off his game. And this wouldn't be a problem, but he was facing Umaga. As expected, the Heartbreak Kid put on a fight. He refused to back down in the face of adversity, but the McMahons did some shenanigans leading to an instant Samoan spike, giving the Bulldozer a victory. They continued the attack afterwards, and Vince even whooped the hell out of Michaels with no Triple H in sight. Then, he announced that the game is facing Umaga next week, and at this point, they were finally getting a hold of DX. It took them nearly 2 months, but their plan was coming to fruition. In light of last week's actions, Shawn Michaels had been pacing around the McMahon office for a while, and they knew this, so Shane opted to verbally provoke him on the outside. He's like, "Oh, HBK, where are you?" And as expected, HBK struck him, leading to his arrest because he accidentally assaulted an officer. Triple H was left alone in there with Umaga, and he really tried, but again, McMahon's interfered, and the game fell victim. To make matters worse, Triple H received a pedigree from Super Insane Vince. Before SummerSlam, both sides had one final confrontation. Shane, of course, had to brag about dominating DX over the last few weeks, and Vince claimed their party's over, and so the fans responded saying, "You love or suck, can't hear it, Cox." He praised the duo for being a big name group, but put over his last name huge. You know, you guys may be good, but McMahon, that last name is much bigger than both of you combined or whatever, something along the lines of that. McMahon was flexing, you know, I have unlimited resources. I could bribe the police. I could have a Raw guy on my side with the snap of my fingers, and he promised to bring down the wrath of Satan upon them at SummerSlam. Triple H quickly shut him up, reminding him just who they were facing. You know, it was HBK, Shawn Michaels, the showstopper. They were facing the Game, the King of Kings, Triple H. Those two combined, they're D-Generation X. Didn't matter what was thrown their way. Raw guys, doesn't matter. Satan himself, it don't matter. So that's the segment, you know. DX, they weren't showing any fear. Since Umaga was going to be a part of that tag match, DX opted to convince somebody else that they should lay waste to the Samoan Bulldozer. With regards to the match, I'm not sure what the sentiment is towards it. I assume it's polarizing, but I think with the talent involved, it was good enough. First of all, the Spear Squad came out and looked like a bunch of D-League talent. McMahon was eager to wrestle but opted to bring in the cavalry, that being Mr. Kennedy, William Regal, and worst of all, Finlay. And after getting their asses beat for a bit, DX was still looking for a fight. Enter the Big Show. Now, surely they were going to get destroyed, right? Triple H was getting jumped, Michaels was taking a beat down as well, and the McMahons were spectators. To top it all off, Triple H was chokeslammed through a table, and after several minutes of carnage, the McMahons were ready to actually compete. And then the bell rings. It was a very one-sided affair and with good reason. The McMahons bent the rules, tagged in and out, worked as a unit paying homage to classic teams such as Demolition and the Hart Foundation, and best of all, they hit the Doomsday device, and Jerry Lawler was just marveling over the fact that they were successfully hitting these moves. But at the same time, HBK was kicking out. He had this sudden burst of momentum, and then he tags in Triple H, leading to the absolute dismantling of the McMahon family. Everything was going well for DX, but then Umaga entered the arena, and he single-handedly took out both Triple H and HBK, and the fans thought it was it. Suddenly the pyro goes out and it's Kane, and it was the first time he had been seen in about 2 months. Kane put a whooping on the Samoan Bulldozer, and in the ring, Hunter kicked out of the pinfall attempt. McMahon got frustrated with the ref assaulting him, and Shane went for a coast to coast, but Michaels caught him with the super kick. Fans go crazy, Boss gets his ass beat, leading to the super kick pedigree combo, and DX was victorious. Simple story they told, yet the crowd was entertained. It was textbook, and it's entertaining for what it was in my eyes. Since the McMahons took a huge L, they were seething, especially Vince. This is before he even got news of an unfortunate accident. Now, DX in celebration of the victory at SummerSlam out to pay a visit to McMahon's private jet. HBK was eating sandwiches, Triple H was messing with the bathroom, and they weren't really aware of their surroundings. Or maybe they were and they just didn't give a damn. HBK couldn't believe this plane had all of this stuff and asked how much it cost, and it's revealed that it's worth $30 million, and Triple H was sarcastically saying that they shouldn't mess anything up. Hunter then made a big fuss over a minor scratch. HBK is all worried, but Triple H assured him that Vince won't notice such a thing because they spray painted DX in the middle of it. Vince in the arena was damn near about to suffer a stroke. He raged hard, and a few minutes later he came out to the arena. McMahon was ready to retaliate against D-Generation X by having them arrested, but it turns out they weren't even at the airport. Why? Because they were at the headquarters. After bribing a security guard with some jelly donuts, DX managed to stand atop the WWE's world headquarters. They compared McMahon to historical figures. Triple H randomly said the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor, and HBK was confused. And this is when McMahon shouted, "You're supposed to be at the airport, damn it!" DX wanted to show everybody that they were leaving a mark in a huge way, and about that, well, they already did. They didn't really need to do this, but they did it anyways, and they vandalized the headquarters. Hell, a full moon even emerged atop the building. Vince was really looking like any minute could be his last, and throughout the night, he desperately tried to forget about DX. He was lively, talking about the Kiss My Ass Club, got Mick Foley to kiss his, but once he exited the building, it was a whole different story. He even went as far as to admit that DX had broken him. And that wasn't even the grand finale, because DX managed to jerk the axle off his limousine, and this sent McMahon over the edge. And to make matters worse, they sprayed DX on the limo. He began shouting and going insane as Raw went off the air. Things were so damn bad that he didn't even appear on the show the following week. Shane was dropping bars about how DX humiliated and vandalized Vince and his possessions, and Shane even said that DX ripped apart his father's heart. He couldn't celebrate his birthday because of them, and in an effort to end the duo, Shane announced that they're wrestling on Raw for the first time in 9 years. The opponents, though, were to be determined. A couple of teams were very interested in going after them, and Vince, meanwhile, was enjoying himself at the hotel. It seemed like he finally got past his DX nightmare, but then multiple cocks were brought into the arena, and he went insane again. Later that night, Shane barged into DX's locker room, and why is that guy looking at Triple H like he de-pushed him or something? Also, that guy looks familiar. But anyways, McMahon had enough of the jokes. He felt that DX had gone too far and they should stop. So DX bounced back, saying it's ironic because this is the same man whose father pulls his pants down, goes out with the girls 1/3 of his age, and does a bunch of stuff. DX even took the time to make a cheeky plug for the McMahon DVD, and with regards to the main event, they had to face the SmackDown trio of Doom again. As expected, they gave DX a hard time, but it wasn't enough for the victory. Right afterwards, Shane brought in the Big Show, and JR was shocked that he was even in Atlantic City because of an ECW live event. It didn't show just how much resources McMahon had compared to DX. To make matters worse, the SmackDown guys attacked once more, and suddenly Vince's music plays and he's got a lead pipe in hand. He looked like a deranged soul, constantly battering Triple H into a bloody heap. Michaels was blasted with a camera, choked out with a wire, and never before had DX been brutalized like they were here. And oddly enough, the crowd still found time to chant, "You suck cock." McMahon was anything but satisfied with the beatdown because he announced that they were having a rematch, but the Big Show's on their side this time around, and it's gonna be hell in a cell. With the announcement and the total annihilation of DX, the old Mr. McMahon was back. Shane and Mafia Boss came out with him as well, and they spoke about the systematic destruction of the group. Big Show said that their sophomore pranks were anything but funny, and tomorrow night DX are going to be left handicapped. Vince, of course, was the happiest camper of them all. He said that the fans were laughing when his headquarters were vandalized. When his axle was jerked off, they were laughing. But he who laughs last laughs loudest. As they're talking about Unforgiven, an emotionless DX emerged, and they were a complete far cry from the aging fathers who were all about jokes. Triple H said that it's been a long time since somebody made them taste their own bloods, and because of that, they got 2 words: thank you. Thank you for reminding them just who the hell they are. Security once again tried getting involved, but I don't need to say it. They got killed. And so basically, the McMahons unlocked a whole different side to DX. It had been a while since both men were these savage, heartless individuals, and it wasn't about jokes anymore. It was personal. In other places, McMahon was eyeing a potential match with Triple H and MSG, and this, of course, is after he faces Big Show on Tuesday. Well, about that, DX, of course, looked so out of place on Tuesday nights. And Big Show, for context, was built up as this fighting champion that took on any and every opponent that knocked on his door. It made for a pretty entertaining run because he was booked to his full potential, and guys like Ric Flair, The Undertaker, visited and tried to best the Giant on his home turf. For some odd reason, though, Heyman removed the extreme stipulation of the match, and both men really made Big Show feel like a big deal. It was a decent match, but of course it ended in a DQ, and hardcore Khali of all people interfered. DXL quickly bounced back to destroy the Bashams and send the heels running. Now, with regards to that MSG main event, McMahon for some reason felt as if he had a burden to honor his family and lineage. That's the entire reason the match was booked in the first place. Before it began, however, Cade and Murdoch decided to assist the McMahons in brutalizing DX and leaving Triple H a battered heap for the match. If that wasn't bad enough, the match was no holds barred. By the time Triple H walked down the ramp, he was wobbly and barely aware of his surroundings. It was a one-sided affair, and to top it all off, McMahon even hit the pedigree, but in doing so, he unlocked the Triple H comeback. So Shane interfered. Shawn runs in and makes the save, but Big Show ruins everything, and Triple H tries bringing in the sledgehammer, but at this point he was too slow to do anything of importance. They were beaten and victimized, and McMahon won. So the stage is set. D-Generation X reformed as a means to stick it to McMahon, who made both of their lives a living hell. Vince fails to stop him with the squad, so he takes matters into his own hands, and at the same time, DX was continuously pranking him in ways that either angered McMahon, depressed him, or flat out broke him. Since he was so broken at this point, he decided to take it up a step by drawing blood, and in doing so brought out the real side of HBK and Triple H. Alright, one thing to mention is that the cell was upgraded. It was bigger, much more durable compared to the old one. Now, with regards to the match, I like it, but don't take my word for it. I watched the Unforgiven DVD a million times. Did it last a bit too long? Yes, definitely, but you can't say it wasn't violent. For one, blood was already drawn within the first few minutes. Triple H was using a screwdriver to open up a wound, Shane's white jersey turned red, Big Show was at his best, kayfabe, and as time went on, the heels found themselves in control, and this was mostly due to the Big Show. DX was left a bloody heap and the match was all but over, but Vince did one of those stupidest things you can do in the match: get arrogant. Because of this, he inadvertently opened up the DX floodgates and the match was so damn violent. Blood was drawn, everyone went through hell, and then McMahon opted to pull his pants down. To make matters worse, Big Show screwed up, Shane McMahon's neck ceased to exist, and Vince received a one-way trip to the moon. And this was after he realized that he was done, he wasn't going to beat DX, he was never going to score a W over them. And to conclude the match, Triple H broke the sledgehammer over his back. I'll dive deep into the match in a future pay-per-view review, but to me, it encapsulated what this feud was all about. At times it was all jokes, but when it was brutal, it was dark as hell. Like that image of Shane McMahon uncontrollably shaking with blood streaming from his mouth has been stuck in my mind since 2006. The match is often polarizing. I mean, the ass thing was pretty unnecessary, and as for Shane McMahon, he was actually interested in doing a crazy spot during this match. Here's what Triple H had to say about it, and I quote, "We're putting together a Hell in a Cell match once with Shawn and me against Vince and Shane and the Big Show. And Shane is the king of daredevils, and we were putting together all these crazy spots, and it's just bothering me." Vince was like, "I can tell you don't like any of this. Why?" It was because all we're doing is putting together a bunch of special effects, and I said, people paid a lot of money to see Shawn and me stick your head up Big Show's ass. No, I didn't. But we're jumping off a cage, landing on tables. Why? And Vince said, "You're right, start over." We could fall off all that stuff that day, but it's not what they wanted to see, and it wasn't about the special effects, it was about the storyline. The cell spot certainly would have enhanced the match, but like Triple H said, it's unnecessary. What's odd about this interview is the fact that Vince didn't want that to happen, and instead wanted to have his head shoved in Big Show's ass. And also, I didn't want to see that, obviously. I don't want to see Big Show's ass in any circumstance. Okay, now that the McMahons finally understood that DX wasn't going to be stopped, the feud came to an end. Shawn Michaels even went as far as to say a part of him was gone with the feud ending. Obviously, it was all lies because they even wrote a poem in honor of Vince and the match. They said, quote unquote, "Vince, you're upset. Your concern is valid. After all, last night you tossed Big Show salad. We beat you up, you almost kicked a bucket, and if you're not down at that, we got 2 words for you: suck it." Now that's the feud. It was very entertaining. I had fun making this video, obviously. You could see it. DX, they had a very entertaining feud with the McMahon. And the whole point of this DX reunion, like the whole thing, the joke is that they're aging dads that still think they're young. Like, that's how I see it, and that's what makes it better in my eyes. The 2 biggest slimy bastards of my childhood. When you add JBL to the mix, there's a 2/3 chance of me raging hard. Like, I just hated Rated RKO. Edge in particular was so unlikable, even more so than Randy Orton, and he just knew how to get under my skin as a kid. So WWE thought to pair them together. This led to a very great run which showcased just how truly slimy Edge was. Like, as bad as Orton may have been in storyline, Edge was on a whole other level, and it showed during this run. Like, from the very beginning, it was known that this was eventually going to get ugly. 2 huge egos teaming up together. What could possibly go wrong? Now, once again, I gotta mention, this is a remake. The reason why I'm remaking this is because of copyright issues. Add to that, the video wasn't good in the beginning, so yeah. But the main reason is because of the copyright thing. I used to use far too much footage back then, and it's not such a good idea. With regards to the content recently, yeah, I'm starting to upload more now. You guys should expect some great videos coming soon. I'm not gonna say what they are because once I say something, I tend not to do it. You guys can back me up on that, but I got some cool stuff planned for the next few weeks. Hopefully you guys enjoy them. Alright, now let's talk about where both men were in their career at this point. Edge had just come off the run of his career. His 2006 was flaming hot. It was absolutely tremendous in every facet, and he was the best heel. He was one of the best characters, had great matches, a memorable summer in itself with John Cena. Randy Orton, on the other hand, his booking was very inconsistent, and this has to do with the fact that he was difficult to work with backstage. He was suspended, was causing up a stir every so often, and this was so bad that a main event push, a world title push, was out of the question. Kayfabe-wise, Edge and Randy Orton had shared a common bond. They hated DX. In Edge's case, they cost him the WWE Championship, and in Orton's case, well, he had to be spoken into it. Alright. On the October 9th, 2006 episode of Raw, Edge hosted the Cutting Edge with his guest being Randy Orton. JR wasn't so sure if the ring could be able to hold those 2 egos, and the Rated R Superstar immediately went where it hurts. They said that since Orton won the world title in 2004, he's done absolutely nothing since. The man was greatly offended, but Edge explained things. Yeah, sure you've been in huge matches, but you've lost every single one of them. Randy was threatening to drop Edge, so he quickly pointed to August 16, 2004 as the cause of all of Randy's misfortunes. That, of course, shut up the Legend Killer. Edge went on to add that Triple H's selfishness cost him everything, and the reason why he cares is because it happened to him last week. DX cost him the match, Shawn Michaels in particular, the same man who taught Triple H every power-hungry move. The Radar Superstar was fed up with being treated like a joke. He felt that some people, themselves, should take a stand against DX. Edge made his offer, and Orton was in. He then gave DX 2 words: "It's over," before officially shaking Edge's hand, forming an alliance. So there you have it. Both men shared a common bond, and it led to one of the best thrown together tag teams of that decade, in my opinion, because those two, they complemented each other very well, and they had a built-in story, with the whole egos thing clashing eventually. The following week, Edge and Randy Orton decided to poke fun at DX by dressing up as them. Triple E was choking on water, Michaels' back was hurting, and this was pretty unexpected. But the best part, though, was this. Fans in LA were booing as Edge asked if they're ready. To him, it showed how pathetic they were. If this is what it takes to get the fans on their side, then he don't want none. "You suck" chants intensifies. Edge is talking about how they don't have to embarrass others to further their career, and to them it was all childish. Orton started speaking and felt that because of the fans, DX could do whatever they want, and this man seriously sounded like a lunatic. He was absolutely possessed. He then promised that they're going to kill the legend of DX, and Rated RKO gave the fans 2 words. Those being, "You suck," before DX came out. The duo were pretty damn perplexed with what they saw. HBK asked if he looked that much of an idiot coming out to the ring, and Triple H didn't understand this entire thing. Rated RKO in his eyes were 2 of the biggest stars in WWE. Hunter wanted to assure them that they don't think that Rated RKO are jokes. Sarcastically, of course, because he asked the fans. He then talked about that live sex show and mentioned how Edge failed to rise to the occasion. He did praise Lita for getting Edge half aroused. Michaels then mentioned something and corrected a statement. Fully aroused, apparently. As for Randy, he's an icon. And the man was feeling himself, and he was really basking in all that showering of praise. Hell, Triple H even revealed that Orton's the most downloaded wrestler on the internet before Triple H mentioned the gay community, and he had a sense of embarrassment. He then showed this very unflattering image of Orton, and his reaction is like they found his hidden stash backstage. It was a pretty awkward moment for him, and he just wanted this to end, but suddenly Triple H brought up Michaels' Playgirl shoot. Orton demanded Triple H tonight, but the game said he ain't swinging that way. Ed tried explaining it, saying Orton wants to beat his ass, and Hunter was confused. He ended up getting the memo and accepted. Shawn told him that if they think they're going to kill the legend at DX, then they never got to finish the sentence because the heels attacked. DX bounced back to send them running, and at the same time, Edge was desperate to find any sort of advantage over DX. He told Mr. McMahon that Cyber Sunday is fan interactive before mentioning a special guest referee for the matchup. They listed the choices, those being Coach, Bischoff, and Vince himself, and this idea ended up being confirmed shortly afterwards. About the main event itself, Rated RKO demonstrating just how intelligent they were. The problem, though, was the fact that DX was 2 steps ahead. Despite the loss, Orton and Edge didn't really lose sleep over this. They were thinking ahead, Cyber Sunday. The loss last week to them was typical DX. It wasn't like the same was going to happen at the pay-per-view. A rematch was booked for that night, and it went very well for Rated RKO because Eric Bischoff showed just how valuable he was by handing the Legend Killer a chair, which led to the W, of course. He wasn't alone, though. Edge, the Coach, and Lita, they all played a part, but Bischoff's efforts were what scored the W. On the final Raw before Cyber Sunday, Edge hosted the Cutting Edge with the Cyber Sunday candidates as guests. They each explained why they should officiate the tag match. Bischoff, he was talking about how he's all about controversy, controversy creates cash, and he didn't think that DX were controversial at all. Nothing they did comes off as that, and voting him in, he promises to show them what controversy is all about. The coach tried acting all tough and stern, but obviously nobody took him seriously. McMahon, if voted, was eager to show the same level of respect to DX before announcing Shawn Michaels isn't able to make it to the show. Also, Triple H will face Randy Orton for the 3rd week in a row, the tiebreaker match. Not only that, but Edge is a special referee of that match. Now about this one, Edge was all arrogant. He's feeling like he's the authority, but Triple H just whacked him with a microphone before hitting the pedigree. All this came from out of nowhere, and this meant the bout was turned into a normal matchup. Edge returned the favor later on, causing a DQ. Michaels wasn't there, of course, so Rated RKO had a field day. They blasted him with a steel chair, Orton screwed up the RKO. Edge speared him, but once he turns around, the game had a sledgehammer in hand. Orton took a shot to the gut, and even though HBK wasn't there, Triple H, Super Triple H, stood tall. Alright, that's the build to the matchup. Rated RKO were all desperate about proving that they're smarter, they're better than DX, and just wanting to get rid of them. And when you look at it, they actually were outsmarting DX and kayfabe. But yes, the build was about Edge and Orton's resentment towards how DX go about things. They treat everyone and everything like a joke with no repercussions. Add to that, one way or another, Triple H and Shawn Michaels affected their careers. Alright. Before the match at Cyber Sunday, Shawn Michaels was beside himself. He couldn't believe that Eric Bischoff thought DX didn't know the meaning of controversy. This greatly offended him. So damn much, before he mentioned a bunch of their moments in life. Michaels was so desperate to be controversial, so he asked a random chairman for his name. He's like, Stan, right? And he randomly kicked him and a bunch of others in order to prove he's controversial. As for who the vote ended up going to, well, it was Eric Bischoff. About as obvious and predictable as the 2011 Alberto Del Rio promo. Seriously though, Bischoff was the best choice. He was a fresh change from Coach and McMahon. Those two had been attached to the whole DX storyline for nearly 5 months. Add to that, Eric never really interacted with DX in any of their iterations. As for the match itself, good. It's not the best match of 2006 or anything like that, but it was certainly a positive of Cyber Sunday. Bischoff storyline-wise was officiating properly, fair and square, but then he got speared. Both teams started gaining momentum, or an RKO Triple H, but by the time another ref came in, he kicked out. And just when DX had the match won, Bischoff blasted the ref. He allowed Edge to use a chair on Michaels, and Triple H almost won anyways, but Orton whacked him before hitting an RKO on top of the chair. 1, 2, 3. For the first time in a long time, DX actually lost the match. The men felt so rewarded. It was bigger than a title victory, the fact that they shut DX up. Up to this point, DX had over 10 or 15 tag team matches. And in almost every single one of them, they emerged victorious or they won it by disqualification. This time, though, that wasn't the case. Todd Grisham called it a tainted victory and Edge exploded. He called them a chump stand and didn't want to hear no ifs, ands, or buts. They beat DX. A new era on Raw is dawning upon us. The era of rated RKO. With their huge victory at Cyber Sunday in the rearview mirror, the duo eyed World Tag Team Championship gold. Bischoff made things easier for them by booking them in a title match for the main event after Flair and Piper disrespected him. No DQ as well. On paper and in kayfabe, this looked like a clear title change because not only was it no disqualification, but Eric Bischoff was the special referee. The vets managed to hold on though, just in time for DX to interfere and cost him the match. They luckily ran away before this guy, who I can't believe was actually a WWE writer, like that's weird to think about, comes in and does stuff. I don't even want to talk about that, but anyways, the coach took notice of D-Generation X's mischief and still booked a rematch of the tag titles. But not only that, but he placed a bounty on their heads. A bunch of the lower card and mid card guys tried and failed to take advantage, and Shawn and Hunter were no-selling everything coming their way, nonchalantly going on with their day, I should know. And because they were annoyed over evading these non-stop attempts, they left the building. Coach reminded them that they cannot re-enter, but nonetheless, the cash went with them. They stole it. And even though Coach was emphatic with his statement, they purchased 2 tickets from Crime Time, ruined Lita's day, and cost her the match against Mickie James. Right afterwards, Rated RKO came out all angry with these turn of events, and the coach kicked them out. Security guards, though, looked pretty familiar. Now, Orton and Edge were 2 of the smartest bastards in WWE. They attacked Hot Rod and isolated Flair, leading to the tag title victory. And on the topic of security, they failed to keep DX out of the building, and ended up taking the Sweet Chin Music and Pedigree combo. Around this time, it was announced that DX and Rated RKO were going to captain their own teams for a 5-on-5 Survivor Series elimination match. On DX's team was the Hardy Boys and CM Punk. Rated RKO, on the other hand, had Johnny Nitro, Gregory Helms, and Mike Knox. Now, with regards to this match, I like it. Even though it was a clean sweep, Rated RKO debuted the iconic mashup theme song, and it reminds me a lot of SDR 2008. I know a lot of you guys think the same. Mike Knox was seen as a complete afterthought, and the spot itself to me is pretty funny, but it's kind of messed up. There was that moment where Melina got a little too comfortable with the wrong person, and when you watch the match, the babyfaces didn't really have much moments where they were in danger. As time went on, Rated RKO were the only 2 men remaining on their team, and so they opted to walk out. The good guys caught up to them, and Edge was super kicked, and only Orton was left now. And his reaction never ceases to make me laugh. He ended up getting thrown in, and we know the rest. As I said earlier, I enjoy this match. The action wasn't memorable, of course, but the crowd makes up for it. I want to know what you guys think about this match in the comment section, because I never hear people talk about it that often. I don't know why it was a complete sweep. Probably never happened before in Survivor Series history, but I guess they wanted to protect the good guys. I'm not sure. Despite this, the story of DX and Rated RKO would take a turn for the better. You see, Edge and Orton had yet to show off that dark side that we all know about. So next time on Raw, DX were enjoying themselves. They sent the Spear Squad back to Louisville via OPS. Michaels was a cheap ass, and they were getting ready to go out with a bunch of the guys from yesteryear. Edge, meanwhile, was hosting the Cutting Edge with a mystery guest. Whoever it was, they didn't come out, they were unresponsive, and Edge felt disrespected. Turns out, Randy Orton's got him, and therein lined Ric Flair in a pool of his own blood. Rated RKO knew that DX were gone, and tried provoking them to appear, and they also made it seem like the duo were selfish bullies. But since they didn't care about anyone else, Edge and Randy wanted to send a message by hitting the concertos. Reverse. It wasn't no regular concerto, it was straight in the face, which looked much worse. It was one of those segments where the fans couldn't boo, rather they were in shock with what had transpired, and this is something that Ric Flair has done a lot during his career, and it always seems to work. Orton followed up, and at the same time, those two were set to face off the Hardys for the titles in the main event. The champions bit a little more than they could chew, and Edge had to end it by disqualification. The whole thing made the Hardys look pretty tough, and at the same time gave Rated RKO their heat back. JR was promising DX was going to return and business was going to pick up, and that did indeed happen the following week. The tag champions were so damn worried over Shawn and Triple H that they had security. Kennedy of the Spear Squad returned and was desperate to join Rated RKO, and Edge quickly shut him down, saying if he wants to join, then he's got to prove himself by beating DX. About those two, well, it was back to the angry faces, you know? They weren't exactly happy and very festive anymore. They spoke positively about Flair, but about Edge and Orton, they were disgusted with their actions and told them that they made it personal. Michaels believed that they destroyed Flair because they knew damn well that it couldn't have occurred to them, DX. Triple H shockingly didn't speak, and he just looked all angry. DX did get the chance to do something about last week in the main event. Why? Because they teamed up with Matt and Jeff to face Eminem and Rated RKO. About that, yes, DX did whoop Rated RKO's ass, but Kenny crashed the party and this led to Edge stealing the victory. Now, even though Kenny did do something about DX, they punished him severely for it. He thought that by sacrificing himself for the champions, it meant he deserved to join Rated RKO, but they didn't see it that way. Orton told them that they would have won it regardless, and technically he's right, you know, they probably would have won the match anyway. A while later, Edge was set to face the Game Triple H, and the match itself spiraled far out of control with Orton, Michaels, Dykstra, and Flair interfering, so Coach opted to pull out the Teddy Long card and make it a 6-man tag. Ric Flair managed to win it for his team, but afterwards the heels attacked and it almost led to disaster for the Heartbreak Kid, but Triple H and his sledgehammer made this safe. At the same time, it was announced that Rated RKO were going to face D-Generation X for the World Tag Team Championships at New Year's Revolution. Following week, a #1 Contenders Battle Royal was booked with the winner challenging John Cena for the WWE Championship later that night. Rated RKO and DX featured in the match, I should note. Triple H during the match was perceived as such a huge threat that 4 men had to toss him out. Shawn Michaels cracked open that defense and almost had it figured out, but Edge just flipped him backwards to win the title shot. Now, even though he's already champion, Edge was opting to defend the WWE title against Umaga and also face DX later on at the pay-per-view. Now, we all know that 2006-07 John Cena was absolutely overpowered, and so Randy Orton had to run in and RKO him when the ref didn't notice. Next, then made a run in, and similar to the steel cage match, they cost Edge the title. Orton was angry. Edge was on a whole other level in terms of frustration, and was it just me, or did any of you guys want John Cena to join DX as a kid? But that wasn't it for the night. Rated RKO did return the favor in a very memorable way. First of all, Edge whacked Triple H out of the ringside area, and inside hit a double RKO on Shawn Michaels atop a steel chair. Triple H was ready to bring in the equalizer, but Edge is like, not tonight. JR shouting for them to leave him alone, calling for somebody to help, but nothing happened, and instead, Edge hit the concerto. You'd think that was over, but Orton followed up and left the audience in shock. So there it is. Triple H and Shawn Michaels talking about how they can never do that to them, but Rated RKO clearly proved them wrong. I love the way this feud turned out. Rated RKO were desperately trying to get rid of DX, that they were stooping this low, while DX, on the other hand, was going to revert to that Unforgiven 06 attitude where they were remorseless, absolutely violent and brutal. Basically the worst kayfabe versions of themselves. Ahead of their encounter at New Year's Revolution, DX gave their final thoughts on the match. Shawn Michaels walked towards Rated RKO saying he was still waiting to face the best wrestlers of this generation, and he said that those two appeared to have a set. Michaels promised that at New Year's Revolution, the duo are going to find out the difference in having a set and knowing what to do with them. Triple H finally grabbed the mic and was pretty disappointed. You know, he was expecting a fight in Miami, but those two were out with a yeast infection. What the hell? The game got serious for a minute, saying he knows Rated RKO are coming Sunday. He also said that they were under the belief that they had DX in the palm of their hand, similar to McMahon earlier on. He compared himself and Michaels to Frosty Mini-Wheats, saying they have a sugary side, and the other side is a whole different story. The game promised that they're going to beat Rated RKO's ass, we're going to make them bleed, leaving them in a heap, and this is a weird-ass promo. I'm not saying it's bad, just very odd, but I was pretty entertained. Rated RKO did appear at New Year's Revolution and tried offering their response. Edge made it simple. In order for him and Orton to take their spot at the very top, they've got to take out DX. Orton said that they've been destroying DX not for the pleasure of it, but for their future. Edge saw this night as the end. DX had their fun. They sold tickets, t-shirts, but it's the end. And with regards to the blow-off match, I don't know if it was supposed to be, but regardless, it was good. Rated RKO were mostly in control, managed to keep Shawn away from the game and was busted open. Triple H was desperate for that tag, but it was looking less and less likely as time went on, until Michaels countered the RKO. The game was in, the crowd turned into a raucous one, and the pace picked up, but then Triple H hit the spinebuster on Randy Orton, tearing his quad once again. The commentary team felt that it was because Rated RKO worked on it earlier and couldn't really wrestle due to this. But since he's a great sport, an amazing sport, he managed to see this one out. Four men improvised on this, saw Shawn Michaels go absolutely insane. He hit this plancha, assaulted the ref, blasted Edge and Orton with a chair, and the blood was pouring out of Orton's face like rain. Triple H, who was injured, even hit the pedigree on Edge on top of the announce table, but Shawn overshadowed that with the elbow. It was a wild turn of events that, according to the referee, Marty Elias, was called 100% on the fly. The part of the match where Triple H tore his quad all the way up to the elbow through the table, that was 100% improvised. Also, according to him, the feud wasn't going to end here. Apparently, Rated RKO were going to escape with the belts, and I don't know where he's going to go from here on, but that's what he said. Now, in my personal opinion, I believe that Triple H was going to go on to WrestleMania 23, and this is well known, and it's even confirmed by a couple of WWE documentaries, but I feel like Rated RKO would have lost the titles to them, and the story would have continued as it did in real life, tensions rising between the two heels. That's how I think it would have went. The game went away for about 7 months, returning with a beard and once more a lone wolf. Nonetheless, it was a good match. It was a ridiculous ending, and the intensity in those last few minutes coming from DX rivaled just about anything WWE did in that year, in my personal opinion. Like, it was off the charts. Like, the intensity, it was too much. Now, just because Triple H was gone, it didn't mean the feud was over. Next night on Raw, Edge and Randy Orton came out to complain. Orton admitted that they all talked smack. Now, why is he saying this? Well, it's because DX promised to leave them a bloody heap, whereas they guaranteed the end of DX. Now, to Orton, it was lose a battle, win a war. Sure, they got their asses beat. They lost a ton of blood, but it was worth it. Why was it worth it to Randy Orton? Because Triple H tore his quadricep. So it's basically a win for them. DX is done. But despite this, they were still looking to get rid of Shawn Michaels. Once again, this was about ending careers, and DX was on life support according to them. Now, a handicap match was booked for the following week that would have seen Edge and Orton team up to face Shawn Michaels. Instead of waiting till next week, the Heartbreak Kid opted to come out and respond to Rated RKO's statement. The reason why HBK came out was for the fans and to answer the "Is DX done?" question. Michael seemed very uncertain over this and didn't exactly give an answer. On the topic of Rated RKO, he said that he'll deal with them. Yeah, about that. Well, it was really looking like Michaels was on the verge of being ended, but it turns out, in Triple H's absence, Michaels essentially gained his strength and came out looking like the toughest guy in the world. There was this moment where Edge caught Orton with the spear. Nonetheless, Orton managed to recover and attack, leading to a concerto spot that HBK countered. He brought in the sledgehammer, blasted both men before connecting on the concerto on Randy Orton. Edge's beating, compared to the one Orton took, was essentially nothing. He basically left unscathed. And it's not like he didn't take a beating, it's just Orton's was much worse. This would cause a rift in the relationship of Rated RKO, and in my opinion, marked the beginning of the end. Orton confronted Edge about this, and it was a pretty heated encounter. You see, Randy Orton didn't like the fact that his partner left him alone with Shawn Michaels. Edge tried saying he was hurt in the ribs, but Orton didn't want to hear it. One thing to mention is that Edge was set to face HBK in a street fight, and Orton didn't explicitly state his intentions for that one. About that one, while those two had a pretty damn intense, heated brawl that I suggest you watch at least once, Shawn Michaels had things figured out and was ready to connect with a concerto, and Randy Orton emerges from thin air and RKOs him, giving Edge the victory. So unlike Edge, Randy showed that he's got his partner's back. Except for Sunday, of course. About that, Rated RKO did work as a unit. They were actually getting work done, but Edge at one moment got ahead of himself and Orton took notice. He was shotting at him, and look at that one-handed RKO. I thought it was beautiful. They had a little moment there, but Edge quickly deviated Orton away from this discussion, opting to change the subject to The Undertaker. This seemed to work in their favor as The Undertaker was isolated, being beaten into a bloody heap, but then Michaels tossed Orton over before kicking Edge out. To make matters worse for Rated RKO, the next night they got in an argument over who should be #1 contender. Also, they were set to defend their titles against Cena and Michaels later that night. About that one, they lost the titles. Yep, they lost the titles because John Cena and HBK apparently needed them more. Anyways, the issues between Rated RKO would continue to escalate in the following week as both men were hell-bent on winning that WrestleMania spot. Both men's ego got the best of them, preferring to catch the other off guard, and I love how neither guy was a babyface. As you know, Shawn Michaels was victorious. Nonetheless, it was as though those problems were resolved and Rated RKO was back to focusing on the tag team championships. The duo were on the same page, all was good, but then Shawn Michaels ruined everything. So let me explain how it went. HBK blasted Edge with the title belt. Once he turns around, it's in Orton's hands. He has a look of betrayal on his face and decided to ditch his partner. Orton's left all alone and the champions took advantage, but again for the third time, the problems disappeared by the next episode, only to reappear after some miscommunication. You see, Edge passed Randy a title to use on HBK, but the ref confiscated it, leading to the loss. Instead of beating around the bush, Randy Orton was honest. He didn't want to lie and straight up told Edge that he doesn't have his back. This, of course, led to Edge calling Arizona a racist state. Fuel would be added to the fire when Randy Orton qualified for Money in the Bank. Edge had done so about a month earlier, and at this point, Rated RKO was no more. Both men's intentions were the same. They wanted the WWE Championship. Since Orton was now a thorn on his side, he intelligently asked Mr. McMahon to book a matchup between Bobby Lashley and Randy Orton. He claimed that he'll be supporting Orton in case, if Bobby Lashley beats him, he'll hop on in and beat Lashley himself. Hell, he even asked McMahon to throw Orton out of the Money in the Bank if he refused to appear. Right when ECW began the next night, Orton called him an SOB and called him out on the whole entire thing, while Edge assured him that he's got his back. As a man of his word, the Rated R Superstar was there. Tension was still in the air though, and he tried interfering, and as a result of this was ejected. Orton began shouting at him for leaving him stranded, but this was his plan all along. As expected, Orton fell victim to the ECW champion. He was well aware of the fact that Edge abandoned him, and he claimed that it was an accident before Orton revealed that he managed to insert Edge's spot, the Money in the Bank spot, in a last chance battle royal. This was due to Mr. McMahon, he didn't really assist him in his efforts to dismantle Bobby Lashley. Both these guys were douches. You couldn't really root for any of them. About that battle royal, Edge did retain his spot and would last by night's end. On the final Raw before WrestleMania, Edge held a special cutting edge with his guests being the WrestleMania 23 ladder match competitors. He took a long time bragging about himself, belittling the competition, starting with Matt Hardy. He said that he's shocked that Hardy's at WrestleMania, in response saying that he's gonna beat him up and leave him flat on his back like his ex-girl Lita. As expected, Edge took that insult to heart and moved on to King Booker. He's talking peasants or whatever before Finlay got fed up, called Edge Chisel Chin before Randy Orton told him not to hurt Edge's feelings, saying that he might use this as an excuse to duck out of this match, just like he's done for the past month. And that was true, because Edge was given all kinds of excuses for why he refused to compete. Kennedy verified this statement, shouted his name before Edge poked insults at Jeff Hardy's way. He mocked him before Hardy said that he's stealing the show at WrestleMania, and all that remained was a hometown hero. Edge listed his addictions before Punk made things awkward for him. The bastard decided, I'm gonna stir the pot, and decided to run away. The babyfaces realized what's up and ran after him, and I just love this segment. I was laughing the whole time with Edge getting offended with the responses. He's trying to gaslight the situation at hand. It was some good stuff. With regards to the ladder match, it was excellent. The action flows through well with no dull moments at all, and it was definitely one of the best openers in WrestleMania history. Rated RKO had their moments, such as the spears in abundance or the RKOs, but ultimately though, Jeff Hardy and Matt envied Edge so damn much that Jeff decided to obliterate him. That spot was too much. Edge himself said that it hurt like hell, and it's for sure one of the most memorable moments to have occurred in Money in the Bank. In the end though, Mr. Kennedy was the one who stood tall. Following WrestleMania, the heat and tension between Randy Orton and Edge increased as the Rated R Superstar stuck his nose in the Legend Killer's business. He nearly cost him that WWE title shot after spearing him, and like I said earlier, they were both looking to become a champion. Luckily for both men, they would get that opportunity at Backlash as John Cena defended the title in a fatal 4-way match. In the build-up to the pay-per-view though, Randy thought it was best for them to put their issues aside. Edge even called Orton the best partner he's ever had, and it was as though Rated RKO was back. Yeah, no. Their Rated RKO reunion was shut down before it even began. In light of that, Spear match between the two was set for Raw the following week, but it turns out John Cena and HBK went at it for an hour. Now, I read up that this was because Randy Orton destroyed a hotel room. I believe it was in Germany that he destroyed a hotel room, and they decided to punish him by removing him from the Raw card that week. By Fatal 4-Way, though, it turned out to be, in my opinion, a top 3 in WWE history. The excitement was off the charts in Atlanta. Each man brought it and then some. Like, I lose count of the awesome moments and spots from this match, like, there's just so many. It was really looking like HBK's night. Everything was going well from a one mistake cost him, and it's truly one of the best matches of 2007. Now, my recommendation for match of the video goes to this. On the April 30th, 2007 episode of Raw, Edge finally faced Randy Orton in a one-on-one match. The reason why I'm recommending this is not necessarily because it's the best, but because of the story. Randy Orton and Edge were always somewhat fringe due to their egos. Eventually it was going to come down to this because both men were way too ambitious. Add to that, they only formed the group to take out DX. Eventually it was going to come down to this. The match itself was somewhat overlooked. Like, whoever mentions it, though, speaks positively about it. And the match itself was pretty unique due to the situation. We had a heel on one side of the ring and we had a super heel, and yes, Edge is who I'm talking about, on the other. Now let's talk about the match. After spearing the Legend Killer right onto the announce table, Edge finally took control. The fans initially didn't exactly cheer for somebody, but as time went on, it was clear that their loyalty lied with Randy Orton. He was a de facto babyface. Orton struggled greatly with Edge's offense, but after a backbreaker, he started finding himself. The match kicked up a notch with several impactful moves and near falls, and at one point, Orton's face landed on the turnbuckle, busting him open. Both men were breaking the rules in order to score that W. Randy was showing resiliency, but ultimately, it was Edge who was better on this night. I love this match. Weird circumstances with the whole heel versus heel thing. The crowd adds to it as well, and it might not light the world on fire or anything like that, but it was still a pretty nice matchup. Matter of fact, from the Rated RKO run, I'd say it was a third best match, behind the New Year's Revolution tag team match and the Fatal 4-Way from Backlash, which is the best in my opinion. Alright, so that's Rated RKO. They would go their separate ways. You know, Edge would go to SmackDown, whereas Orton would finally begin a proper main event run with the whole Age of Orton thing. By year's end, though, they would reform for one night only after Randy Orton refused to join Evolution. Thought that was a cool moment itself. They even had a feud in 2010, which I will eventually talk about. And we all know about what they did recently, you know, last year. Alright. Once again, I enjoyed making this video. I love seeing the gradual transition from tag partners to enemies, and when you look at it from the beginning, they were never gonna last. Obviously, I'm talking about in kayfabe. Edge was more evil, of course, sabotaging Randy's matches the moment he set his sights on the title, whereas Orton was initially all about the team. My personal favorite match from this run is probably Backlash 2007. You know, that's the best match in my opinion, involving Rated RKO. I don't think anything touches it. But as I said, recommendation for match of the video goes to their blow-off match. It delivered and then some, and a lot of people should be talking about it more often.